today we have a super, super fun project.
So much fun and so easy, and really one that I feel like if you aren't or you don't have the capabilities to do sublimation, is very adaptable.
Yes, this one's great. So you could do this for print and cut. You could do this in so many different ways. So today, if you do not have our sublimation course, today could be a great day to grab it. Sadie, will you have that link available for anyone? Forgot to mention that. That is super fun. And then number 2, you can get a lot of design space skills from watching this training today. We're gonna break it down. We're gonna build you up. We're gonna kind of pull in some patterns for Maker's Gonna Learn.
Yep.
We don't work with patterns a ton, and I think you should work with them more because I think we should work with them more.
And sublimation and print and cut are 2 absolutely amazing, like different techniques to utilize those patterns.
Yes, I mean 2 super, super easy ways that you can start using more patterns today. So whether you're sublimating, whether you are just designing more like labels, anything print and cut related, you're gonna be able to pull in these patterns. You're gonna use them in so many different ways to help you kind of elevate your designing and do so much more there without, again, having to buy a bunch of colors of vinyl, do a bunch of layers, you know the drill, things like that. So you won't have to worry about that or go through all of that as much. So what we have today, I'm super, super excited to let you guys know, and I'm ready to share with you guys the supplies you need today. It is very minimal. So, of course, sublimating directly on wood, it could actually like just disappear because it's not really absorbing to anything. So what you need to have is a lamination sheet. So you need to have a lamination sheet that you can cut in half, like it's not, you know, covered. So you only need one side. You'll need one side of the lamination sheet per side of the wood. So we made ours right here. Here's what we're making today. How about that? Hope you love 90s country. We're gonna do a front and a back. The lamination sheet is super permanent. The heat will activate on here. It'll go in, it'll look super great. Then we'll be able to sublimate on it. How about that? Super easy. I'm gonna teach you how exactly to do that today. You will want to have some bungee, what would you call this cord?
It's
more,
like
a jewelry making.
Yeah, it's like a elastic cord.
Yes, elastic cord. You could add some beads on here, super easy. We have just these 3 1/4 inch wooden rounds. Y'all, these
They came from Amazon.
So affordable. You can get these at Amazon. You can get these at Walmart, Hobby Lobby. Super easy.
And we actually got them in a really big bag.
In a big bag of like
so
100.
we use them for so many different things.
Yeah, we keep these. These are just good to have. Christmas ornaments, you know, what we're doing for the car today, like you could do a lot of these. So we've linked them down below. So if you wanna get our pack, we have linked that, which is awesome. You will need a true control knife. I'll share with you why. We are using sublimation paper. I will tell you, you don't have to use sublimation paper if you don't want to. You can actually use printer paper. I have a whole training on, they're very similar, but we prefer to use sublimation paper. Super awesome, super, super easy, and it is gonna be a lot of fun. And I'm pretty sure that's like all the supplies. Of course, let's go to the main camera. This is our heat press we have today. This is like the biggest heat press you will ever need. This is an investment. This is a StarCraft. You don't have to use a StarCraft. They have ones on Amazon. They're really great too. I purchased this as like, I just wanted it. Can I just tell y'all that? I just wanted this one. This one's really fun. I've always seen people with this one, and it was one of those things when we started developing the sublimation course, it was a great way for me to justify getting a new heat press. So it took me a long time to get this. Like, they're expensive. So don't feel like you have to buy this one. This is just like a splurge because we're crafters, and I want
very much a splurge.
Very much a splurge. You could get literally, Lauren, you could get one for what, half the price?
Yeah, so I was actually putting together something new coming. Something new coming for you guys. I was putting that together, and I found one that I think is very, very comparable on Amazon for like $200.
Oh yeah, so see, you'll be able to get these when you're ready to invest. Like you'll be able to get these really, really easily, which is awesome. Is everything you're teaching today go be in the sublimation course? Kelly, yeah, pretty much everything we touch on today, if not more, I mean, for sure more is in the program. So yeah, if you haven't signed up, go ahead and sign up. there is so much more than what we're training you on today in the course. And the reason you buy a course is because we start at step 1 and we walk you through the whole journey really at your own pace, which is super awesome. So yay!
I just now thought before you jump in.
I do need some butcher's paper. Oh,
it's right here.
Thank you.
But also, you need to bump that heat press up to 380, 385 because it was on 270 where I just did some puff vinyl.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. So I'm just go ahead and set this to like 380. So let's go ahead and share the screen and I'll walk you through how to get set up for today's project. All right. So we have 2 different options for you guys to choose from, and I think it'll be fun to ask the audience today which one we should recreate. So if you would like us to recreate the Hope You Like 90s Country, will you drop me a number 1 in the comments? All right, drop number 1 in the comments if you want us to create that one. And then comment number 2 if you would like us to make the Hope You Like 2000s Hip Hop. So whichever one that you comment, 1 or 2, Lauren will decide on which one we make. So go ahead and drop that in the comments. We are using 2 Maker's Gonna Learn fonts. We're using 2 patterns for Maker's Gonna Learn, and we're just adding an offset. Y'all, this is super, super easy. I cannot wait to walk you guys through this. It's gonna be super fun. If you love 90s country, thank you for showing up and showing out. But today on the show, we are going to recreate this one. The best part is you can redo this either way. If you are wanting to make the 90s country one, let me share with you the font. And is the font Giddy Up? Yeah, the font is Giddy Up. And do we know the name? Is the file linked down below for them?
Yeah, they all should be linked. It's the cow pattern. Cow pattern is the pattern that we use. Giddy Up is the font. They both should be linked down below. Woo-hoo. And then the other one is Abstract. It's an abstract pattern.
Love it.
And then Dreamcatcher font.
Dreamcatcher, yay! All right, y'all. So it is gonna be super fun. When you're over at Maker's Gonna Learn, you can see here's the Giddy Up. And then if you wanna take a look at Dreamcatcher, you can go over here and you can see we have the Dreamcatcher. It's very, very fun, super simple. When you are a member, you don't have ads. So if you're a member and you're not signed in, just go ahead and click sign in to make sure you have access to everything.
Now Dreamcatcher is one we do need to download.
Yeah, so we're gonna download the Dreamcatcher font. One thing I wanna share with you guys is that you can type in like any samples. So like you could type in hello and see, you know, the samples. So we love having this feature on Maker's Gonna Learn. Again, for our dollar deal today, guess what? You could download this font because you have 20 credits to download whatever you want. And it's super simple. When you download a font, you're just gonna click on that zip file. You're gonna open that zip file up. This font is an OTF. You'll click install. Super easy. I love it. Nobody's dissing your country, Diane. We love it.
Oh, no. It's my favorite.
Yeah, it's awesome. So now the font is downloaded onto your device, which is fantastic. But guess what? It is not in Design Space. So we must go ahead, save our project. And we'll just save that real fast. And then guess what? We are now going to reload Design Space. You could go up here and click quit, all of that, but guess what? We're just going to do a forced reload, which is our favorite. And then sometimes the car project pops back up. Sometimes it goes away. It popped back up today, which is beautiful. So now what we're going to do is we're going to zoom on in. And guess what? It's really simple to go ahead and get this shape that we're using today, because we are using just a circle. So we're gonna grab shapes. We are going to grab a circle and we're gonna size it at 3.25. Should we do any larger than 3.25 so that we have a little overhang, do you think?
The reason that I just did the 3.25 is because that is the size of that, and I wanted to make sure that my words fit perfectly in that 3.25.
So if you wanted to have a little overhang, you would just want to be weary of your font being a little smaller. So that is awesome. The pattern we are using today is linked down below, But if you go over to cut files, we can actually show you it. So you can search abstract.
Yes.
Beautiful. And you can see, y'all, we have a lot of different patterns. Like, there's a lot of crazy ones. You can just download the abstract one here because that's the one we're using. We have probably a patterns, yeah, look at this. If you just want to take a look at a lot of different interesting patterns, check this out. So we could go view all. Let's see how long it would take to load all of them. Hopefully it wouldn't take too long. But you can see here, we have a lot of different patterns. I mean, they literally just loaded all of them. Like, there's spring patterns. We have patterns with dark background. Oh my gosh, the cup wrap. I mean, come on, y'all. Another cup wrap. I mean, look at all these cup wraps that you could use in different ways. So they're very, very customizable. Egg and carrots. I mean, I love that. I love it.
So many different patterns on the website.
So many. So you could take any of these, okay? So you could take any of these patterns and bring it together. Valentine's Day, small stroke, transparent, Valentine's pattern with donuts. I've never seen that one. So it's super fun. So anyway, we're gonna open up the abstract file. We now have that PNG, and we're gonna drop it over in Design Space. So what we'll do is we're going to go to upload. And if you guys have any questions, go ahead and drop them. Now's a great time to ask any Design Space questions. We're gonna say this is a complex image and press continue. We're happy with how it looks, continue. And this is the big part. We wanna make sure it's a print, then cut image. So click upload. Ta-da, ta-da. And it's just uploading. So we're gonna add this pattern to our canvas, and it's a very large file, so you can just scale it down, scale this down. Love it. Now, I will say, depending on how small you make your file, will decide and determine how your pattern is going to look, okay? So what I mean by that is if you zoom it out, it'll be more focused, and if you scale it down, you'll have more patterns. So that's just like a quick tip. Now, we're just gonna place this over our shape. We're gonna select both of these, and you can click slice, or you can click, you could click intersect, I believe. I thought so. It did the opposite.
I'll slice it.
Yeah, it does the opposite with patterns, so you do just want to be familiar. I like challenging myself to see if I can use some of these features. So if we do subtract, it says none.
I think patterns you have to do slice.
Which is interesting. So once you slice it, look at that. You can just delete out the big piece, and then you'll have two pieces. So you're gonna wanna keep your pattern piece. You don't need your circle anymore. Ta-da! All right, now we get to grab our Dreamcatcher font. Guys, this is so easy, right? Are you guys picking up what we're sitting down? We're gonna type out, hope you like 2000s hip hop. Hope you like, and I'm gonna scale this down because this is big. Hope you like 2000s hip hop. Beautiful. So once we have that, we can scale this down just like so. And again, we definitely need a little something. So the easiest something you can do is just go add an offset, and you can decide this offset. So we're using round corners, and we're just gonna bring this in. Bring it in. And you can kind of just play around with where you want it. And then once you're happy, you can go ahead and click apply. And we're gonna change the offset. You can go up here to the color, and we're gonna change it to that pink. So ta-da! You can go down to advanced and like create a color of your own too. So whichever one you want. So there you have it. The last step here would be to select all of this, all right? Select all of this here. And once you're happy with it, you're going to go ahead and press flatten, all right? Press flatten. Ta-da! And then boom, look at that. You have your 2 awesome ones that are ready to go, and you will now have no problem whatsoever getting this ready and preparing. So we only need 1. So here it is. And now we're going to talk about the relationship between your printer with your computer. So let's go ahead and act like we're just going to print this like normal. We're going to press make it. And you can see it is right here, super easy. We have this black box. The black box is really close. Is it always like that? It used to not be. So look at it's not that close, but.
I think it's just because you have it selected.
Oh, okay, perfect. I was about to be
also, I would add 2 copies.
Yes, so we need one for the front and the back. Thank you. I was about to totally forget that. So you do need one for the front and you do need one for the back. So again, material size is the same. We do not want to mirror this because again, it's gonna be sublimate. We do want to mirror this.
No,
we don't.
Not with the printer we're using. We do not.
My word. Yes. Okay. So let's talk about this. So our sure color is go automatically.
Yes.
Go ahead and mirror it.
Because for those that have been around the channel and those that have seen us sublimate before, if we are not needing a large format printer, we always will gravitate toward our Epson Sure Color F170 printer, which is a sublimation ready printer that Epson has created for the at-home sublimator.
And we love it, and it's super easy. Y'all, the colors on here, if you're like scared about picking a printer, pick the Sure Color to start with. It's awesome.
Because you do not have to work with color profiles.
You don't have to work with color profiles. You don't have to worry about mirroring, like none of that. So if you have a traditional printer, you just have to make sure to mirror it or flip it. But with this, you don't have to at all. So that's awesome. So now that we have it, we're gonna press continue. And we're gonna click send to printer. And we're not going to choose the printer from Cricut Design Space. We're gonna click up here and go to use system dialog.
Turn the bleed off.
We're gonna turn bleed off, thank you. And press print. And then boom, look what's gonna pop up. Ta-da! So we're going to use the Sure Color. We're going to make sure that it's the right size, you know, same settings, everything like that. Lauren, anything else you think we should do to it?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Do you like going over here to print settings?
Nope.
Or, oops.
I like going to the color matching.
Yeah.
And doing color sync.
So color sync is going to go ahead and sync it with like the built-in like type of software that's in here, yeah?
Yeah, so color sync, there is a difference. There's Epson Color Match and the color sync. Color sync is going to give you more or less the colors you see on the screen.
Yes.
The Epson Color Controls, I think is what it's called, gives you a deeper color.
Yeah.
So like sometimes it tends to, I don't know, I found that it tends to look burnt sometimes.
Yeah.
So I always go to I like color sync the best.
Yeah. If you have a printer that you're converting and you need help getting like your, you know, all the things, your colors like synced up and get those added to your computer, we teach that inside the program. So, you know, there's kind of a few steps to go through to do that. Can be a little overwhelming, so it's taught, so it's super easy, and we love it. So yay, that is awesome. Now, when this prints out, has anyone ever experienced this? When you print it out, look at this. Totally different. Guys, totally, totally different. So it's always gonna be lighter when you print it out than when you actually sublimate it. So you're gonna see this transformation, all right? You're gonna be able to see it. I'm going to let this dry for a second, then we'll cut these out, and it's super easy. While we wait before we cut this, what we're gonna do is we're going to heat set our laminate sheet. So we'll be able to go ahead and just attach our laminate sheet down. We'll do one side at a time, and then we'll be able to just adhere it. So I'm going to use some butcher's paper just to protect my surface. I don't think the laminate sheet will it'll probably stick to it, right?
I always like to sandwich in between a regular sheet of paper.
Yeah.
Like put the regular sheet of paper on bottom, then your whatever you want to sublimate on, and then your laminate sheet on top.
Right.
And the laminate sheet that he is using is just like your regular pocket laminate sheet that you can get from Walmart.
So
we've torn it in
affordable.
half and then cut it up to the size we need it.
Yeah, just whatever size you need. And then, I mean, Lauren, this doesn't take long at all. Should I have another sheet of paper?
You can do another sheet of paper on top.
Yeah.
Actually, laminate sheet does not have a very high adhere temperature, so it can adhere at a lower temperature. So you only need it under there for like a few seconds.
I'm honestly not even gonna let it touch that much.
That should be good.
So we're just, I mean, that was like 5 seconds. And then you can take a look at it and you can see how it's went on.
Now it is going to stick to the paper, so you're gonna have to cut it away from the paper.
Yeah. So look at this. Awesome. So it's adhered on here, and it was just very little that it stuck, so nothing crazy. You can do a true control knife, or you can do scissors. I think a good mix between both of them is really handy. Do I have anything like a Cricut mat I could cut around? I don't want to hurt the table too much, but I'll use this paper. So I'm just gonna go through and go around this one. And the laminate sheet is so nice to go ahead and cut around. And you can kind of start feeling it pop out. And honestly, this wood that we're using is perfect. And again, the wood is very lightweight. So again, perfect for a little car project. And we're just gonna do this other side. So remember, we're doing one on the front and one on the back. I just wanna make sure the wood debris is not on there. So I'm just peeling off this. So now I have a truly, fully laminated coat of sublimation. So let's take a look at this. So it feels, y'all, it feels really good. Feels awesome, super simple, okay? So what we're gonna do, grab our scissors. I just poked myself with tweezers. That was not fun, it's okay. So I'm just gonna take this and I'm just gonna cut this out. And there's so many, guys, so many sublimation hacks out there that you can use. So there's so many different hacks out there that you can use. Lauren, what were you looking for?
I couldn't see the tape from my side. Oh. The heat press was blocking it from the back.
Y'all, can we just talk about our heat tape? Shout out to heat tape. I totally forgot to mention this in supplies. This will change your life. There's heat sprays that you could use in some instances, but the tape is ride or die, okay? Also, I just found these scissors and they work so much better.
I had this laying out.
I know.
See, Tanner says he loves the heat tape. I'm more of now for smaller projects like this that I don't want. For
small ones like this.
For small projects like this, I don't get out the sublimation adhesive spray, but for projects that I have to be precise on, I love the spray.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna take this and I just gotta make sure that I line up. We went ahead and kind of created some little holes in here. If you want to do this project too, you'll wanna drill a little bitty hole. I mean, it is so simple. You would just take this and you could stack up a few of these. This is kind of like my hack, very simple. You wanna be careful about your table and you're just gonna wanna drill just a little hole. It'll be so fast. I mean, that literally, y'all, that was it. That was the hole drilled through. So now you have your hole, which is really easy. Now, the only project now is to line up your hole. After you've laminated all that, you're gonna wanna go ahead and make sure it lines up with the top of your text, okay? So we'll end up poking that through with a true control knife towards the end. But now, this is where it's precise. So you wanna make sure you see your pattern kind of everywhere off your project. and you just want to tape it down.
So we have had some questions. First one that I've seen is, can I use infusible ink sheets for this? So yes, you can. If you already have infusible ink sheets, you can cut an infusible ink sheet to the size of the wooden round and then do that. And then if you wanted to do vinyl lettering on the top, you can do that as well. If you are using the infusible ink sheets though, remember those infusible ink sheets are pretty much just pre-printed sublimation sheets. So you're still gonna have to add the laminate to the wood if you use wood.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
And the next question is, which side of the laminate sheet should go against the blank? So if you're using like a laminate pouch and you tear the two pieces apart, it should be the matte side goes against your blank and the shiny side is up.
Yep. So this is what it's gonna look like, and we will actually hit this A-sub paper down. And let me just explain to you the sandwich here. So you're gonna get a sheet of butcher's paper. Here's our butcher's paper. You can rip this in half because we only need a little piece.
That's a thick butcher's paper.
It really is for this tiny project. Anyway, so this is the sandwich. You're gonna have butcher's paper down, you're gonna have your project here, and then you're gonna have another piece of butcher's paper. This is what we call our butcher's paper sandwich. And again, we lay it with the sublimation sheet closest, okay? Sublimation, the A-sub paper on top, so it can get directly in there. What's really good is the butcher's paper is going to make sure that it protects your heating source so no sublimation ink gets in here, because guess what? If you're putting a shirt in here next time and there's some piece of little ink that gets, stuck in there, it's gonna go onto your next project, all right? Okay, so we're gonna press this down and we're gonna do this for right at a minute. And you can adjust all the things here. So if it's like, if you're doing thicker wood and you want, this grip is too tight, you can loosen it and things like that. So yay, I love it.
Yeah, that's another thing is if you do sublimate onto a cutting board, it's obviously going to be for
decorative
purposes only. Now, I have seen some people that sublimate on the glass cutting boards using white, is it white laminate? They use white laminate, and we've done it too. White laminate on the bottom.
Yeah.
And then you can sublimate all the way through the white laminate.
Which is cool.
Shoot through the white vinyl, sorry.
Yes. So there are different workarounds as long as you're using the back. Okay, so we've done that, and there's even like Dollar Tree, like ones that we've done. So there's a lot to choose from. All right, lift this up. And there we go. You can see this. So we're just gonna remove it. It's very hot. I'm gonna give it a moment.
Your heat gloves should be in the drawer.
Oh, it's fine. It's not that hot. It's not that hot, right?
Okay.
Ta-da! Are you guys ready for this?
You do as I say, not as I do. Use your heat gloves.
Y'all, we don't always got heat gloves.
They're in the drawer.
We got them. Okay, so look at this right here. So you can see that it was like so potent, the sublimation paper, that it like even got on my butcher's paper. So again, I'm not going to reuse this. And Donna, we use this for 1 minute at 380 degrees. So cool this off. And then y'all, look at this. Oh my goodness, look at it. Aw, look at this. Guys, come on. Look at how good it looks.
That pattern looks really good with that wood.
I love the natural wood on the pattern. I feel like you get to see the wood a lot more on this pattern because this one's like very black and like you don't even get to tell it's wood, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Looks really good. All right, so we're gonna repeat the same thing to the back. That's the cool part. You can do the same thing. And we're gonna use 2 fresh pieces of butcher's paper just to make sure you guys understand how important it is.
So Anna says, I'm new to this crafting stuff. What is sublimation paper? So sublimation paper is just a special type of paper that kind of it absorbs the ink and holds that sublimation ink on it. I don't want to say, yeah, it does a little bit better than copy paper, but you can still sublimate using copy paper.
Yes.
We just think that, I personally think that you get better results.
You do,
when you use sublimation paper.
Yeah, 100%.
Because it's specifically made for this process.
Yep, and it's designed for it. Like you want to use what you're supposed to. All right, there we go. So again, we're gonna flip this over. So we have our butcher's paper. We have our wood laminate right here. We have our butcher's paper here. All right, so that's our sandwich.
It'll be up on our channel.
Fun. I mean, this one's a really fun one because we're using the laminate sheets. If you're doing regular sublimation, this project like takes half the work away.
Yeah.
If you're doing a regular t-shirt, we would have designed it, print it, and pressed it.
And we would have been done.
And that would have been done. So this is the fun part because you're getting to learn how you use laminate sheets with the wood and that relationship. So it's a little different.
Just FYI.
Look at this. There's this side. Yay.
Yeah, Carol said that these would be awesome personalized gift tags as well.
Oh my gosh, 100%.
So cute for Christmas wrapping.
Yeah. Super fun. Super, super fun. So the last thing we're going to do is we're just going to poke our hole through the laminate so that we can thread our cord. Love it. Now, Lauren, do you want to come over and teach us how you do your little charms? I think this is so fun.
Sure.
I love it.
So the way that I did these personally is we just got some really cute, these charms come from Amazon. You can do it however you want. There are lots of different ways you can do these, but this just came in like a multi-pack. So let's just find us something that
I think we
would be
originally
cute.
bought these. Oh my gosh, I feel like, could this work?
Oh yeah, those two would be really cute.
We bought these to make like the nurse, like little
that
lanyards.
one in the middle, maybe?
Ooh, I like that.
Or do we like that one in the middle?
I like that a lot.
I don't know.
Maybe. This is for Alicia, so I'm trying,
I know, I'm trying to think like what would Alicia want?
I know. That's a lot. What about,
Yeah,
what
I know.
about the gray?
I don't know.
Marble?
No, not the vibe. I think the clear is the vibe.
I think the clear is the vibe.
I was hoping that would be the vibe, but it's not.
Too
Okay.
much.
Okay, so what I did, and I actually just now realized I had two of the smaller ones, but like two of the round ones,
Yeah,
but it
it's
doesn't
okay.
matter. What I like to do with this is, and this is pretty long, but you want to cut it pretty long to make sure that it's gonna fit.
Don't miss nothing.
But what I did was I took this and looped it through here, and then you're gonna take your second one and go through there as well.
That's the hack.
Yeah.
I love that.
If I can get it to go through. I think what I had to do was
It's like
pull it
poke
down
Oh.
like this, and then get this on this other side.
And you want to make sure that your cord like doesn't fray. You might have to start it again, cut a piece off.
Okay, I think it's going.
How dare they?
And then,
Rinse and repeat.
yep, I'm just gonna cut this one off to be the same size as that. And we're gonna try them both at the same time this time. So this is the most time-consuming part right here. It's just adding in your beads.
Love it.
And then we'll add in the last one.
Look at that.
Now, from there, if you wanted to, you can add a knot at the top of this.
To keep them in place.
To keep them in place. So I'm just gonna like double that up. And this is to keep my knots down where I want them to go. I hold.
Smart.
You have to be kind of careful with it.
Yeah. And now we have two awesome charms from laminate sheets.
Yep. And one thing that I want to suggest with your, if you were to sell these, give these away, have them as gifts, whatever, I would not pre-tie these.
Oh.
I would leave them open like this. I pre-tied that one because I knew it was going to fit in my car.
Yeah.
And so I tied it for my car.
Right.
But if you were selling these, or if you were giving these away, I would leave this pretty long and let them tie around depending on where they want it. I love that. I would allow them to tie it and then cut off the excess.
That's awesome. Well, yay! Oh my goodness, y'all, what did you guys think of this amazing project? How about it? Such a unique one.
Hold your horses, guys, because today we're going to talk about all of the materials that I bet you didn't know you could sublimate. My name is Lauren and I'm a craft producer here at Makers Gonna Learn, and here on our channel we bring you inspiration, education, and motivation about all things crafty. Now, let's talk about it. Did you know that you can sublimate everything that you see here on this table? Now, some of the things you may already know that you can sublimate, but I bet there is some that you had no clue. Now, before we start talking about all of these, one thing I want to make sure that you guys know is that we have been so gracious and we have linked every single project video down below so that if you see something here on the table that you want to learn how to sublimate, you can go straight to that instructional video. But do not go anywhere because I really think you're going to want to stick around because I think you're going to be super impressed at everything you're about to see. Let's start out over here on our left. We're going to start out talking about these two things here, this glass trivet and this dry erase board, y'all. These are amazing sublimation projects, but did you know that there are so many things that you can purchase that are already sublimation ready? There are suppliers out there that have amazing blanks that you can purchase that are ready for sublimation, and these two are some of our favorites, especially these dry erase boards. These are great for projects for little ones in your life, for teaching them how to write, or creating a to-do list or a chart for your home. We love these projects. But on top of that, they have other things such as this glass trivet that you can purchase that is already sublimation ready. So just know that there are so many things out there that are sublimation ready that you can purchase other than shirts and textiles. Now, while we're on glass trivets, y'all, let's talk about one of my favorite sublimation projects. This is a Dollar Tree glass trivet. Now, there is a technique when it comes to sublimating on this surface. You can't just take glass and sublimate on any glass. For this, what we have done is we have taken a laminating sheet and added the laminating sheet to this glass and then sublimated on the glass. It gives you a beautiful stained glass effect, and it is probably one of my favorite ways to take any surface that is non-sublimatable and make it a sublimation ready project. And while we're talking about laminating sheets, did you know that you can add laminating sheets to both tile and wood to create amazing sublimation products? Let's go overhead so you can see these up close. Here on the left, you can see we've added a laminating sheet to this wood round to make a super cute card charm. I just love the way that this looks. It comes out super clean and crisp. And then here on the right, we have added a laminating sheet to a regular floor tile. And then we were able to sublimate on top of that to make a super cute arabesque ornament for your Christmas tree. I just absolutely love adding laminating sheets to things that I never thought I would be able to sublimate. Another one of those while we're overhead is a Dollar Tree canvas. I mean, y'all, look at this. I was able to add a laminating sheet to the top of a Dollar Tree board canvas and sublimate a super cute picture of Asher on here. Like I said earlier, this is probably my favorite way to sublimate is adding those laminating sheets. Next up, did you know that you can sublimate on paper, y'all? Now, before I talk about this, let's be clear, not all paper is made the same. You can only sublimate on glitter paper, however, you can't sublimate on all glitter paper. This sublimation paper is actually from Celebration Warehouse. Our friend Ashley Falco has some amazing glitter paper that you can sublimate on, but let's go ahead and go overhead so you can see the difference between the two glitter whites that she has on her website so you can tell which one you can and which one you can't sublimate on. Now, let's go ahead and hop over to her website so I can really show you which one you need to purchase to be able to sublimate on her white glitter cardstock. Now that we're here, the first place that you need to go is her glitter cardstock section because you can only sublimate on glitter cardstock. And the reason being is because glitter is a synthetic material, so it has to be on there to be able to sublimate. Now, she has two different white glitters, and white glitter is the best for sublimating on. You need to choose the new white glitter option. This is the Sublimation Ready white glitter. So it does say Sublimation white glitter cardstock. This is the one you need to choose. However, there is a difference in the two, so let's go overhead so I can show you in person the difference between these two glitter cardstocks. Here you can see this one is the Sublimation glitter cardstock. It's super, super shiny. I feel like you can see it a lot more than this one. This is her original design. It's still a very beautiful cardstock, but it doesn't have a super glittery effect. It is the one that has the super glittery effect that you can see is the one that is sublimatable. Now, remember I said that those videos were linked down below? That video is a good one to watch. It was a very much trial and error video for us, and there were some big epic fails in that. But we did learn that the cardstock from Celebration Warehouse is absolutely the best cardstock to sublimate on, and really the only one that we have found. Next up, let's talk about the textiles that you can sublimate on. If you have been around the sublimation world and you've been in it before, you know that you have to have a high polyester count to be able to sublimate on a textile. For example, this pillowcase is a satin pillowcase that is 100% polyester and gives you an amazing sublimation result. We love to sublimate on things like this. One way to determine if something can be sublimated on is by looking at the tag. So we'll go overhead and I'll show you. The thing that you need to look for is the material type. So you can see it says satin pillowcase and the care instructions, but coming down here it says 100% microfiber polyester. So it is 100% polyester, meaning that it is a sublimatable textile. Now you can also sublimate on poly blend shirts, and this is a really good example. This sweatshirt is a 50-50 cotton poly blend, and it is sublimatable. You can sublimate on it. Just know that with a blend shirt, you may not get as rich of the colors as you are wanting, but they still look great. If you are someone that doesn't like the feel of polyester, I know there are a lot of people out there that just do not like the feel of the polyester shirts and things like that. You can sublimate on cotton, and there are a couple ways that you can do that. The first way that you can sublimate on cotton is by purchasing sublimatable HTV. Now we have found that our favorite sublimatable HTV is going to be HTV Ront. You can get this on Amazon. It is also linked down below, but you need to be careful and make sure that you are purchasing the right kind for the project that you are completing. For example, the shirt that we have here, we have used the sublimatable HTV for dark colors. And what that is it gives you a white HTV that you can sublimate on top of. Now, if you are wanting to sublimate on a white cotton shirt, you can purchase this one, which is actually a clear HTV, so you do not have a white outline. This is great for white or lighter colors. And then this one that specifically says Sublimation HTV for dark colors is the white one, which is great for darker colors or if you do want a white background, especially for black. Next up is one that is going to be something that you probably had no clue you could sublimate, and that is canvas. Now, canvas is a 100% cotton material, but I wanted to show you guys this just so you all know that you can sublimate on cotton. Just know that it will wash out. However, for certain projects like the patch on this hat, we really wanted to go for a vintage, worn-in vibe, and you can see overhead that that is what this gives us. We were able to sublimate on canvas, which is a cotton material, But like I said, this is not something that we're going to be putting through the wash very often, or if at all. So it is going to look great for a very, very long time. This specific hat we sublimated probably over a year and a half ago, and this is what it still looks like. Next textile that I want to talk about is neoprene. Neoprene is an amazing synthetic material that we can sublimate on for koozies, mouse pads, and so much more. Neoprene really gives you a great color payout. The biggest drawback when sublimating on neoprene is getting those harsh edges if you cut your sublimation design. This is the very material that you must always go back and tear your edges. You never want to have a straight across edge that's just been cut with scissors if you are sublimating on neoprene, because what's going to happen is the neoprene is going to heat up and the design is going to sink down in it, and that pressure is going to create those harsh lines. So if you do sublimate on neoprene, always make sure that you tear your edges so it gives it more of like a feathered effect, and you cannot see the edges of where you cut your sublimation print. The next material that I want to talk about is one that I personally do not 100% recommend if you are a sublimation beginner. However, it is a super cool material that you would never think that you could sublimate on, and that is acrylic. Acrylic is one of those materials that does take some time learning exactly how to sublimate and what is best when it comes to sublimation. One of the things that I want to be clear is you are going to want to sublimate the back. If you're sublimating acrylic, you're going to sublimate the back of it, so you're not going to mirror your design. You're just going to place it on the back and you want to see it through the top. Now, there is a process when it comes to sublimating on acrylic, so if this is something maybe you have been in the sublimation world for a while and you want to try it, definitely make sure you check out this tutorial below, because you're going to want to make sure you watch it before you start. The last material that I want to talk about is sublimation sticker paper. Now, if you've been around our channel, you know that for the longest time, I didn't find a reason to sublimate on sticker paper, especially if you are a Cricut user or a die cut user and you use an inkjet printer to do print and cut. However, I am eating my words, and I will say that I truly like the results of the sublimation sticker paper, and it is one that I would highly recommend if you have already started sublimating and you haven't tried. The brand that we really like is the HTV Ront sublimation sticker paper, but I do want to make sure that you all know and understand that they have, much like their HTV, they have two different types. They have a completely white sublimation sticker paper, and they have a clear sublimation sticker paper. Now, always make sure you check your descriptions before purchasing, and if you have both of them, one thing I highly suggest is making sure you check the corner, because for example, I'm not really sure if this one is the white or the clear, but what I would do before is you're gonna wanna take the corner and make sure you check. This one is the white, so if I'm wanting a solid sticker, I'm going to choose the white. If the project that you are completing would look better with the clear, just know that they have a white sublimation sticker paper and a clear. I mean, y'all, did you know that you can sublimate on all of these things, plus so much more? If you want to learn more about sublimation, or maybe you haven't started your sublimation journey, but you're thinking about starting, I want to make sure that you guys check out Maker's Gonna Sublimate. It is our sublimation course that we have spent hours and hours testing and perfecting, making sure that we bring you the best information and the most accurate information to help you along your sublimation journey. Even if you haven't started, maybe you haven't purchased a printer or you've not purchased a single thing, but you know that in the future you want to start sublimating, I highly suggest you start with the course. That way you can work through and you can watch all the videos of us converting printers, testing printers, so that you can make the best educated decision once it comes to purchasing your sublimation printer. We also go through teaching you color profiles, downloading your print drivers, how to sublimate on different materials, and so much more. Not only that, but with all of that education, you also get 500 sublimation ready files for you to use today that are exclusive to our Maker's Gonna Sublimate course. If you are interested in that, make sure you click that first link down below, check that out, and I really think you all are going to enjoy it. One of our promises is that we feel like we're gonna save you so much money in wasted blanks because we have wasted money in blanks, making sure we perfect everything within our course. If you have enjoyed today's video, once again, make sure you hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notification so that you can get notified every time we get crafty. I'll see you all in the next one. I don't know about you guys, but I have seen some absurd ways to get sublimation results that you want. And honestly, I'm a little confused about it. So in today's video, we're gonna talk about all of these different ways that you can sublimate and different things you can do to get the results that you want and really see if they work. If you are new here, make sure to hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to our channel, and hit that bell notification so that you can get notified every time we get crafty. Now, let's go ahead and talk about everything that I have here on the table. So first of all, the first thing that really confuses me that I have seen is people sublimating in an air fryer. Now, I know that this, with the right techniques, I'm sure this would work, but I'm still confused about it. I've still never done it. Currently, I have the air fryer preheating right now because I did read in the instructions in ours that we do have to preheat this. So we're gonna test it out and we're gonna see, does this really work? The next thing that I'm going to test is this pancake griddle. Now, this is gonna be more for our friends that want to do the DTF with their sublimation printer. And what it does is you're supposedly supposed to be able to take your DTF print that is covered with the like plastic adhesive, lay it down on the griddle, and the griddle is supposed to heat it up and cook it. Not sure if that works. I've never done it, but we're gonna try it. And finally, the last thing that we're gonna try, hairspray. I mean, I love me some good hairspray, but we're gonna try it. People say that you can sublimate with this stuff. I'm a little confused about it. I've seen it used on toilet paper to make gag gifts. Once again, super confused. We're gonna test it out together. Now, let's go ahead and get started. The first one that we're gonna do is we are going to do the convection oven. Now, I'm gonna move some stuff out of the way. We're gonna bring the convection oven in. I'm just gonna set this down here for right now. And we are gonna talk about everything that you need for this. So first up, you are gonna need some type of sublimation mug. This is just the Cricut brand mug. We are gonna use one of these. They have them on Amazon. Honestly though, if you're buying in bulk, we've done the math, and really and truly the Cricut brand gives us the most bang for our buck. So we normally buy those in bulk, but you do need your sublimation mug, you need heat tape, you need your little sublimation design, you do need a heat resistant glove, something to cut our design out with, and the most important thing that you need with this is you need some way to apply pressure, because sublimation really works best with heat plus pressure. You can see with the air fryer, there's not gonna be a way that this actually applies pressure to our design. So you do have to have something that applies pressure, whether that be a silicone wrap for your mug or wine tumbler or whatever you put in your air fryer, or you can use shrink wrap that is specifically made for sublimation. Now, not all shrink wrap is. Let me be the first to let you know that, because I almost caught our convection oven on fire using shrink wrap that was not made for sublimation. So be clear, make sure you use correct shrink wrap. All we're gonna do, we have started preheating our convection oven. What I'm gonna do, I'm just going to prep my design. We're just gonna cut this out. I'm gonna cut some extra off of it just to be on the safe side. Now, if you want to, you can do a quick lint roll over top of that. I don't think I am going to today because I did wipe it pretty clean. So what I'm doing is I'm just applying my design where I want it, and I'm going to tape it down first, just like this, just to make sure that it stays down on our mug. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab a piece of butcher's paper, and I'm just going to, and you don't have to do it all the way across. I'm just gonna kind of wrap it around there. I am going to trim the top and the bottom. And the reason that I'm doing this is because I don't want there to be any transfer onto the silicone, because you can get transfer and it could transfer to your next design. So I just want to make sure that does not happen. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my silicone wrap, and I am just going to place this across there, and what that does is that adds pressure to our mug. You will, if you have a full wrap or if you have a double-sided design, you will need to flip it halfway through. We are only doing it on one side, on this side right here, so I'm not gonna worry about that. I'm gonna put this in there starting out. I think I'm gonna do it for about 5 minutes. And we'll check it about halfway through. But what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead, open this up, place this down inside, close that back up, and then we're going to move our timer to right at 5 minutes. Another thing you do need to note is the temperature that I am sublimating this at is around 385, 400 degrees. If you have been in the sublimation world, you know that ceramics do take a little bit of a higher temperature and a little bit more time. So once again, I think I've got this closer to the 400 degrees. We'll say 385 to 400, and I'm starting with 5 minutes, and then we're gonna check it and see. While that is going, I'm gonna go ahead and prep my next one that I am gonna be testing because I'm super confused about it, and that is our toilet paper with the hairspray. Now, I've seen a couple people do these different ways, so we're just going to go with it. First of all, I do have my heat press set at 380 degrees. What I've seen people do is just take the hairspray and give this a very light spray just on where they're planning on sublimating. Now, what I have seen is people will sublimate on this side. These are for like gag gifts, and then once you sublimate on that, you can put it in like a little cellophane wrapper for like white elephant gifts around Christmas time, things like that. So we are going to test it out. Now, it feels like there's not really a lot on there. I'm gonna maybe give it a little bit more. Okay, now we're gonna let that dry. And as that dries, I'm gonna go ahead and cut off our design. This says, "You're a super pooper dad." Super cute. And now what we're gonna do is we are just going to place that down on that sheet and add just a little bit of heat resistant tape just to help and see, just to help keep this down on our toilet paper. Now, before I press this, I do think we're getting close to time here, and I want to check this, so I'm gonna pull this out, and I'm gonna get this glove first, and I'm gonna lay it on the bottom of my table so that it doesn't there we go. It looks like it needs a little bit longer time. You can see here it's like more through, but it's not over here. So I'm gonna put this back together. I'm just going to hook these back together through this handle like that. Place it back in here, and we're going to let it go a little while longer. We'll crank up the minutes. We're gonna do it 2 more minutes, and then we'll check it again. So in that 2 minutes, what we can do is go ahead and press our toilet paper. So I am laying this down flat right here. I am gonna have to hold this steady, just so, because I've seen people press the whole roll, and I've seen people press it this way. I think this way is my favorite. I'm just grabbing some butcher's paper. I do have some butcher's paper on the bottom and placing some here like this. Once again, we are set at 380 degrees. and I'm going to be pressing this for about 50 seconds. Okay, so I guess where I sprayed a little bit of hairspray on the outside, it's sticking to this paper, so we're gonna pull that off. It looks like it did it. I mean, I can see it. I can see the transfer on the butcher's paper. Let's see if we can get it off here. Honestly, I mean, I'm kind of impressed. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you are doing this as a gag gift, oh, and there's our timer. So let's go ahead and stop our timer. Not bad. I don't hate it. Anyway, I digress. Let's go back to our, oh no, I almost messed up. Let's go back over here. Let's grab our heat resistant glove. I'll lay that down there. Grab this one in case I need it. Move the phone out of the way. Beautiful. Let's lay it on here. And I will bring it over here so you guys can see it a little bit better. Do you see now how you can automatically see the design through this silicone sleeve now? That right there is telling me that it's probably sublimated pretty well, but we're gonna test it and see how it did. Now, if you want to, you can dunk this in some ice water to stop the sublimation process, but it's not 100% necessary, but it is something that you can do to help. I will say you need some really good heat resistant gloves when you are messing with ceramics. These are not as good as this one is, so that's why I'm moving my hand around. I mean, once again, I'm pretty impressed. Now, there is some ghosting along the top. That could be because I took it out the first time, but otherwise, I'm not mad at it. I'm absolutely not mad at it. Now, the biggest downfall is look at the size of this air fryer basket. You're not gonna be able to fit a lot in this. So unless you find one that is at a yard sale that you don't plan on actually putting food on for a couple dollars, like, I don't think I would go out and buy a brand new air fryer. I don't think it is worth it to go out and buy a new one, but if you catch one on at a yard sale, at a thrift store, whatever, I mean, I think it works. It's definitely better than spending $200 on a mug press. But if we're talking air fryers, y'all, a convection oven, a little tabletop convection oven and an air fryer, they truly do the same thing. What it does is it uses a fan to circulate the heat around the food. An air fryer may be a tad bit faster, but it normally isn't. I mean, it worked. I'm not as confused as I was beforehand, but like I said, I still think that your best bet is to get a tabletop convection oven versus an air fryer if you plan on doing more than mugs. Okay, y'all, the very last thing that we are testing that I was confused about before this video is testing the pancake griddle to cook the plastic powder that turns into adhesive on DTF if you are printing from your sublimation printer. Now, if you are confused about what DTF is, let's talk about it real quick while our griddle is heating up. So what you can do is you can purchase DTF film and you can run it through your sublimation printer. You will then also have to purchase DTF powder, and as soon as it comes out of your printer, you then run it through, and let me show you what I mean real quick. So the ink will be wet on this film. You then run it through a bin full of this plastic powder that once heated adheres to the ink. It takes the ink and it creates an adhesive. So it's not going to stick to a shirt automatically. You do have to quote unquote cook it. Now, in years past, what we have done is we have put it under our heat press and just hovered our heat press over, and that cooks it. but I have seen some people take a pancake griddle and cook it that way. So we're going to do that today. I did not really watch anything to see exactly how hot it should be. I think your best bet is always start at a lower temperature, and if that doesn't work, heat it up because you don't want it too hot to begin with. So right now, I have it set to around 270, and we're gonna test it that way. So we'll go overhead. What I saw is people just laying it down. Oh, do you see it cooking like immediately over here? Look at this, whoop, that might be a little warm. Okay, so let's bump it on down to about 220, but it's cooking it very, very fast. Now, I will say it does have to touch the griddle. Do you all see that down there? How it's turning that? Oh, snap. Okay, okay. I'm not mad at it. Let me move this out of the way real quick. What I am going to do before I keep going, I'm gonna cut off this excess because parts of this is not touching the griddle. So I am just going to move that. We'll bring this back in. Now, we need to do the top portion. Watch how it turns. You can see it. Honestly, I'm speechless right now. I'm very speechless. And that doesn't happen very often. Wow. I mean, yeah, it worked, and it worked a lot faster. Whoop. So I'm gonna move this out of the way. Now this is ready to press. Obviously, we've been cooking some pancakes on this griddle before. You can see we've got a little bit of grease up here at the top. We can just cut that off. Just like that. And beautiful. Now, one thing I do want to say with DTF, with your sublimation printer, sometimes your printer will drag through. Do you all see like right through here how this is kind of the ink kind of drug? If this happens to you, I suggest leaving it alone until after you cook it, and then after you quote unquote cook it, you can just run your fingernail over that and it doesn't smear anything, and you can just scratch that off, like the pieces that you don't want, just scratch it off. You don't need it, and that way it's not going to transfer onto your shirt. Now, other than that, you are ready to take this, put it on a shirt, and press it. If you all are curious on exactly how to do that whole process from beginning to end, we do have lots of tutorials on that on our channel. I will link a video down below for you guys. But y'all, every single one of these, I'm gonna be real honest, I did not think were gonna work. I thought I was gonna at least have one fail. I had 0 fails. Highly impressed. Obviously, you can use hairspray from the Dollar Tree to sublimate a little gag gift on some toilet paper. You can use your pancake griddle to cook your DTF powder, and you can use an air fryer plus some type of wrap on a mug to sublimate a cup. I mean, y'all, who would have thought? If you have enjoyed this video, once again, make sure you hit that thumbs up button and subscribe to our channel. And if you want to learn more about sublimation and take yourself from a sublimation beginner to a sublimation pro, make sure you check out that first link down below with Maker's Gonna Sublimate. This is a program that we have spent hours and hours testing and really getting it right. Even if you do not have a single thing, but you know that you want to start your sublimation journey, we highly suggest going ahead and getting that course, because we're going to walk you hand in hand from choosing your printer, picking out which ink you want to marry, all the way through becoming a sublimation pro. So make sure you click that link down below. And if you all have any other wild harebrained tips that you do when it comes to sublimation, I would love to hear that in the comments. let me know what you do that might be a little bit different to make sure that you get perfect sublimation results every time. I'll see you guys in the next one.
Hey everyone, my name is Alicia. I am with the Makers Gonna Learn YouTube channel, and today I'm gonna be walking you all through a very simple beginner's guide to using Canva on all of your sublimation projects. There are lots of different resources that you can use to create your sublimation designs. One of our favorites is Canva. So this is a free resource that they have online, and I'm gonna show you all everything that you need to know to start sublimating, using your own designs, pulling in the Makers Gonna Learn files, printing it, and all of the above. So stay tuned and learn just how to do that. There are lots of different softwares that you can use to make your sublimation designs. Canva is top of the list for us. Combined with the Makers Gonna Learn files, you can really make some good quality sublimation designs. If you are curious how to do it, go ahead and keep watching. So once you get onto your computer, let's go to the Canva website. So you're going to go to Canva, it's canva.com, and we're going to be on the home screen. So this is after we've created an account, we've logged in, and you're like, OMG, where do I start? What is the first step? So let's just say, hypothetically, we wanted to make a t-shirt. Let's start by creating our design. So on the top right up here, we're going to select create a design. It's going to give you the suggested items right here. So I don't really need any of these items. What I do need is the custom size. So I'll X off of this so you can see me go down here again. It's on the bottom left of this drop down menu. You're going to select custom, and then it's going to give you the option to plug in your width and height. Now, it's going to come in as pixels. We are not measuring in pixels. If you are an experienced graphic designer, then you're going to know how to measure with pixels, but we are beginners. So we're going to go to inches. And what I'm going to do for this one, I'm going to start with an 8.5 by 11 sheet. That's just going to be standard for if you have a small format sublimation printer. So I'm going to go ahead and print this 11 by 8.5. Now, if you have a wide format printer, you can print, we have an Epson Workforce that prints 13 by 19. So I could actually plug that in there. So make this the size of the paper you're going to be printing on. And then you're going to select create new design. Once you've selected create a design, it's going to open up this big blank document, and then you've got all these options over here. So there are lots of things on here that come with a pro membership, but there are lots of things that you can do without having the pro membership. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to take you through a very simple design where you're not going to really need pro access to Canva. You can just use this with the free version. What we're going to do is upload, and we are going to, before we select upload files, let's go pick a file off of the Makers Gonna Learn website that we would like to use for our design. So I've already got the Makers Gonna Learn website pulled up. It's just makersgonnalearn.com. And you can see here we have tons of cut files for you to use. So we could use any of these. Let's look at summer. We'll go to summer and we'll scroll until we find a file that we want to put onto a t-shirt. So once you find the file that you like, we're going to select this little cloud icon with the down arrow. We will need to download the font to our computer, unzip it, and then you can see right here, we've got the PNG. Whenever we go back to Canva, we can actually click and drag this file in, or you can go to upload files, and then we're going to select recent, and you can see right here our beach gnomes are right in the image. Now, whenever I am downloading images off of the Makers Gonna Learn website, a lot of times they will come in as an SVG and a PNG. We need the PNG. An SVG is a cut file, so we're not actually going to be cutting this out. We are just going to be printing it. So I'm going to go ahead and select the PNG, and I'm going to open it. And whenever it uploads, it's going to pull into this little category over here. So what we're going to need to do is select it, and it's going to automatically pull onto our canvas. It's a little bit smaller than we like, so we can go ahead and stretch this out to the size that we want. And then what you would do from here is go ahead and name it. So we're gonna name this Beach Gnomes. And then I'm going to select Share, come down to Download. It's already selected as a PNG, which is what we want. This is best for print quality. And I'm going to select Download. This is going to download this onto my computer at the size that we want. And then you can even open it right from here. You can go File, Print, and make sure you've got your right printer selected and your right paper size, and then you can go ahead and print it. Now, that's just for a basic image. If you are printing anything with text, you're gonna need to mirror your image. So let's go ahead and do a quick design for a t-shirt with text. We can still use this image. We're just gonna shrink it down just a little bit, and I'm going to add words to this. So let's go back to the Makers Gonna Learn website and download a font that we think would match with our little beach gnomes. If you select the fonts category on the Makers Gonna Learn website, we have so many different options for fonts, and we constantly are uploading new fonts every month. So lots of different options here. Let's do something cute and whimsical. We'll go to the fancy category and see what we can find there. Let's go with Atmospheric. This is one of my favorite fonts. I'm gonna go ahead and download it, click on the zip file to unzip it, and then I'm gonna double click it and install the font. And then I'm gonna go back to Canva, and we are going to select text, and you can add a text box. We're gonna write chillin' with my gnomies. And so whenever you type this in, it's a very basic font. It's very small, so we can actually drag this to make it bigger. You can even manually put in a number up here to change the font size. And then what we'll need to do is come up to our fonts and see if our font came in. It did not. So whenever you download a font to Canva, it does not automatically upload into Canva. So you've downloaded it onto your computer, but Canva doesn't recognize that. So what you're gonna need to do is select the styles icon, and we're gonna go to edit under the untitled brand kit. We're gonna go edit, and we're gonna just scroll until we see upload a font. Now you may not even have to scroll. It may just be right there at the top, but you can select upload a font. You can see the atmospheric zip file. You can go to recent, or you can just type in atmospheric and it's gonna pop up the font file. I'm gonna go ahead and click that, and we're gonna go ahead and upload it. Okay, and then this box will pop up. You can go ahead and X that out. And then what we'll do is select our font. We're gonna go to the drop-down menu, and you can type it in, and it should be in here now. There it is. We're gonna select atmospheric, and you can make that font a little bigger if you want. You can kind of play around with it. I'm gonna click off of it and then pull it down by clicking back onto it. And you can see these little lines right here are allowing us to line our image up with our text perfectly. And we can even change the color of our text. So if you go to this little A with the rainbow underneath it, you can change to any of these colors. If you want a custom color, you can go to add a new color, and you can use this little dropper tool. If you select the dropper tool, you're gonna be able to skim over the gnomes, and you could select your favorite color. I really like this pink and this orange, so we could use the orange. And then what you would do before saving, if you were happy with this design, if you were like, this is exactly what I want, what you're gonna need to do is flip your images. So we need to flip everything on here. It doesn't allow you to flip text in Canva. It does allow you to flip your image. So what we're gonna do is just save this. I'm going to go to share. This is exactly what we did the first time. I'm going to download it as a PNG, just like that. So once you've downloaded it, go ahead and open it in preview. You can go to your Finder and type in beach gnomes if it doesn't pop to the bottom of your screen. We're going to select the one with the words. Then what you're going to do is go to Tools, Flip Horizontal, so it looks backwards, but remember, we're going to be sublimating this onto a t-shirt. So we're going to print it backwards. When it transfers onto the shirt, it will print onto the shirt the correct way. And then you would just go from here, File, and send it to your printer. Okay, I want to show you all what to do when you're pulling in an image that has text in it already. So what you're going to do, if you wanted to use any of our fonts that already have letters in them, let's use this Autism in Puzzle Pieces, super cute. I'm going to go ahead and download that, unzip the file, and then I'm going to open it up here, and you can see we've got the SVG and the PNG. The PNG is the only one we'll need, and I am going to actually click and drag this into Canva just so you all can get an idea of what that's going to look like. If you think that's easier, you can just click and drag this PNG right on to the canvas. So once you've pulled this in, you can size it up to the size of the paper. Just make sure you're not going over the edge. And what we're going to do from here is flip our image. So on the top left right here, you're going to see a flip option. We're just going to flip it horizontally. That makes our image backwards. And then what we're going to do is the same process we did with the other two. This time we want to make sure we're changing our image name before. So I'm just going to change this to Autism Puzzle. And then we will do share, download as a PNG, and then you're just going to download it from here. And then you would do the regular print process. You're just going to open this up, and you can see it's still backwards. We're going to go File, Print, and then you're going to print it just like this. Okay, the final thing that I want to show you, this is something that you would have access to if you have Canva Pro, and that is removing the background on your images. So let's find an image that has a background, and we'll remove it so that we only have the focal point of the image and no background. Okay, let's use this little Christmas tree card. I'm going to go ahead and download that and pull it into Canva. Okay, so once this is in Canva, you can see that there is a background on it. Now, if you only want the Christmas tree, what you're going to need to do is make sure that your image is selected. Just make sure it has the purple border around it, and we are going to edit image. If you are a pro member, you will have the background remover option. So I'm going to select background remover, and it's going to automatically remove some of the background, and we may have to manually go in and remove a little bit more, but let's see what it takes off on its own. And that's perfect. So this way we don't have that beige background, we just have the Christmas tree. And if you really wanted to, you could select this erase option right here. You can move your brush bigger and smaller, and you could go in and erase everything around the Christmas tree if you just wanted the tree. So this is a really good option to have if you are wanting to break designs apart, like if you found a file that you really love, but you don't necessarily need the background. This is a really, really good alternative for you. So after you've removed your background, you can click here and you can show the original image so you can see how much that we took away. And then once you're done, you're just going to select this done option. So you could stop here if you just wanted the cute little tree, or we can go and add some text in like we learned before. So there's different options here. You can just add a text box and we can put Merry Christmas on here. You can also use these font combination options, which are really fun. You can just pull these in and you're able to actually edit the text on them, and then you can resize. So very, very cute option there. You can just select that and shrink it down until it fits. I can manually change that to, well, let's do it a little bit smaller. But you guys get the idea. You're going to be able to totally customize your designs using Canva, which is so great because you can take in files that you like and make them your own. Now, if you were going to use this design, this is a instance where you're going to need to make sure to flip your image. But like I was saying before, you cannot flip your text in Canva unless the image has text in it already. I hope that that makes sense for everybody. But what you would need to do in this instance, if you added text, you're going to go ahead and change the name of this. So we're just going to change this to Christmas tree. And you would just download it like normal as a PNG. And then you're going to open it up, and this is where you would go, tools, flip horizontal, and then you would print it from here to your printer. If you all are curious at all in regards to pricing for the Pro, you can go up here to plans and pricing, and it's going to show you everything that's included with a Pro membership. So there are lots of perks to doing this. You can see the cost breakdown here. So lots of different options, but test it out using the free version at first and see if you like it. We sublimate constantly, and Canva is just tried and true for us. You just have endless options as far as design goes. And it's just super, super easy to follow, especially once you get in there and use it a few times. It's relatively easy to follow for all of your sublimation needs. I hope that you all learned something today and that you are now going to be able to easily navigate Canva on your own if you were curious about sublimation. We use Canva on a regular basis for sublimation, and we really, really love the software. It's just super foolproof and makes everything pretty streamlined for us. If you're new here, make sure to click the subscribe button and hit the little bell so every time that we post new videos, you'll be notified. And if you weren't aware, we offer a sublimation course through makersgonnalearn.com. If you go onto our website, you're going to be able to sign up for a sublimation course. So if sublimation is something you've been really interested in and you're just like, I don't know where to start, you don't even have to own a printer yet to start this course. So we walk you through all of the steps on how to actually buy a printer, what programs you need to use, how to design everything, and it actually comes with sublimation files when you sign up. So make sure to check out the Makers Gonna Learn website, and we will see you all in the next one. Bye.
Today I have some really great tips and tricks for you as well, as we did have like 2 or 3 trial ones before this that we were able to perfect. So we're going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about heating sources. We're going to talk all about sublimating on acrylic, because that is actually to me like a little bit more nerve-wracking.
It is.
There's more error that could happen aside from your print for this project, so more heating elements, but it's gonna be really good. I'm super excited for some of the hacks, and it's going to be so good, and we are really, really excited. Lauren, what's everyone saying in the comments? Yay, I cannot wait to make this project. Let's go over to the craft table and take a look at what's going on so I can give you a full-on review of everything we have here. I'm with my water down here. There's not too much here if you already have your sublimation supplies. I mean, it's really just getting the blanks. So this is your acrylic blank that you have here. I'm gonna measure this real quick. I wanna tell you the size ours is. It's a 3-inch circle. It's a 3-inch circle acrylic blank, and they're awesome. We're gonna actually turn it into a keychain. I mean, guys, can you see that? I don't know if you all are able to see that. We can go overhead if we need to. We can go overhead. This is what we're making today. Tell me if I need to move it up or down, or how is it? Oh, sweet. So this is what we're making today. I mean, Lauren, this is so adorable. And this is like real life. Like this is something people could really use. A perk is that this vinyl won't fall off because we're not using vinyl today.
Right.
So that's really a big deal.
Oh yeah.
Big deal. Let's go over supplies real quick. I have the heat glove because we love these. I think if you're gonna sublimate and do anything other than t-shirts, like you need these. Like these are, like at least one. If you could have two, even better.
Right.
I'm definitely using rubbing alcohol today, paper towel. Because we're extra, we have everything you need to turn it into like an actual keychain. So we have all the hardware. We have the little, I'm having spacing out.
Needle nose pliers.
Pliers, yes, needle nose pliers. And then the little tassels, guys. The tassels are awesome, and all of this can be picked up like at Amazon. So you can check out our Amazon links down below to go shopping. That'll be so much fun. Supports the channel. And y'all, I have the StarCraft heat press today. And let me tell you, there's a TikTok coming out soon of Lauren and the and the StarCraft heat press. Yeah. Because let me tell you, this thing is heavy. Heavy. So
we should post that TikTok right after this.
Yeah, we'll have to post it today just so you can see and understand what we're talking about. We'll post it on Instagram. So now you'll have a reason to go follow after the show. But this is going to be preheated to 385. And we're going to heat this for 50 seconds. So a lot of our warping and our issues actually happened when we were using it at 60 seconds. For some reason, sublimation is one of those things that 10 seconds can actually do a big difference. It's like a big jump, whether it's your color's not crisp enough, it's not rich enough. 10 seconds can make or break a project, especially when you're talking about this adorable keychain that we're going to do today. Now I have a question from a viewer that I want to address. And they asked, Tanner, can I do this with infusible ink? And the answer is, technically, you could is half of this project, and you'll know what I mean when we get to design space. You could do the shape of the outline. You're not able to do the text as easy as we are today. Like, you can't tell infusible ink. You can't print on infusible ink. It would be really cool. I've never tried it, but you could cut the shape out in infusible ink and then use an infusible ink marker to actually draw the writing if you really needed to.
Right.
But it's a lot easier what we're doing today with sublimation. So, yay! Oh my gosh, if you have the gloves are a must. Yes, I'm glad everyone's like in agreement. We have to have the gloves.
Yes.
I love that. So this is the StarCraft heat press. I get questions all the time. Is this worth the money? It's the clamshell. I did splurge on it. I don't splurge a lot on utensils, but like, they're always sold out.
Yeah.
They're always like talked about, and I wanted to know why. This does not have the swing away arm. I thought I would be very upset not having a swing away arm. I actually really like not having a swing away arm. I know that sounds crazy, but I haven't needed it. I will say I've done a lot of trainings, especially Lauren, when we were doing boot camp. Boot camp would have been very helpful to maybe have a swinging arm, but we made this work great. So
Deborah has a good question before.
Here is what we've done so far in Design Space. Like, this is not super tricky at all. We're using 2 fonts. We are using one Maker's Gonna Learn cut file, and we're actually using 2 images from Maker's Gonna Sublimate. So over here that I've selected right here, this is from Maker's Gonna Sublimate. So you're getting the sublimation background swatch, and you're getting the sublimation watercolor. So there's a few different ones you can choose from. Lauren, imagine using the watercolor on a full wrap tumbler.
Oh, I think it would be beautiful.
I love that. We have some really fun full wrap tumblers coming out. I'm gonna do a video comparing the Easy Press, the mug press, excuse me, to the convection oven. So those will be really good for the full wrap tumblers. So in addition to the files from the Maker's Gonna Learn sublimation course, we're using one file, which is Spring Flowers from makersgonnalearn.com. So if you're a member, you'll have this one. And then we're actually featuring 2 fonts today. So we have Albuquerque, and we also have Growing, I believe. Oh my gosh. I had it. I was so proud of myself for memorizing. No, it's not downloaded. I was so proud of myself for having it memorized, but I'll find it real quick. Let's go to makersgonnalearn.com, and I'm going to download it, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to download a font today. It starts with a B. Oh my gosh.
We had this issue literally
Is this not so
week.
fun? Oh my gosh.
We had this issue last week.
I'm not going to write down the, oh my gosh, it's called Blown Away.
That's it.
I love Blown Away. That's why it's one of my top, I think it's in my top 10 because Blown Away, when we first added fonts, this was one of our first. So Blown Away kind of has a special place in my heart.
Yeah.
I highly recommend y'all to download it. So when you become a member, which you can today using the coupon code MAKE to get that year membership if you don't already. So once you download that, you get this zip file. We're going to open up the Blown Away font right here. We're going to install that font. And then bada bing, bada boom. Lauren, that took what, 20 seconds?
Right.
I mean, look at that. So what I'm going to do now is head over here back to Design Space. And we already have it. So what we could do, one of my favorite hacks that Lauren taught me was if your project's saved and everything, you can just ask Design Space to reload, and then you will have your correct font. So I love it, love it, love it.
So Sandra asks, she said, I have the Cricut mug press, but my next big purchase is going to be a bigger mug press that I can do all shapes and sizes. Do we have a recommendation? We actually recommend a convection oven.
Yeah,
over a mug press.
Sandra. I really want you to consider the convection oven because it's going to allow you to do tumblers in our specific convection oven that's mentioned in the course. Lauren, I can do 3 full wrap tumblers at one time. That is huge because, for example, just to understand the training in the sublimation class, as the craft develops and we learn new things, we actually update the curriculum. So my original training was to do a full wrap tumbler just in the mug press. And then after I started playing around with the convection oven, I was like, whoa, this is a game changer. The results are so much better than a mug press. I mean, it's almost flawless. Like, it's really, really good. Especially, just to give you a recap, when you are doing a full wrap tumbler and you do it in the mug press, it's theoretically really hard to get like that lip, that professional lip to go underneath for it to transfer. The mug press doesn't do that. But when you're using the convection oven, you tape it really well. Some people saran wrap it, and I personally will just be real with you. I don't, and you'll see the results I get with my full wraps. I mean, they're flawless. But nonetheless, you are going to get something awesome. So yeah, that's what I recommend. Sandra, it's $80. So it's a really great deal in comparison to some other things on the market. So just be careful deciding so that you can save money, have something be effective. If you're making and selling projects, sublimation is for sure for you, and we love that. So anyway, let's head back over to Design Space. This is super awesome over here at Cricut Design Space. You can see I have the watercolor, and then right here, we're gonna take our background, and I'm just gonna place it. You can pick like what area you want to do it on. I'm just gonna place it right here. And then we're gonna select 2 layers, these 2, and we're gonna press slice.
So the cool thing about this is those shapes, you have access to those shapes with Maker's Gonna Sublimate.
Yes.
And you can make those shapes literally any color you want with the backgrounds. And that we have just by using that slice tool.
I love the slice tool.
I know.
It's so good. And then now that we have that, we're gonna come over here and I'm just gonna pick one flower. So you can pick really whichever one you would like. You don't have to be particular today. For this one, I'm gonna pick right here. I'm just gonna zoom in, bring these over. And look at, guys, our new keyboard makes me feel like we really are going places.
I know.
Like, if y'all did not know, like, it's a game changer. Now, guys, if you're ever wondering, like, why is this not where I want it to be? All you need to do is select the layer and then go to arrange, and then you can click send to front. So I'm just gonna leave my cursor there for a second so you can see where arrange is. You can see my little cursor. You can see the send to front button. Feel free to screenshot this if this will help you in the future. So just click that, bada bing, bada boom. Now I can size it down. Love that, love, love, love it. All right, next up, we are going to pull out our 2 fonts. So again, we're using Albuquerque for the always. So you can just search Al and you find Albuquerque.
So Heather says, is the mug press course in sublimation? So everything in the sublimation course is going to be always available to you.
Yes.
If you don't have space for the oven is when we say oven, it's literally like a tabletop. Like it would fit on this little table.
Yes.
I mean, it's small. It's about, I don't want to give you exact dimensions, but it's not like a big oven. But we understand if you don't have space. But everything in the sublimation course will be available to you always.
Yes. All right, so do you see how I just grabbed another text box? Guys, let's just have a quick overview of working with fonts. Let's do a little design. It is very intentional, my friend, that we have merged together a script font with what we call a basic font. So for Albuquerque, you could use the Albuquerque font. I love this one. If you're looking for one, I love it a lot as well. You could also use Barefoot Joanna. I feel like you all could guess that one. I love it. And yeah, you can always, merge it together with the Addie Kate font or the Blown Away font or any of our script fonts. Like this looks really great together and it's kind of awesome to have in your back pocket, honestly. So that's all you have to do to design it. What we did over here on the left was we took a 3-inch circle to represent our acrylic blank, and then we sized it down. But before we sized it down, we have one more tip. So if you notice, I have multiple layers. I mean, look at all these layers I have. I have 2 text boxes, I have the spring flower, and I have the slice result. If I press make it right now for those layers on the mat, you're going to see I have, multiple mats. There's quite a bit going on. So what we need to do is just select all of our layers. And we're just going to go ahead and click flatten. Now flatten is the one thing that probably needs its own training because flatten is my secret weapon for turning any design into print and cut or into a sublimation file with Design Space. So that's all you do. You size it for your acrylic blank like we already did. And then you would print this out on some amazing, I'm actually gonna delete this out. You're gonna go ahead and I'll flatten this one too. So they're both flattened. And then when you press make it, you're going to see we are actually going to print this through Cricut Design Space. So we're actually going to use Cricut Design Space for the sublimation training, which is awesome. Now we are actually not having to do any sort of mirroring today. Traditional sublimation, please mirror it, but today's project you don't have to, but if you need to, here's the mirror button. On, off, it's not necessary.
And the reason it's not necessary is because we are actually where it is an acrylic round.
Yeah, sublimating the back.
You're sublimating the back, that way nothing rubs off on the front.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me to explain that.
It's okay.
And then when you press continue, I am going to help you all understand how to get the best basic print settings. So let's click send to printer and we're going to use system dialog and then press print. Oh, and I would turn bleed off. I accidentally forgot, but if you need to, say you're like me and you forgot to, click this X, click send to printer, turn bleed off, turn system dialog on, and press print. And then it's go pop up on the back, just like so. Now, I want to let you all know, when you are using a sublimation printer, you have to sync up your colors with your ink, with your printer, and your computer. They all three work together. The printer, the ink, your sublimation ink of choice, and your computer. They all three work together. So we are super, super excited for that. You can go over here and go from normal to best quality. I highly recommend that. And we're using A-Sub sublimation paper today. So A-Sub sublimation paper, we use our Epson, and that's awesome. So any of that is really, really good. You can have more, kind of layouts. You could go over here to print settings. I like to tell it that we're actually using matte paper because it'll know that we need to go ahead and give a little bit more ink than if it was glossy, so it seeps in, which is great for sublimation. If you didn't mirror it, you could actually mirror it here, but we're not needing that today. And then you print it out. So pretend you printed it out and you have it. Let's go overhead to our design. So this right here is printed on A-sub paper today, and it is awesome. So we love, love, love that. I'm gonna grab my pair of scissors, and then look, we're just gonna cut this out. So we're actually just going to cut this out today, just like so. Lauren, how is everyone doing?
They're doing great. They are doing great. Heather, the one that we were talking about, the oven.
Hey, Heather.
The reason she does it is because she lives in a tiny house in Hawaii. She's living my dream.
Well, Heather, honey.
Yeah, we understand.
I hope you go to the beach. Maybe, I mean, I'm honored that she's watching. I hope you're at your tiny home. We want to live vicariously through you.
Yes, yes.
Will you start making TikToks?
Just make TikToks.
Yeah, just make TikToks about it.
So we can see where, see the beach.
Yes. So notice this is very matte paper. And notice, I just want to give you, let me give the background here too. If you notice, this is a little bit, the finished is a little bit more vibrant than our printout. That is normal for sublimation, okay? That is very normal. So what we're gonna do now, we have heat resistant tape on the table, and we're actually going to tape our design to the back of one of our acrylic blanks. So I'm just gonna remove this right here, and before we tape it, we're actually going to clean it with rubbing alcohol. Love cleaning any acrylic, glass, anything like that.
It's
with rubbing
actually,
alcohol.
when you're doing sublimation, one of the things that I have discovered, whether it be an acrylic, you would clean it with rubbing alcohol, but if you are doing any type of shirt or like a
lint roll it. You gotta lint roll it.
It is imperative that you clean or lint roll, because any little fiber will seep into what you are sublimating on.
And you know, if you don't have, you know, if it's dusty or, you know, linty or anything like that, you're just not going to get a great look for those t-shirts. So you just want to be careful about that. So now that we have that, we are actually going to now take our design, and this is technically the back, but notice how we're just going to lay it here, and then we can kind of place it perfectly, like wherever we want it. So right here looks good to me. And remember, now I can touch it because I'm touching the front, and then I'm going to start taping it just like so. So I want to make sure I really secure it on here, because we're placing this inside our big ol' StarCraft clamshell, which if you're just tuning in, I love the thing. Like, I absolutely love our clamshell.
So Mommy Care said, can you sublimate on any acrylic keychain or any acrylic blank?
I believe, so acrylic you can actually sublimate on, and it's really, really awesome. So if it's flat, I would definitely, you know, make sure, depending on, you say any, so that starts to scare me, like if there's
any
certain,
is like, I don't want to say yes you can on any.
Yeah, that would be like saying you can sublimate on any piece of wood. Like, I wouldn't sublimate on any piece of wood.
I mean, I wouldn't sublimate on treated wood.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you have to be careful with all of it. So yeah, but you can sublimate on acrylic in general. So that's awesome. Okay, so I just added some tape. I'm gonna add one more piece for safety. Did I overdo it? Probably. It's okay. But okay, so what we're gonna do now, you might ask a question, Tanner, do I sublimate acrylic up? Do I sublimate acrylic down? Wherever your sublimation paper is, the sandwich should be, actually, speaking of sandwich, I'm gonna rip this in half. Okay, we're gonna have, the sandwich will be inside your heat press, which will go to the heat press camera here in a minute. You will do butcher's paper down, your design with your sublimation paper facing up, and then another piece of butcher's paper. So Sadie, can we go over here to our clamshell camera? Thank you. So we've got our butcher's paper down here. We're preheated to 385, y'all, 385. And then what we have done is we have got the timer set for 50 seconds. Not 60 seconds. We had some issues when we went to 60 seconds. So what we're doing today is we're going to place our sublimation design. I'm actually, Lauren, go intentionally place it more towards the front. And why I'm placing it more towards the front is because this is acrylic. I don't want it to warp too bad. I feel like if it's further back, it's gonna have even more pressure. I let the pressure gauge on mine kind of loosen up. Yeah. Mine's not gonna be, I almost thought about just holding it, like not even fully pressing it down. You could do whichever one. I would test it and be careful. So we're gonna place another piece of butcher's paper. If you don't have butcher's paper, y'all, you need the course, because if you don't know why you use butcher's paper, what it's for, just get the course. Like, you really need it. It's really important. So now we're gonna press this down, and that's a little scary. Like, hearing that click in is very, very scary. And it's already counting down the 50 seconds.
We did get a question, can you sublimate with your press iron? I'm gonna say no, because I don't think the irons, like press irons that you use when you are pressing your clothes, they don't get hot enough anymore.
Right.
This needs to be, we are sitting at what,
385 is very hot for Cricut, and is almost one of the highest temperatures I'd use when I'm sublimating.
Right.
Like 400 is like the top. So 385 is very, very warm. So no, this is not something you can do with a regular iron.
Yeah.
You need a heat press. You could do a version of this with an easy press.
Yes, you could
I would love to see, I mean, you could easily do this. Oh, here we go.
Okay, this is important, so we're gonna be quiet.
Yep, so we're opening this up. Now, the number one thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go straight from here, is we are putting this straight inside of the water, okay? So we're placing this right into the water. I just wanted you to be able to see us place this in the water. And we're gonna let that's what we're gonna use to cool this off. Now, ours did warp, so I'm actually gonna share with you how to fix that after we let this sit for about 2 minutes. So I'm gonna go back over to the main camera. So right back over here, I'm turning my heat press off because
it gets hot.
It's like warm, like I'm sweating. So it's so good. Make sure you use cast acrylic. Thank you, Karen. Cast acrylic is really great for this, and we love that. So we're gonna let this cool off a little bit. It's very important.
She did say she meant the Cricut press iron. Like, so if it's the Cricut easy press.
Yes. Because you can get to 385 degrees. So that is awesome. But we're just gonna let this sit here and cool off. So what we are gonna do is plug in our our Wagner heat gun. And then what we're gonna do is, here in a minute, we're gonna use a little pan and a bottle of paint, and we're gonna unwarp it. So this is gonna be really great. Lauren, I don't know about you, I love my Wagner heat gun.
Yes.
I use this for a lot of tricks, a lot of different DIYs. It's so good. So anyway, I'm just going to throw this away, just like so.
So that water also helps the paper come off of the sublimated acrylic as well.
Yes, that's
it's not just to cool it down, it's also to help bring that paper
There's
off.
multiple hacks happening here, which is really awesome. I love that there's multiple hacks happening, and it's so good. So here we go. Look at this. We can go overhead if we're not already, so you can kind of see here in the water, you can kind of start taking this tape off. And
it's okay if you have paper that gets stuck to your acrylic. That is because I remember the first time Courtney,
she was freaking out.
She freaked out the first time that she sublimated on acrylic. But it's one of those that if you let it sit in the water and you just kind of rub it off or scratch it off, it comes right off.
Yeah, I'm getting the tape off first. I found that to be, like, once the tape's off, everything else is just go kind of flow a little bit better. So while we're doing this, like, let me know if you all have any questions. Are there anything you all want us to cover? This could be membership related. This could be Cricut related, sublimation related. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Carol says, I ruined a garden flag the other day. Do you think it was weight of Big Easy Press? Temp suggested from 143 or time. Carol, were you sublimating or Cricuting? She says ruin. I want to assume sublimating. Carol, were you sublimating? Let me know. So what I'm going to do is just start using my finger and start rubbing it off. And as you see here, it just starts coming off kind of in chunks, which is great. So look at this. Oh my goodness. Look at this.
It is a little, just a little bit time consuming to take that paper off. So just be patient.
Yeah.
Give yourself a little grace.
Yes.
It's all about that. So let's see how many friends we have with us today. We have 206 watching.
Woohoo! Hello, everyone.
Which is a really good number, I feel like, for the last little bit.
Yeah, I love that. So I'm just cleaning this up.
Can you use infusible ink sheets on acrylic blanks?
Can you use infusible ink sheets on acrylic blanks?
Yes.
So it is just printed. It is just printed sublimation. So yeah. So that's what you all should take away from this video is that, believe it or not, sublimation is like printed infusible ink sheets is just printed sublimation. Like instead of you printing your own sublimation design, right. Cricut printed it for you, right. And you are just going to use theirs.
Okay, so Michelle, while he's doing this, your question popped up. I have sublimation seatbelt straps. Are you meaning like the actual strap of like a seatbelt, or are you talking about like the little cover that goes over it so the seatbelt doesn't rub like on your neck?
Oh, I bet it's one of those. That's cool.
That's what I was
thinking. Awesome.
Anyway, she asked what temperature time would you recommend on a swing away? That's something that you have to play around with. If it is like the fuzzy, like kind of plush thing that you put around a seatbelt, I would think it would be about the same as a blanket, which I think we did at 400 for 60. Is that right?
400 for 60? Yeah. So I love doing sublimation with blankets is actually so fun. So fun. So Carol says she was sublimating.
Michelle, and then Michelle said it's a cover. So if it's one of those like Velcro covers that is kind of more plush, that's what I would suggest. Hannah, do you have any?
You know, I would say 400. I would say 400. And we're trying to figure out time too.
She said temp and time.
Yeah, 400 for 60 seconds. If it's more like a blanket material, that's what we use, and it works really, really good. So that's what we recommend. I love that. You're gonna really enjoy being able to sublimate on blankets. Like I just wanna give a highlight. I teach how to sublimate on blankets in the course too. So we love that. I've done it live as well, but there's so many good tips that you'll enjoy. So
not plush. I bet it's more of the neoprene.
Neoprene, okay, yeah. Around the same time, 380 might work. One thing I do love is in the Maker's Gonna Sublimate, just like in our membership, we have a temperature chart for our friends that are cricketing. We have a temperature chart for our friends that sublimate. So feel free to download that when you join, because let me tell you, trying to scour the web for all the different temperatures, very frustrating, y'all, very frustrating. So definitely check that out. Now, what we're going to do, this is the fun part. We are going to go to the high setting. We are going to watch this acrylic kind of flatten out. As you guys can see, can we have the overhead? This overhead right here, you guys see that? That is not cutting it.
I know.
Not cutting it. So we're just gonna melt this, and then I'm going to place a paint bottle on here just to help flatten it out because it will be very warm. So we're just going
to have to be an actual like paint can, like anything heavy that's not going to, like, I don't want to say ruin with the heat because it is going to get hot.
Yeah, that is true. So I'm just going to warm this up. Just warming her up. I didn't think about neoprene. Guys, when you think about all the different things you can sublimate, I mean, I just get so excited.
Yeah. Let's see. What are our friends saying? Would it be easier to clean the paper off with a pan scrubber?
I thought about using a hand scrubber, but then I really like to keep my material simple, and using your fingers is fine. So that's why I didn't. Oh, Linda, please email us and we'll get you the temperature chart.
So I'm going to drop that link for our customer service team.
Yes.
If anyone has any questions, definitely email us. It's hi@makersgonnalearn.com, but I will drop that right here.
Yes. Now look, it's already flattening out, and you really don't even have to use the paint can because it's already flattening out. I should have put a piece of butcher's paper under here.
Are you warming the front or the back? They're asking.
I'm warming the back because wherever it's warped, I'm wanting it to flatten out. So you can then place that on there, just like so. So I can kind of see how it's doing. Oh my goodness, that was, wow. That flattened out quick. That flattened out real quick, real quick. Oh, she's hot. Okay, we're gonna sit it over here. But as you guys can see now, I mean, this is, that was so fast. I love that. Okay, so after that's flattened out, you guys, that was impressive. Like, Obviously not everyone's gonna have a heat gun, but what I'm gonna tell you is that if you don't have a heat gun and you're doing this project, Lauren, I don't know if we've tried multiple ways, but you're still run a risk of warping because you're having to get it so hot to sublimate, but then the acrylic wants to obviously warp a little.
Yeah.
Were we just talking about like flattening the acrylic?
They were asking, can you flatten it as soon as you pull it out and then put it in water after it flattens?
I don't think so. From us, I don't believe so, because it would be like extra hot.
Or you can't, because we didn't test it that way.
Yeah, this was the easiest way for us to get the result, but also we have the heat gun, so like that was helpful to have in our back pocket. So I'm not sure. I do have another one that we could just hypothetically test real quick.
I would say let's do it.
I mean, why not? That's what you all are here for. We're here to hang out. We have it, so we'll do it real quick.
We also had a friend ask us.
Hello.
Let me find it. Because it was really good. It was why are we using the heat gun? Where did it go?
Oh, the heat gun. Well, we were flattening it out.
There it is. Why the heat gun rather than boiling water?
Oh, well, maybe you could use boiling water. Again, we have a craft room. So in our craft room, we don't just boil water a lot.
But I mean,
I guess it would work.
If it gets up to that temperature for you to be able to pull it out and...
Heck yeah. I love that. Okay, so we're just go do this real quick. I'm turning my clamshell back on. I'm gonna try to see if it remembers our settings.
She said that she reflattens her acrylic plates with boiled water.
Oh, look at you. I mean,
I love it.
I do too.
I absolutely love it.
I do too. So, okay, what we're gonna do is we have another one, because we just magically have others, and we're going to, I'm gonna set this up to where we're gonna take it and like instantly flatten it.
Yeah.
Like no cold water, we're gonna try to flatten it right away, because I think that's a great idea. So I'm gonna have my handy dandy Wilton pan here. I'm going to have my butcher's paper. I'm gonna grab more butcher's paper, and then we're just as soon as we press that, we're going to flatten it out with our handy dandy StarCraft chalk and mineral paint bottle, which, I mean, hey, we flatten it. So yay! An embossing wand, I believe, would work. It would take a little bit longer, because let me tell you, this heat gun gets hot fast.
Yeah.
So we're at 266 degrees. So real quick, let's just talk about, just add your keychain accessories. I would recommend having a pack of these on hand if you're a cricketer or crafter at all, because you're going to use this in many different crafts. Leather keychains, acrylic keychains. You can put vinyl on acrylic as well. So if you're watching today and you're like, I don't sublimate, what can I do? You can add vinyl to these. You can paint the backs if you want. If you don't want to do the watercolor design that we did, that's very trendy. Lauren, who hasn't seen the vinyl and the paint on the acrylic keychains, I mean, that's awesome. So yes, so good. And yeah, we're just getting preheated right now. Now I wish I didn't turn it off. I mean,
well, it was getting very hot.
Can you feel it over there? Can you feel it over there?
Not necessarily can I feel it over here, but I also know that we don't have the air on in here.
That is, all right, guys. So we've been able to take this. I taped it just very gently. We're really not even worried about the design at this point. We're mainly worried about getting this sublimate. So let's take this, place it down, and then place this right here. And then we're gonna do this real quick. And then boom. Okay.
So for those of you that, if you are just now joining, what we're doing is
so you can learn with this. Okay, we gotta do this fast. Boom. We're gonna take this,
pull,
boom, and boom.
Actually, when you pulled that out, it didn't look like it warped.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, from over here, it did not look like it warped at all.
It looked like it was warped when I looked at it.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I don't think it was. But if it was, it's not no more.
It's not warped now.
Look at that. Oh, well, I guess it's still hot.
It's hot. Don't touch it. Put your gloves on, child.
Okay.
Don't break it.
It's okay. It's good. It's good. It's actually really good. It's actually a lot better than our other one. So like you can, here, we'll go overhead. You can see like it's barely, I mean, this is so much better than before. So
right.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you have this. So, wow. I mean, look, so I think it works, but also I don't think it warped near as bad. We could say that.
I probably would have personally left the paint can if it was more warped than that. Probably would have left the paint can just a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But I really, I just don't know that it was warped when we pulled it out the first time. And I think it's because, I'll
clean that up later.
Here's my theory.
Oh, Lauren's got a theory.
I
love it. I love it.
And today, if you do sublimation and you are into sublimation, we have the hack of all hacks for you.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Good stuff.
It is so good. This is all about using our amazing sublimation, taking advantage of doing a little hack that you're gonna be very impressed with. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we're making, y'all. You're not gonna believe it. As we get over here at the craft area, I am so excited for this project. Here's what I wanted to show you. This is it. So this is what we're making. I really, really, really love these tumblers that you're able to make with your convection oven, because you can make up to 3 of these at a time, which is insane. You don't have to have the mug press. I have tested, I believe we recorded a video testing mug press versus convection oven, things like that. You know, it's very interesting, but the convection oven is so good. All right, so I love this. Here is what we're going to teach you all how to make today. We are using a pattern from Maker's Gonna Learn. We are using a font called Demonstration. We're using an offset, and we're going to touch on the connection between Cricut Design Space, Canva, and our internal computer. Because when you sublimate, there is not a all around easy peasy one-stop shop for this, right? There's not a one-stop shop. So when you are sublimating, and the reason why you want to sublimate, y'all, is like, I just wish they could feel it. I wish I could hand this to you through the camera and say, you need it. Someone says, can you explain what sublimation is? Of course I can.
I'm so glad you're touching on this.
Yeah.
We've had so many questions.
many comments. They're like, wait, I want to know. I get it. So sublimation, if you've heard of infusible ink, infusible ink is printed sheets of sublimation transfers. Cricut has bundled it, and of course in a Cricut fashion called it something totally abstract. Infusible ink, amazing name. But this right here is a sheet of printed sublimation ink. It comes out of a printer with ink. As the heat here activates, it is going to heat that up, and y'all are in for a treat today because I'm doing one start to finish. You're going to see how this ink will actually heat up and become a gas, and at the end of the day, become something super permanent. Now, one of my biggest questions I get, Tanner, what can you sublimate on? Can I sublimate on a black t-shirt? Can I sublimate on a cotton t-shirt? No and no. This is only for like white and light colors, unless you're bleaching. That is taught in our programming, Maker's Gonna Sublimate, so definitely check that out. And 2, cotton does not store that gas. So what you have to have is something like this right here, which is a sublimation blank. All right, this is what's considered a sublimation blank. Click our link down below, look at our supply list. You can see this is a sublimation blank. There's so many. You can do car coasters. You can do, I mean, there's so many different blanks, like koozies, pillowcases. I mean, so many things, right? So I love sublimation, but you can also do polyester fabrics. So you could get a t-shirt that is 65% poly mixed with cotton, and that would be able to sublimate. The more polyester, the better it will be when you sublimate. The broader, the more vibrant colors and things like that. Does that give everyone a nice intro to sublimation?
A great intro.
Because I want to have a good base before we move on.
Great intro. A couple things, questions that I've had that I'm going to touch on real quick.
Let's do it.
You cannot use inkjet printer ink. You can use an Epson EcoTank, which is technically an inkjet printer. However, you must convert it into a sublimation printer using sublimation ink. And there are plenty of great sublimation inks out there. We're not going to go into which ones are better.
We do teach on converting your printer in the course. We do touch on our philosophy of inks. There's a lot of training that can go into this. So yeah, great question.
Next one is somebody asked if it comes out of the ink, out of the printer wet. It does not, but you do not want to put your fingers on any type of sublimation paper.
No, because if I scratch it, it will not transfer the same.
It won't transfer the same.
Yep.
And then there was, somebody asked what it feels like. It feels like nothing. It absolutely feels like nothing.
Yeah, like if I close my eyes, I'm like, I don't feel it, I don't see it.
Yes.
It's weird.
You do not need to do this in your kitchen oven.
No.
You need to have a special small convection oven, because what happens...
There's a gas.
It is a gas. So yes, there was another question. Is there a smell? Yes, there is a very faint smell.
Yeah, it's not bad.
We are in a well-ventilated studio.
Very large studio.
Do not do this in a very small enclosed area without opening a window or some type of ventilation.
Now, Susan says, I heard you need to print on laser printer paper and not inkjet. So Susan, here at Makers Gonna Learn, we recommend using sublimation paper, which is from a brand called A-Sub. It is pretty much the standard when it comes to sublimation paper. It's awesome. Get you a pack of it. It'll be great. So it is so good. I love it. Last year, I focused on learning design space. Working with cardstock, would sublimation be right for me? Could you scroll up so I could see that comment just again? Oh, would love to learn sublimation, but out of my budget. Rosalind, believe it or not, like a lot of what you've learned will help you get into sublimation when you're ready. So I say still keep your focus over there, and maybe this Christmas add in sublimation and things like that. Definitely something to save up for. So the oven we are giving away today, the more you engage, the more you show up, the more you comment, the better chances you have. And supplies, pretty minimal. The main supplies we have, I'm going to kind of bring it all into frame so you guys can kind of see what we're going to do, and then we'll go overhead and give you a close-up of our design. Now, if you're a sublimation pro, stick with me because you're going to see a little hack here today that you're going to be pleasantly surprised with. So we can go overhead now. Here's what we've got. We are using the heat gun for a special little hack. I cannot wait for you all to see that at the end, so get ready. We have our tape dispenser with heat-resistant tape. I will teach you exactly why you need the heat-resistant tape, so stay tuned. You will need this right here. This is a lint roller. The lint roller is going to help you remove any debris, anything off of your sublimation blank. For example, if there is dust on your sublimation blank, when you do that transfer, it is not going to allow it to sublimate properly. So you always want to make sure the debris is off of it and make sure it's good to go for the best quality. You don't want smudge marks, you don't want, sweaty hands, anything like that on here. You want to be careful and take care of it. We are using a pair of scissors today. I touched on it just briefly. We are using A-Sub paper, and we have printed this beautiful design. It's always going to print a little bit fainter than what it will come out on the actual design. We're getting some comments asking about our design today, and this is actually a Makers Gonna Learn cut file that I'll be sharing with you. So if you're a member, you will be able to make this project, okay? You will be able to make this project. Let me share with you all the finished one. Oh, Alicia worked so hard on this, and her name's on it, so I love that. So you can see I want to call it Terrazzo. So you can see this beautiful design. I mean, it's so good. It's so awesome. We're using a font. I have a few sticky notes to keep me on task today, so I'm just going to move these sticky notes so I can look at them better, because I want to make sure we do everything perfect. So our font today is Demonstrate. I love this font. When we do this font, we're going to add an offset. Oh, shout out to Crystal Williams, 4-year member. You're amazing. Go Crystal. Love all our members here. Kathy says, can you make this on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper? So for this size, we are actually doing 9.3 by 8.2. So it would have to be a little bit smaller, but you could do something very, very similar. So yeah, let's just take another look at this right here. You are going to love it. I feel like this is a cult and I'm slowly being sucked into buying membership.
No, I'm just, like, there's been a lot of people asking about resizing of this. So when we get this over into Canva, you can actually resize this in Canva to fit whatever you're doing. So somebody asked about like a mug or a larger tumbler or a smaller, I think somebody said something about a shot glass. Like you can resize your design and we will show you how.
Yes. And the course is self-paced. So it's all pre-recorded, no interruptions, learn at your own pace curriculum. And the membership is linked down below. Click the link, get in. It's a little more than like 40 something cents a day. I wanna say it's like 45 cents a day. So you pay a one lump sum for the deal today, but you get access for a full 365 days. So yay, oh my goodness, Michelle, you're cracking me up, I love it. Aw, Tanner, how can anyone ever be sad around you? You're so happy and joyful. Thank you, Patty. We try our best here. The coffee really does help. It elevates.
A lot. I mean, the coffee
it's fantastic. It's fantastic. Denise, inside of Maker's Gonna Sublimate, I will teach you how to use Inkscape for sublimation. So I kind of merge the two together and make it really practical. I'm not just teaching Inkscape, I'm teaching what to use for sublimation and things. But let's go over, head over to the share screen. We are going to take a look. This is Maker's Gonna Sublimate. So you can go over, you can do one payment for the $70 off, or you can break it up into 2 payments. Again, only 2 days, so that's kind of crazy. You're going to learn everything you need. You're gonna be able to get this for an insane value. You're getting the 16 videos, more than 200 exclusive files. We, of course, are giving you that digital ebook so that you have everything you need to master it and have it organized. And you're going to be able to go from lost to really taken care of really quickly. We'll have over 7 projects start to finish you can create right away. You can read more of the nitty-gritty of each lesson. This is incredible. I'm going to teach you how to sublimate on cotton, sublimate on wood, start to finish garden flag, making a tumbler, using photographs with sublimation. And now let me share with you some of the 200 plus files that you will die over. These are all sublimation ready. These are designed specifically for sublimation. We did a lot of research. Courtney's entire team worked very hard on this. You're getting some amazing images. You're getting amazing patterns to take advantage of, some exclusive member patterns that we haven't seen from the Maker's Gonna Learn Vault is actually here today. And what I wanted to share with you was some of these right here. We have specific mug and tumbler images, and it is fantastic. So I love this. You have different ways to match patterns with scribbles and things like that. It's awesome. So Maker's Gonna Sublimate is not included in your membership. This is such a large program. It's an independent course. There's no recurring fee. Once you pay your registration, you are in for a lifetime. You have lifetime access of the course. So that is awesome. Helena just purchased the course. Amazing, worth the price. I love it. Yes, these files are incredible. So you will love, love, love that. But let's go ahead and take a look at what you're going to need. So over our last release, we have released over 6, how do you pronounce it? Terrazzo patterns. So what we've done is you have different colors, you have a different variation, and it is super, super fun. So we love that. So we're using the pattern number 1, and you'll see that over here when we hop over to Cricut Design Space. If you already have the sublimation course, you already have access to those files. So go download it, my friend. That is awesome. I am definitely in the wrong Cricut Design Space. This is a sneak peek.
Whoops.
Whoopsie doopsie.
Sneaky piggy.
Sneaky piggy. Sneaky peek. Sneaky peek. Okay, let me head over here.
It's because when she was showing you something else.
That's so funny. I love it, love it, love it, love it. Let me find my project. Oh, we got maintenance happening on the 18th. Everybody, buckle up, buckle up. Let's click view all. I'm going to search for the proper project.
So Debbie wants us to ask, will you still have access to the course if, heaven forbid, you have to cancel your yearly or monthly membership? So guess what? If you buy this course, you have it for life.
Yes.
It is not part of our yearly or monthly membership.
Correct.
Once you buy the course, it is yours. You have access to it.
Yes, great question. I love that question, and we love it. So what we're going to do is we're pairing the Terrazzo, I can't even say it.
Terrazzo,
thank you. We're grabbing that Terrazzo file. You would upload it like normal cut file, and you would be able to just snatch it. So I'm gonna scroll through and see if I have it, but if not, we'll just re-download it. Where is my file? That is a version, that's a version. I don't know if that's the proper version of the one we're using, so I'm just gonna download it real quick and you'll see how easy it is. Download, open up that zip file.
Barbara says, I promised my family I wouldn't get any more toys, ... Guess I lied. I love this.
You'll love Sublimation. And honestly, my friends, if you're into selling, the thought of selling, anything like that, you would be able to sell this and do really, really well with it. So anyway, we have grabbed this file. There's two accidentally. So here's what the file looks like when you upload it. And we're just going to go ahead and size this width to 6.75. Now what I like to, I typed in 7.75. 6.75, beautiful. And when you have this sized right here, here is what we're going to do, all right? We are going to now, after sizing it to there, we are going to grab a new text box and we're going to system and we'll see if we have our demonstrate font, which is right here. And look at this font. I mean, I can just put text on here, like it looks so good. So this is a Maker's Gonna Learn font. And we are just going to type out Alicia. Alicia, beautiful. We're gonna scale this down. And what we're going to do now is we are actually going to go ahead and press offset. We're offsetting this at 0.15. Beautiful. Look at that with rounded edges. We are going to press apply. And now while we're selecting both of these layers, we're just going to go ahead and rotate. Do you see how I'm able to rotate this and it like kind of clicks? It clicks into place. How we're doing this is I'm pressing shift. As long as you're pressing shift, you will see the results of that. All right. So before we move on, I am actually going to grab the colors of our design. Like we're using kind of some complementary colors. So I'm going to select our background, our offset, and I'm going to select the color here. And I'm going to just grab a color from the back. So we could see how that blue looks. That looks cool. And then we're going to grab our text and we're going to go under material color and grab this beautiful lighter color. All right, look at this. Is this not coming together great? I love it. So now that you have this, let's scale it down. Let's bring it over here. And I'm just going to go ahead and select all, you know what? I'm going to select these text boxes. I'm just going to group them real quick. And then I'm going to select 2 of these layers and I'm going to click align and we're going to center. So it just centers that right here. It is so, so good. It is awesome. Now, Lauren, that was pretty easy.
Yeah.
We sized it. I didn't tell everyone why. We sized this at 6.75 because that fits within the print and cut parameters.
Yes.
So using Cricut Design Space, they kind of limit you, unfortunately. The design abilities are amazing, but how many of us sometimes are not able to, you know, take full advantage for sublimation? So you have to incorporate other tools and other workarounds. So that is why we are doing kind of the harder work in a program we're familiar with, and then we're going to do some of the easy stuff outside of it. So now that you're here, you've uploaded your background, you've sized it, you've done your text work, you've added that offset, it is snuck in right there, and it is so, so good. And yes, Rebecca, it is an additional fee to being a member, but we recommend if you are already a member to use the same account. You're going to select all these layers and you're going to click flatten. Oh my gosh, they do need to download Demonstrate. Demonstrate is the font. If you guys didn't catch that yet, the font name is Demonstrate.
Yes.
All right, look at this. You're pretty much done. We've already did all the work, so I'm going to delete this one. And you can see this is the finished. So when you click Make It, you are now going to be able to click Continue. It's on a mat. And then what we're going to do is click Send to Printer. All right, we are going to turn bleed off. Okay, turn that off. We are going to click Use System Dialog, turn that on, and then here's what we're going to do. We are going to click Print. Here's the crazy thing. This is why you have to be a member to learn all our tricks and be a subscriber here, because look, it says Preparing Print, and you're like, where is it? Well, y'all, if you're new to Cricut, look, it's behind you. Boom, look at that. How else would you know? So what we're gonna do now is we are going to go down here to PDF and we're going to click Open in Preview. And this right here, oh, I forgot. My design looked to be a little skewed, so let me go back. It didn't bring this Alicia part in for some reason. So we're going to click Undo, and I'm going to try to use this one. There it is. So we're going to send to printer. We're going to click Turn Off Bleed. We're going to turn on System Dialog and click Print. This is a great question. Why bleed off? So we don't need bleed for any reason. It is going to be true print. If you want to be ahead of the game, you can go ahead and click Edit and turn Mirror on. So you can go ahead and mirror it for you because we are sublimating this. So you can press Done.
But if I'm not mistaken, whether you mirror it or not, that cup is going 2 different ways.
Oh.
So it's either the Alicia, the A is going to be on the left side, the bottom of the A is either going to be on the left side, or the bottom of the A is going to be on the right side.
That is true. For this design.
For this specific design.
That is awesome. You are right. I love that. So mirror not for this one. If it was the other way, you would have to make sure to mirror it properly. But let's click Send to Printer, and the preview looks good here. We're going to click Use System Dialog. We're going to turn off Add Bleed, and we'll click Print. It's right here, and there we go. I love it, love it, love it. Beth, I think it was just like a Cricut error. I just did it again with a different design, the other one. And you can click down here from PDF. We're going to select Open in Preview. And boom, look at this. We've got our design in preview. This is awesome, looks beautiful. What we're gonna do now is we're going to go ahead and I want to just go ahead and make sure this black design, like this black square, is off. So I'm just going to click here and just remove it. You don't have to here. There's other places you can do that. But I'm just just trying to see if we need to remove it. We can remove it later too, whichever. You can always cut around it at the end. So this is a PDF. So we're just going to click File, Export. And we are going to just name this Alicia. And we are going to change from format PDF to format PNG. All right. It's going to Documents. My resolution's 150. And you can click Save. Just like that. So now over here, you can go to Documents and you'll have it. So yay. Look at all these. I have so many open, but this is the one we're going to keep and close all these out. Okay, so what's going to happen is you're going to go over here to Canva. You're going to upload this into Canva. And what I want to show you is when you are here, we teach you all about sizing, all about resizing in the course, but you can go to you can go to Canva and create a new document. You can go to Canva and open another one and resize it. Under resize, notice that we are making the size 9.3 by 8.2. Lauren, I don't know if you want to put that in the chat just so they can like try to grab it. Screenshot this right here if you're like, okay, I'm buying the same tumbler. What size are they doing? Take a picture of this, screenshot it. 9.3 by 8.2. All right, 9.3 by 8.2. I love the demonstrate font. It's awesome. All you do is you want to make sure that you are able to upload the image and make sure that black square isn't there. So size that there, and then you would upload your file. And if you click on it, you can see in the background, we have the full design with the squares. We just sized it. So if you've not worked in here a lot, you can watch our training in the course. We'll help you walk you through that really easily. And then what I did was I added a page by clicking this add page button where it says add page. It'll be the same size. And you can see here when you go to uploads, you can upload just your file. I can upload just my file and size it because for the hack we're doing today, you need both. You need some of these images here plain and you need your file. So just for visualization purpose, let me also share with you how we took our amazing file that we just grabbed. So I'm going to upload it. So it's very similar to Cricut.
Right. So real quick, we've had a couple people ask questions.
Yes.
Canva is completely separate from Design Space. Currently, we have Pro, but for this specific thing, because you are just uploading, I think did you save it as a PNG, correct?
I did. The PNG is awesome.
You're just uploading it as a PNG. I think one of the big differences between Canva and Canva Pro, I think with Pro you get a little bit more like shapes and pictures and stuff to work with. And then you also get that background removal tool with Canva Pro. But with this one, you do not have to have a background removal tool. Right. So you could do this. I'm assuming that this can be done in just a free Canva program.
Yes. We're not doing anything super, hard or anything like that. So you just size this appropriately. Mine is like being a little funky. I'm trying to make sure I am able to do it. I'm just making sure Alicia doesn't move and then trying to scale it up to get that background off. So you can do this and just play around with it, but you guys kind of see what we would do here. I think my size was not proper because this one, remember when I was exporting that properly sized one?
I think what she did is instead of just pulling in one with her name on it, she saved it as one without the name and pulled it in as a separate sheet.
Oh, okay.
That's what she did.
Love it, love it, love it. Well, either one, it is so good. So you can save it, you know, whichever way. The secret here is just making sure, I'm gonna pull this resize up again, 9.3 by 8.2. All right, so good. And then you would print this out. So it's really that simple. It is so, so simple because this is allowing us to go larger. This is going larger than what we're able to do in Cricut. So you kind of have to have this little workaround to be able to do this. So Canva is just a website. You could also do this, Lauren, in like Inkscape, like we talked about. They're pretty much the same techniques and everything like that.
You could, yeah, but I just, Canva is just so much easier to work in.
Yeah, and you don't have to have the Canva Pro. It's very interesting. So what you would do, y'all, at this step is just export it. So you can click share and then you can click download and you can save the PNG. You can save all 3 pages. You can save 1. We're just going to turn off page 3 and click download. It's downloading this right here. I use Inkscape. Inkscape is free and it's awesome. We do see a glitch here and there, but for the freeness, like, it's awesome.
Oh, absolutely. And this is where, so the reason behind him printing an extra sheet.
Oh, it's for a hack.
The extra sheet of the pebbles is for a hack that you all definitely do not want to miss. A lot of people, when they are doing the full wrap tumblers, and these 20-ounce skinny tumblers that we do, the reason that a lot of people do the 20-ounce skinny tumblers is because you can use an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper.
Yes, we love it.
And we love that, love it for that.
And you're gonna see that done today.
Yes, we're doing that today. We are using 8.5 by 11 sublimation paper.
Yep.
But a lot of people say, or sublimation is amazing, but it's can be tricky to get that seamless when you wrap those tumblers. Yeah. If you are doing a full wrap design, it can be tricky.
It's hard.
But
so
we are bringing you.
We have a hack. You're going to be impressed.
With sublimation.
I think you're going to be impressed for the sublimation hack. So real quick, before, let's make sure we're still over in Canva, over on the share screen. I want to make sure you guys see this right here. You're just going to open these files and you're just going to print these out. You know what I mean? This needs to be, you know, if you want mirrored, this one, we don't have to mirror, as Lauren was sharing, so smart. We don't have to, but I want you all to start taking a look at these edges that look cut off. So you're going to see here in our hack that we're going to show you something really cool. And then we're going to print out a full sheet here, okay? So print this out. Why you need the course. I had a friend ask, Tanner, can you go over the course again? Yes, I'll go over it real quick here, but I'm going to say, I cannot give you all the tips, all the tricks, all the setting details that you need for this project in today's video. We would probably be here an extra hour trying to make sure you knew everything, okay? So you need to get the course if you do not have any clue on what your print settings should be, color settings, things like that. We teach that in the program. So this is what we've got. You're gonna print these out. And if you notice over here, Lauren, start looking at what we've done on this side. It looks like we are going like above and beyond, if we're being honest.
So is he overhead?
Yeah.
So what you're seeing now, it looks very jacked up.
We've cut any edge, so any design here that has the straight edge is I'm going to cut out this side too. So I'm just going to grab my scissors, being mindful to not scratch the paper.
Yes.
Lauren, my hands are not sweaty right now. Praise God.
Praise.
So this is good. But like this little image, there's a straight line here. So I'm just going to cut this off. And you might be saying, Tanner, this is going to look even worse. No. You got to stick with this because we have a hack. We have a heat gun out for a reason.
Yes. And the reason that so the terrazzo pattern is one of our favorites.
We love it. We've been so excited about this project altogether since the start of this boot camp, like months ago.
Yeah. So, and we have Sin to thank for that, bringing us the idea of the terrazzo pattern. So when you do the wrap, those, I guess, pebbles, as you can call them, they don't line up perfectly.
No, they don't.
There's some of them that are cut off. So, and we're not saying that this design can be done on every design.
Correct.
But this is a very good workaround in case you want to do like a small area. I mean, there's a lot of different hacks
it works well for what we're doing today.
Yes, and I think it will work well for other things too.
I think so too. You can just think of it and you're going to see everything come together really well. I'm really excited for you guys to see it. After you've cut those out like I just quickly did and we had one side ready, what we're going to do is prep our blank. Now we have this link down below in the supplies, so check this out for the specific one we're using today. You know, if it's a different one, just work with that size. We're going to then grab our lint roller, and we're just lint rolling today. We're just lint rolling it. All right, just lint roller up. Awesome. Make sure there's no debris. Someone asked about alcohol. If there's like a lot of debris, like if it doesn't feel smooth, if it doesn't look good, I'm gonna leave that up to you to decide, okay? That's awesome. Now you're going to take your Alicia, and I am going to put it where, you know, we read things left to right, so we're going to make sure to put that down properly. Okay. And I'm just going to line this one up. This is a big, the Alicia was printed very large. So once we have that down, I'm going to pick this up and notice what we have here. So ta-da! I'm going to start on one side, and I'm going to just be mindful, and I'm going to tape this right here. Love that. And I'm going to start taping the other pieces. This is heat resistant tape. So I want to be mindful, Lauren, to make sure that we are respecting anyone that's a beginner. So if there's any beginner questions to sublimation that like someone feels like I'm going too fast, like feel free to call me out, because even though I have been sublimating since 2019, I know there's people here that may have never sublimated, so I want to respect you guys and you know, make sure we take care of you too. So feel free to ask your question. There's no silly questions here, I promise. If you all notice, this is my favorite way to tape the top. I love to do this. This is like very therapeutic to me.
Yeah.
I love taping tumblers. So this is gonna be just like fun Q&A. If you've never taped a tumbler, I teach you exactly how to do this in the course. You can do it whichever way you want. I sometimes do it this way. I'm gonna show you another way I tape it after we pretty much tape quite a bit. Okay. Look at this right here. I'm just taping it up. Love it. And this is like, you're gonna use quite a bit of tape, so like just stock up on heat resistant tape when you get started too. We love that.
And yes, so sublimation is a lot like the Cricut infusible ink.
It is, yeah, all infusible ink is sheets of printed sublimation. So yeah, be careful about that. So you can see here, we've taped it all up. I like to just kind of rub the edges. Like I just want to really make sure the edges are good. We also have pre-taped this one, so you can see we sometimes especially on a live show, our team tries to make sure it's perfect. We want to go above and beyond. So we have this one prepped today, and it's awesome. So what we're doing, we are going to preheat our beautiful convectioner oven for 375. And we're going to hit this for, I say hit it because it's not a heat press though.
Right.
We're going to heat this for 4 minutes. We're rotating at the 2-minute mark. So come over here to our convection oven. Okay, let me make sure this is plugged in. It is. So we're going to set this for 375. I'm trying to look at this upside down. There it is. We're going to temperature. We're going to 375. Beautiful. I'm gonna go ahead and set the timer for four minutes. We'll rotate it at 2. And then here's the thing, after you've put your time, your temperature and your time, you're like, okay, why isn't it heating up? You have to press this play button. So just like the Cricut, it's very simple. It has a play button and it's things like that. Lizzie says, are you leaving extra paper at the top of the cup so it can be taped down? Yeah, so Lizzie, you can see with both of ours, we can go overhead while that's preheating. I love to have the tape at the top, the paper at the top to kind of rotate and tape down, because that's gonna give it a really good grip. You can feel this, you can tell it's gripped down really well. Some people do shrink wrap, and it's things like that. But here's my heat resistant glove. This is gonna allow me at that 2-minute mark we talked about. I'm gonna reach my hand in here. We're gonna rotate it around and we're gonna give it 2 more minutes once it's preheated at 375, but it's not there yet. So this is still a crafty time. It's ready. So we're gonna go to the oven. I'm gonna walk around. I'm going to walk on around, and I only have 1 glove on, but I have 2. So I'm gonna open this door, boom.
Woo. I can see the heat coming out of that thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we're just placing this in here. And then after the 2 minutes, we're gonna do a 90, we're just gonna rotate it 90 degrees.
Yes.
And then look at that. So it's timing down. We're gonna do that for 2 minutes. I'm gonna monitor, and it's gonna be beautiful. Oh my goodness, we're down to a minute.
We have to.
Y'all, my team is gonna kill me.
So someone asked, is an oven better than attachments or like a heat press? So when you're doing tumblers, mugs, there is the mug press with Cricut. However, my only concern is, not concern, if you are into sublimation, then why would you limit yourself to a mug press?
Yeah.
Because we have done tumblers in a mug press. You have to do the bottom part, then you have to turn them over, then you have to
you have to do it twice on the same side because you have to do the rotate. So you have to rotate. It takes 12 minutes. Just to give you all a good comparison, I can do 3 tumblers in 4 minutes in my convection oven. In my mug press, it takes 12 minutes to do 1.
Yeah. I mean, for 1.
Crazy.
And
we got this oven at Walmart.
A lot of people were commenting, yes, this is the same oven that you find at Walmart. Some people, in some areas, it's $69.99. Some areas, it's $89.99, $79.99. But yes, this is just from Walmart. Just a convection oven that you get at Walmart.
I'm going to give this like 30 more seconds, if I can. Sometimes it's really wonky. I'm just going to let it sit in here. It says end. Usually when I open the door, and then just like restart, but sometimes not. So I turned it off, but I think it'll be good. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna actually sit it out on my other glove. I'm gonna come back over here. We can go to the convection oven. Oh, you can see it. Oh my gosh, Lauren, I don't know why I get so nervous doing, I mean, we do so many of these, but I get nervous doing them on live. So you can kind of see the design kind of poking through the paper. You can see the tape, like, this is very hot. Like, I can feel the heat through the glove a little bit. But it was taped really well, so I'm gonna sit this on the glove.
And that's actually when that ink starts coming through the paper, is when you can tell that the sublimation has worked.
Yeah.
And we're going to show you that kind of, our little hack.
Yes. So you can kind of see, I don't know if you can really see the difference. I mean, it's kind of through it, but it's not all the way through it. Anyway. It's gonna take it a minute to cool, Lauren.
Yeah.
It's gonna take it a hot minute to cool.
It will.
So yay.
And that's something else that we had a friend say, you can buy 2 ovens for less than the cost of 1 mug press.
That is crazy.
So that's why I guess I'm more on the oven side of things, because you can still do mugs in the oven.
That's true. That's true. It's a cost, it's very cost effective.
I love the mug press. The mug press is so easy for mugs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everything's awesome. It's hard. It's hard to decide what to have, what not to have. Yeah, the shrink tape, it didn't take too long at all. You can use this on a mug, but I love the mug press for the mug. I don't know, it's hard. It's hard to determine, but you can make it. You can make this work. If I'm gonna do just a mug in here, get that tray, because it's not gonna do it's so tall. So you need the tray. If you have the tray for the mug, you'll be fine. You'll be good. Go back if you just tuned in with us, you've gotta see it. And yes, we have the link for this specific tumbler we're using in the description box down below.
Rachel said, I just bought a mug press. Rachel. Should I return it and get a convection oven? I mean, it really depends. That's up to you.
Up to you, my friend.
It depends on what you're doing. Are you doing sublimation?
Yes.
Are you planning on doing tumblers? Or do you just want to do coffee cups? Like that I really think that is a personal preference.
We did use 8.5 by 11 sublimation paper. I said, I was talking towards the Cricut elements. Oh my gosh. I get so antsy, I can't, and then start ripping. I'm like, did it turn out okay? But yes, we did an 8.5 by 11 piece, and oh my, sorry. I'm I'm so happy. I get so nervous. Y'all. With the pressure of boot camp, like.
CJ, no, you cannot cook in that oven after sublimating. We have a specific sublimation oven for that.
Oh my gosh. All right, who is here for the hack? First of all, who wants beautiful? Who wants to be able to sublimate like this? This is beautiful. Now, how are we gonna make this seamless? Look at this. We have a very, simplified edge. I was told to do something while it cooled and I didn't do it, so we're gonna do it now, which is cutting out our own little
we did tell you
pieces. Yeah, I was told to do that.
So what he's doing now, if you all saw those extra white pieces on that cup, that is because we cut all those half pebbles out of the terrazzo pattern. So this is the hack to make it look seamless. What he's doing now is he is cutting the full pebbles out, and you can choose which pebbles you want to place in the different like white areas. And this, y'all, this is what my mind did. This is what my mind did.
This is mind-blowing. To me. Okay. I also love, who doesn't love hearing Lauren's explanations to things while I'm actually doing the craft? Because this was like, listening to you explain it, I was like, wow, like I am doing that.
You are doing that.
I was like, that is what I'm doing. Oh, go Lauren. I'm trying to make sure this color is, I'm trying not to make it too, but see, notice how I can put it like right in the middle of where like the line of the paper would normally be. So then you can just pull it. You can do as many or as little as you want. You could start with a few and just continue to add in. So there's no like real, I mean, this is a method to the madness. So
Carol says, so you can cook it more than once. I mean, technically, what we're fixing to show you.
You're gonna be shaking.
Oh my gosh.
Y'all are gonna love this. Like, I think who on the team, because I mean, I can't take credit for this, Lauren. Are you gonna take credit for this? Who had the idea?
I'm not taking credit for this. This is a Courtney. Courtney is the master. Listen, y'all. Courtney is the mastermind between 95, 90.
Yeah.
I'd say no. I'm not even gonna say 95. I'm gonna say like 98 or 99% of our hacks.
She's kind of crazy.
She is the hack queen.
Yeah, she's kind of crazy.
We could not do this without Courtney. I know a lot of people have said we've not seen Courtney recently.
Honey, she busy.
She behind the scenes.
She doesn't like being on camera, if we're being honest.
No, but this is
her place. I mean, that is her place to shine. Like,
hacks are where Courtney shines.
Thrives.
The brightest.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm just gonna cut up some more. Now I'm thinking like which ones I want. I want some like odd sized ones. I want this little guy. I want two. Okay, I want both of these. Okay, I'm just cutting some of these out. Okay.
So Stacey says, isn't that a waste of ink and paper for a few little pebbles? I mean, if you're only making one and you think you don't want to waste all that ink and you don't want to waste that paper.
So we talked about this. Let me show you.
Yeah.
Let me show you. If you didn't do the taping we did, this is what your design would look like. It's like,
and it doesn't look terrible.
It doesn't look terrible, but you can kind of see. But you can see it. Right. You can tell it. We wanted it to be.
But if you're making multiple and you're making these to sell, that extra sheet of pebbles is going to make this absolutely flawless. If, like I said, making multiples, you're going to be able to. I mean, it has no seam.
I personally want to teach you all how to make the best projects, and times like this, you get to decide, is it worth it to you or not? You can leave it on the table and say, Tanner, it's not worth it for me. Or you can pick it up and be like, wow, this just took my project to the absolute next level. That is up to you, my friend. Okay. I'm going to now grab one more. I'm gonna grab this blue. I want a bigger blue one. I want an odd, I want this guy. This is why I like having the printed out. Like I can.
So we have people asking if you're doing different designs. Could you, and you printed one design and you wanted to add, let's just, Tammy specifically asked, she said, if you're doing something like a truck with a Christmas tree in the bed, could you do the truck and then maybe add the tree or something afterwards?
I would probably flatten it just before. Well, yeah. I don't know how it would do color on color because most sublimation designs do best like going straight to white. layering that, I feel like you're gonna have an ink issue. So I try to prep all of those layers as much as possible prior. But okay.
This is where the heat gun is going to come
We're
into
going
play.
to level high.
And remember when we said, when he pulled it out of the oven, he said, and I said, yes, this is where the colors, when you start seeing the colors through the paper, this is the important part that we know the sublimation is working.
We're gonna do this for about 30 seconds per one. So that's what we found to do. So I'm just gonna hold it. It's on the it's on the paper. Now, Lauren, I'm curious if I should have taped it down more. Now I'm nervous. So
I always say more tape is better than less tape.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, you can see the color. I'm a little too close for comfort.
It is going to be hot, so don't try to touch this after, please.
Should I do one or two and then peel it up just to show them?
Yeah.
And then we'll double check our work to make sure we're not taped down too much, because this one right here.
Put your glove on.
Yeah, I need my glove on.
Please.
Thanks, Lauren.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Lauren. Okay, well now how am I go? I need my tweezers. Okay.
Yeah, hold the cup with your glove. Use the tweezers to take it off.
Yes.
That's a silhouette weeding tool.
Where are my tweezers? Are my tweezers here? Anyway, we'll use just anything to peel it up. I just want to peek. Oh my gosh! Look at that! Look at that! We just added this little blue guy. Did you see that? Sadie, did the camera see it? Oh my gosh! Beautiful! Beautiful! Okay, this one needs to be taped down more. Okay, now I'm fully committed. I just wanted to like test it. You guys know, like being live sometimes is like a little much for me.
So this is this a Wagner heat gun?
I love my Wagner.
Wagner heat gun from probably Home Depot, Lowe's, somewhere. We're using it on high heat setting for about 30 seconds or until you see that ink come through the paper.
Yeah.
That way you know that it has transferred over.
Yeah. And I will say, if you get too close, it could catch on fire. So this is like, be careful. I will say I'm within 10 feet of my fire extinguisher because we are in a corporate office and it has been serviced.
Somebody said your tweezers are right next to the keyboard? No, maybe not?
What?
Okay.
I don't know, maybe.
I can't see from here.
They're scissors.
Oh, Rebecca also had a good suggestion. She said the extra stuff, the extra paper that you don't use, you could use on like a car coaster.
Ooh, I love a car coaster. Yeah, I could make like 3 or 4 car coasters.
You could make small things with it. It would be great.
Yeah, you totally could. You totally could. Yay! I did get so excited. I get so excited. We're just crafting away here.
Everybody is loving this hack.
I love this hack.
And just to reiterate, we are using this on a high heat setting. I know we've had a couple people ask. This is a Wagner heat gun on a high heat setting for about 30 or so seconds.
Yes.
Make sure you are using your heat glove when you do this because it is going to get your cup hot.
It is. It is.
So.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is awesome. Oh my goodness. Could you use regular oven mittens? Kathy, I would say no. Like when you're in, for what we used it for, you're getting inside an oven at almost 400 degrees.
Yeah.
And this, I can almost feel the heat through this. So I don't know if a regular oven mitten.
No.
We're gonna say no, okay? Aw, Cheryl, thank you so much. This is genuine excitement. Oh my goodness. Ooh, okay, we added this little one, love it. This one had a moment, that was my fault. I didn't tape it down all the way with the first transfer. The wind of the heat gun kind of messed that one up, but I fixed it. And then I'm just gonna grab trying to grab like a tool just to be able to.
Don't touch that.
I know, but I'm so excited. I don't want to
take the glove off.
I don't want to. I did take the glove off, Mom. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, because I'm impatient. I don't want to wear the glove.
Child.
I don't want to wear the glove. I don't want to. Oh, I don't want to scratch the design either, but I want to see it. I want to show everyone. Look, that one was added. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Love it. So good, y'all. We are making magic happen over here. Magic. Do you believe in magic? I do now.
Do you believe in magic? Sing along again today.
Yep. Oh my gosh, look at this one we added. Do you see that? We just added this one and it looks like there's unity on your design. Oh my gosh, unity. Ah. Ah. Oh my word, I love this one too. Okay.
I just really feel like this brings this all together.
Yeah.
It gives you that seamless design.
Oh, look at that one.
It's just, it makes it chef's kiss.
It's amazing.
Chef's kiss.
All right, y'all. We are just peeling this up.
So BJ said, could you have cut out the pebbles and put them in the blank spots prior to putting them in the oven? That is a great question. The reason we did not do that is because when you are putting when you are pulling that wrap tight, you have to tape down one side first and then pull it tight. So you have tape on the edges where those extra pieces would go.
I mean, Lauren, we could even go in, like I saw right here where I just left a spot.
Yeah.
You could go in with that. I think this one moved a little, so that was like my taping mistake. My tip would be tape down a little bit more securely. I didn't think about the wind. Like
From the heat gun?
From the heat gun.
You have to tape all the way around it, just like you would a regular
Because that's what
tumbler.
happened. Like this area wasn't, so it was flapping a little. I saw that happen. But when we did some of these, I mean, they look so good. So again, really, really amazing. I mean, I'm so excited. Alicia, what are you doing? There's a lot of stuff on the table.
Yeah, there's a lot. It looks like a lot, but what we're gonna be doing today is sublimating and then layering HTV on top of the sublimation. So I feel like before I did this, I was like, a little bit like it was a daunting thing. Like I was gonna have to do some type of special thing, and you just really don't. Like, it's very simple. You guys are gonna be like, oh,
so let's talk about reasons why they would, instances that they can start thinking about why. Obviously you have the today's project, but why do you feel like this is something people want to be able to do?
Well, for me, I feel like this makes your shirts look like, if you're a t-shirt person and you make shirts and you sublimate a lot, adding the ability to put the HTV on there really makes your shirts like up a notch. I feel like it takes it there. You know what I mean? Rather than just having the sublimated, and we've got the bleach, like we bleached it out. We're gonna do all that. But I feel like the HTV, like if you want to add glitter,
I think glitter is a great opportunity.
I do too. And like, or if you want to add like a fluorescent pop of something, like if you're doing summer shirts and you want it to be like very vivid. I know sometimes when you sublimate, especially on like the Heather shirts, it can be a little bit dull. I mean, it still looks good. Like, don't get me wrong. Sublimation stuff is amazing. It looks store-bought, but the HTV just really like gets it there.
Yeah,
I feel like it looks amazing on it. So
Debbie is the first time. This project's a lot, so let's
do it.
Woohoo.
Okay, I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna show you guys, since I saw a couple of you were asking like, what is a heathered shirt? You can tell. I wish I brought I have a regular shirt on. You have a regular shirt on. This is a heathered shirt. So like, I know y'all can know what I'm talking about when I show you this. Like, can you guys see? It's almost as if there's like white mixed in with it.
Let me Google this. Why am I not? This is what I'm here to do.
I know. Well, and like, you know, I researched the crap out of everything, but for some reason I haven't. Okay, this shirt is 65% polyester, 35% cotton. So you're going to want to buy anything that is above 50% polyester, generally.
All right, my friends, Tanner Bell coming in with an update.
All right, let's hear it.
Heathered refers to a soft, muted color created by blending different colored fibers into one yarn. Your favorite comfy gray cotton tee that seems to have specks of white in it is the perfect example of what a heathered gray shirt is. Heather is typically used in coloring like t-shirts and sweaters and in home furnishings. So I think the shirt that you have right now is a perfect example too, like you were saying.
It is. And you can tell, like, I just have a plain color shirt. This is a heathered shirt. And you can really tell on like gray. Yeah. Like when I think of a heathered, I think of the gray with the white mixed in. So there you go.
Woohoo!
The more you know.
It.
So I already pre-bleached this, because if you're going to bleach your shirt, this is not a great job also. I'm just not even going to say that it's a good job bleaching. But I did it, okay? And it's going to work for us today. Make sure if you are bleaching your shirts before you sublimate on them that you're letting it dry 100%. Actually just wash it and dry it and then sublimate on it. You don't want to like bleach it and then sublimate it at the end of the day.
like without drying it or anything like that. So let's go overhead and go over the supplies. We don't have a ton of stuff. The heat press is on and I can feel it. I can feel the heat. I can feel the heat. Okay, so are we overhead? I'm gonna show you guys. This is, let's go ahead. Go to the number one. I'm gonna show you guys. This is what we're making. How cute. I'm obsessed. Like, if you guys haven't sent your kids to school, make this for your the teachers. Like, I think this would be so cute. Carla, yes, I'll go over the bleach process a little bit. I want to say that we have a video. Of bleaching and sublimating. But let's go back overhead. I'm going to show you guys what we're using today. I have got sublimation paper here. This is the A-Sub 125G 8.5 by 11 sublimation paper. You can use copy paper. We're going to have a video about this.
It's insane. It's insane.
Yes, so you do need sublimation ink and a sublimation printer. And then I use sublimation paper today, but you can print on regular copy paper. We're gonna be doing a comparison video for you guys on that. It's so cool. My mind was blown. I can't wait to show you guys that. And then I pre-cut a bunch of this because I have some issues with the Cricut doesn't want to cut in my lives, and it makes me so nervous because I don't want it to not cut. So I pre-cut some stuff, but I've got different colors of vinyl here. So we're going to be doing vinyl on the outlines of the learn on our shirt, and then we're going to be vinyling the pencil. So I've got some glitter vinyl. I have eraser pink. This is for the pencil parts. So you'll need yellow, tan, black, pink, and then silver.
I love the silver.
Me too. I used gray on the original, and I was like, we're using glitter today because it's really cute. And then I've got a brayer. If you're doing HTV a lot, get a brayer. Yes. You will not regret. I use the brayer all the time.
Yes.
I've got painter's tape. This is like if you were stranded on an island and you were crafting, what's the one thing you'd bring? Painter's tape. Like, period. I use painter's tape all the time. Measuring tape. I've got a strong grip mat, a pair of scissors. This is our loved, this is our shirt form. You can tell we've bleached on it like a bunch. So this is what we put our shirt in to bleach it. And then that's it. Oh, wait. I got a heat press and then I have a mini press. This is for the HTV, and then the big heat press is for sublimating.
Now we have quite
awesome. Yay. So I went ahead and put the shirt form in. I did this just because I want to show you guys. I'm going to very quickly touch on how to bleach your shirt.
We have lots of questions about that. So as detailed as you want to give them a rundown will be great.
Okay, let's do that. So the shirt form, you can get these at Hobby Lobby. It was that cardboard piece. I just went ahead and inserted it into my shirt. That way, whenever you go to bleach, it's not going to be bleeding through the front of your shirt. So I'll go ahead and put the insert in. You can get like the spray bottles. I should have brought it in here. The spray bottles, like from the Dollar Tree, just the plastic, like a cleaning supply spray bottle. And I mix bleach and water in it.
Do you do like 1-to-1?
Yeah, I do.
Perfect.
Yeah, so I'll do like a 50-50 ratio or whatever. And then shake it up really well. And I will say this, learn your spray bottles, because all spray bottles are different. They sprout out different. Test it on like some old heathered t-shirts or like old anything just to see how it's going to spray. I'm not really proud of this one, but I had already bleached it and I was like, we're going to use this one for today. Cause I got up on the collar and it just wasn't what I wanted. But I think it's going to work. It's going to do the job. And so what you'll do after you make your mixture is literally just spray where you want it. And then you're going to let it dry. I like to let mine sit out and dry. And then you can like wash it and dry like normal, if that makes sense. So that's pretty much all you would do for the bleach process. There are a couple other techniques where you can like do it exactly like to the shape of whatever you're sublimating. I don't know if we've done a video on that.
We have done some live training on it. Essentially, let me just give you a breakdown. So what she's talking about is if we were going to do a sublimation design and then we wanted it to be like not showing this bleach look, like it just to magically.
We want it where we would sublimate.
Yeah, exactly. So what we did was we make a stencil, the same size as we make a regular stencil the size of our sublimation image. We bleach it first. We use a paintbrush. I mean, it's very detail oriented. and then you sublimate it, which is personally, it's a little tricky.
It is.
To line up your sublimation image right where it's supposed to be.
Like perfectly.
So it makes me nervous. That's why we don't do it a ton.
Yeah.
And I find personally that it's hard for our students to get that exact look.
I'm turning the timer up, I'm sorry.
without fail. So just be careful about that.
Yes.
Wendy, we have done both. We sometimes use hydrogen peroxide. Sometimes we naturally will let it bleach and then like just stop it naturally, or let it wash out.
Yeah.
There's both.
And there's different ways. Yeah, there are. There's pros and cons. We're actually doing like a bleach tie-dye situation. I practiced with that a little bit, and I was like, I should have had peroxide on hand because it like bleached it out. And so here, do a little bit goes a long way. And then like, if it's not enough for you, go back in and spray it a little bit more. You don't have to just like go ham, like don't spray it like crazy, just do a little bit. And if you need more, you can always do more. So don't get crazy. But okay, so we bleached our shirt. That's it. We dried it. She's ready to be sublimated. So let's go into Design Space. And Courtney let us know that this file is available, will be available on our website here shortly. I think she's like working on getting it up now. So you guys will be able to snag this file off of our website if you're members. And let's go ahead and open this up. So where did it go? I had it pulled up here. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna unflatten all this. So this is the file that you're gonna see whenever you go to download it. This is what it's gonna look like. So this is what you're going to need to print. So you're gonna open this file, and we're gonna need to measure our shirt to make sure before we print it that it's the right size. And I'm gonna show you guys first how to measure. So let's go to our t-shirt. I'm gonna show you how I measure this. So mine is already bleached. Can you guys see that? I wanna make sure I'm in the center. Okay, I've got my tape measure here. We don't want it to be going into where it's kind of fuzzing out over here. We just kind of want it to sit like happily right here in the middle. So about 8 inches wide, and then no bigger than like 7 inches tall. So we wanna make sure that our file is within those parameters. So in Design Space, we've got it set up to a little over 8 inches wide and like right under 6 inches tall. So that's actually perfect. That's all we're gonna need, yes. So if you pull a file into Design Space, if you pull a PNG or an SVG, or anything kind of colored like this, and it's like in separate little boxes, like it's not
different layers.
Yeah, like today you can see it's all separated. What we need to do is grab it all. So we're gonna click and drag, and you're gonna flatten everything. This is gonna allow us to print from Design Space. So what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna go to Make It. And you're gonna see there's a black registration box. That's okay. Oh, what happened? The tip of our pencil got left out. Let's go ahead and make sure we get all that. Okay, flatten it. We're gonna go ahead and make it. When you sublimate, it needs to be mirrored. If you're sublimating and you're not mirroring your image, whenever you go to transfer it on, it's gonna be backwards. So go ahead and mirror it while we're in Design Space. Just select that. And I'm gonna go ahead and select continue. It's gonna ask me to send it to the printer. So I'm gonna send to printer. I'm not gonna select print here. This is like the kicker. And I've been such a habit of doing this no matter what now.
Now, are you giving them the hack of all hacks where they are using Design Space for sublimation?
I am.
Is that not great?
It's happening.
I love it.
Yeah. Me too.
I love it.
And it's honestly, when I first did it, it was kind of complicated. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't remember to do all these steps, but I've done it so much now, it's like second nature. So what we're gonna do while we're in here is I'm going to select our Epson Workforce. That is our sublimation printer. I'm gonna turn off the bleed for this project. The bleed is very handy for other projects, but this one we do not want to bleed. I'm going to use the system dialog, and then I'm going to select print. So if you're sitting here and you're like, oh my gosh, it's loading, it's taking forever, it's behind your screen. So go up to the top of Design Space and drag this down. And right here is where we need to be. So I've still got the Epson Workforce printer selected. You want to make sure you're still on the same printer. And I'm going to select best quality. And then I'm going to go ahead and print it.
Woohoo!
And that's it.
Now, I just want to interject here.
Yeah.
When you are taking Maker's Gonna Sublimate, we teach how to pick what machine, like what printer. We teach you all your supplies, and I even go in to teaching you 3 of the best ways to sublimate. Meaning, do you want to sublimate through Design Space? That's amazing for a certain size.
Right.
Then, when you need to do bigger, where do you go? I teach you Canva.
Which is amazing.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
And then we don't stop there. We go to Inkscape, which is incredible. And I teach you kind of the beginner guide to Inkscape. So yes, you're paying for a sublimation course, but you're learning a lot of design skills and software that will supplement and help you sublimate. It will supplement your sublimating, which is really impressive. And those are just things that are longer and they take more time that we can't do on the channel all the time. So it's kind of like where we focus in on. So you can take the program. It's $70 off today, but you're going to learn a lot more. And I also teach the Sawgrass printer. I mean, and they have their own software, which has pros and cons. So anyway.
And I feel like whenever we do a project like this, everyone, when it comes to sublimation, there's a lot of prep work. So like, you think, oh, I want to do that. And it's an easy craft. Like, we're almost done already. But there was a lot of preparation. So, like, in terms of the equipment that you need, the investment that you need to make, it's an investment in yourself, an investment in knowledge, which I feel like is priceless. You're going to learn these things. And once you learn how to do it, you're going to be able to do it so fast. Okay, so we have printed our sheet out. And so this is what it looks like. So it's backwards. We've got a registration box around it. If you're designing for sublimation in Design Space, you're going to have a black registration box. It's just going to happen. So what we're going to do is just simply cut this around. Another little tip that I like is to not cut in a perfect line when you're sublimating. Sometimes if you are sublimating onto like neoprene fabric or anything like that, and you have a perfectly straight line, it will sublimate into the neoprene. And it like leaves a line. You can either tear this, like I could literally sit here and just like tear this, which also helps, or you can cut it kind of in a wavy line. So whatever your heart desires.
We love it.
But we just don't want that black registration mark on there. Otherwise, it's going to sublimate onto our shirts too. So
we can't have that.
No, not cute. Not for this one. We don't want it for this one. So I'm just cutting this all the way out. And then what I'm going to do is lay this face down on my shirt. So we've got it face down. Make sure you are centered. If you guys see like some text up here, it's because I tried to sublimate this while before the bleach was completely dry. So learn from me.
And we recommend washing our shirt after bleaching before sublimation. Now I will tell you, after I sublimate a shirt, I will wear that shirt. If it's washed and ready to go, there's nothing really keeping me from needing to wash it again.
It's locked in,
locked and loaded. And the heat, it turns into the gas. It's that fiber. It's in there, and you're ready to go. So we love it.
So I've got butcher paper right here. If you start sublimating, you will need to invest in some butcher paper. We just got this roll, but the other roll had lasted for
2 years.
I was gonna say, because it was here before I was here, like in January.
Yeah, at least a year. A year and a half. It's incredible. Butcher's paper, if you all want to see something funny, and I don't know, like I feel like we have a great group here that will appreciate this. If you watch our Black Friday extravaganza from last year, extravaganza, I'm Googling it so I can find you a link. I have a show where I taught, this is actually really fun. I did as many sublimation projects as I could make in an hour.
Oh my gosh.
And if you want to see how much like butcher's paper you need to sublimate, it's a lot. But it's affordable. And you can't reuse it. And I explain why in the hour class. But I'll link that for you all to watch if you haven't got to watch it. Also, Black Friday at Maker's Gonna Learn is the biggest holiday of the year. We craft for a whole day. We're already in talks about the show for this year.
We're really excited. I'm excited because I wasn't here last year.
Woohoo!
Okay, I'm gonna move this over to the heat press. You can, and you should use hot tape on this. A lot of people who get really into t-shirt making get super confident with their design placement, I guess we could say.
People have asked, do we have tips on straightening things? I have been cricketing since 2010 and every week cricketing since 2017. We don't have anything besides, my favorite thing is I always want to make sure that my design is about 2 to 3 inches down, and how I position that is my finger.
Yes,
literally
you can do 3 fingers down from the collar. But my bleach is a little bit off, so I pulled mine down a little bit this time.
Yeah, it's special.
This heat press, the heat is being radiated from up here. This is like a squishy pad. I put butcher's paper first, t-shirt next, design next, and I'm gonna put another piece of butcher's paper on top. You can tape this down. This heat press is extremely powerful. So
it's amazing.
It's going to press it. It's not going to escape. Okay, so I've got it on 375. We're going to do this for 50 seconds. Okay, ready?
Go for it.
Okay.
Does anyone here have a pet bird in the house? Wondering if sublimation off gases anything that could be toxic. So Tammy, we recommend sublimating in a well-ventilated area.
Yes.
If you're concerned, I would make sure A, well-ventilated. Number 2, don't let the bird in the space. It's also a very hot environment. It gets warm. We're in a studio. We have an exit door. We have a fire extinguisher. We got all the things here.
It's big.
It's big. So that helps us personally do it. And then we had a question also, can I sublimate with a Cricut Easy Press? And of course, my friend, the only caveat is you can only sublimate smaller than the size of your press.
Yes.
Why do we have this big industrial StarCraft heat press that I think the retail value is $350?
A little bit more than that.
Is it $399?
Like 400.
400. So it's flat 400. Yeah. So for $400, why do we have this? It's amazing, first of all. Number 2, it allows us to sublimate anywhere from 15 by 15. It's a very large, that is the heat size, right? The heat plate's 15 by 15?
This one is, yeah.
So you get a lot. So we can sublimate, if you guys have watched, we have done a lot of the blankets. This allows us to make blankets at ease. So I love this.
Ooh,
I'm a very minimal crafter. I say that, but like we buy a lot because we do a lot.
Yeah, we do a lot.
We try to not buy anything we don't need.
Right.
So when I say, hey, I'm investing $400 into this heat press, that shows how much I stand behind it. Like, I do not have a Cricut auto press. I will tell you, I don't know if I can mention this. Have you seen the new heat press company that has the the one, you know, the one I think that you wanted to talk about?
Oh, yeah.
So they've reached out, Alicia. They have more than just one product coming out.
Okay.
And they want us to review it. So
you heard it here first.
We should have those products very, very soon.
Oh, good. They're coming.
Let me email them and finalize what we're doing.
Okay.
I'll have more to share soon.
While you talk about that, I want to talk about why my shirt looks brown, because I am not going to lie to you guys. I have only done a sublimated bleach shirt, not a lot. I've not done it a lot. I try to do whatever craft I'm teaching you guys like a bunch of times, and y'all know, if you're in the studio with me, you know that's how I am. My bleach is brown, but this is the first one I did. So this, you can see, this is the first one. Look how white and crispy it is. This is the one I did today. So is that because I've left too much heat on it, you think?
I think we didn't. So sometimes when I find the bleach is burnt, we didn't wash it.
Okay.
In between, or we didn't use the peroxide, right?
I don't know, because I did not wash this one before I sublimated it, and I let it air dry. Same with this one. But it's been sitting for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if it's because it sat for a really long time with the bleach on it.
Right.
And just air dried.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm wondering if that's because that's the only difference. I mean, I use the same bleach, same day.
Right.
That type of situation. But we're going to keep going because I can still show you guys how to do this. So what we've got here, it's just sublimated. So next, we're going to be adding HTV to our pencil and to the outline of the learn. So let's go into design space, and I'm going to show you guys how I did that. Let's cancel out of our printing because we already printed everything.
hopefully you guys are able to stay along with me. I feel like sublimation is so easy once you start doing it. Like, if you guys invest in this course, you're gonna be like, oh, this is easy. I'm gonna make 1,000 t-shirts and make my money back this month. Like,
I love it. I love it.
So what we're gonna need to do is cut. I have hidden my learn. Here it is. I was like, where did it go? Okay, let's zoom back in. We're gonna be cutting out the learn in a glitter vinyl, and then we're gonna be cutting out all the individual pieces of this pencil. So this will be a file by itself, the pencil and then the outline. I'm gonna unflatten this, and you can see that all these individual pieces are individual, and they're gonna cut on different mats because they're all different colors. So we could technically hide all of this stuff because we don't need it. We're just gonna be cutting all of this. So I'm gonna go to make it. Oops. Before we do that, we need to change this from a print then cut to a basic cut. Just make sure all of this is on basic cut. And then we're gonna go to make it. And so you can see we've got like the gray, we have the black, the beige, yellow, the pink, etc. And then you're just gonna cut all of these on 12 by 12, mirror all of your images. All of these need to be mirrored as you're cutting them, especially the learn and especially this middle pencil region. If you don't mirror it, it's not going to work correctly. Because
we just had a friend chime in and say, sorry to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
That sometimes it depends on the water to bleach ratio.
Okay.
And also, we're just reiterating, hey, you know, the peroxide is a great hack, which we use.
Yeah, we do. Well. Okay, so, and I don't want y'all to think I don't know. I have not got to experiment with sublimation a lot, but I'm an experimenter type crafter. I want to try every single way. So, like, I feel silly that I didn't know this peroxide hack, so I'm going to try it.
Well, I also feel silly that I'm co-hosting and like sharing things I probably shouldn't share over here. So we're just doing all sorts of things today.
You know, out here living life. I'm going to do it in like a small section. Oh, it also depends on how evenly you spray it. Okay, so you guys, I just need to practice some more, but I'm learning. Okay, let's just, I don't want to spray the whole thing because we're going to be applying HTV and I don't want it to be wet.
Yes, but you'll be able to get the heat. It'll be great.
Okay, so I just sprayed that top left corner. Here, I'm going to hold this up a little bit. I'm nervous.
Now, so you're not even gonna press it.
She said just to hold it under the heat. Should I press it? Okay, let's press it.
I don't know. I would press it. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. Okay, let me just rip off a little piece of this butcher paper to put over it. Okay, we're just gonna press this corner. We might just, how long?
I don't know, like 10 seconds.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, perfect. Da-da, da-da.
Shut the front door. Okay, look, you guys. You can see.
Look at this. We're having breakthroughs.
Breakthroughs, baby.
Love it.
Can y'all tell how much lighter? Let's go overhead and you can
Woohoo!
see. Yay! So thank you guys for teaching me something today.
Guys, I wish I could be in the craft room hanging out with Alicia all the time because I feel like there's things that like, Alicia's only been on the team since January and
yes.
she comes from a woodworking background, and
yeah.
you know, her skill is so good. But apparently now you're just learning all the hacks.
Well,
so
and you know, y'all, I never even touched a Cricut before January, so there's that also. You know, Tanner took a bet on me, so.
Oh, you're amazing. The heat press we have is a 15 by 15.
Yes, and it's amazing. I mean, it's an investment, but like that heat press is like the mother of all heat presses.
Now, Carrie is here today saying, Tanner, what's the difference between Teflon and butcher's paper? And the difference is, Carrie, very important. Teflon is for heat transfer vinyl. When you are sublimating that Teflon sheet, don't touch it. You are using butcher's paper, and here's why. The butcher's paper is go pull out, okay? It's go pull out any of the moisture in your fabric, and that's the power of the butcher's paper. If you go ahead and sublimate, and you get that material on that ink onto the Teflon sheet, that's going to transfer on to your next project. We do not reuse butcher's paper.
Right.
So it's very important. So yay, love it.
Okay, guys, so everything has been cut on the Cricut. Make sure you're mirroring everything. Oh, I was starting to tell you all. Okay,
So whenever you're using heat transfer vinyl, if you're new here and you're new to using HTV, you want to make sure that you're mirroring before you cut and you're putting your vinyl on shiny side down. So whenever you get HTV, this is just a piece of the yellow, and you can see how super shiny this is. And then you can see how less shiny this is. So it's a little bit shiny, but it's not nearly as like glossy as this side. So you want to put the glossy side down and just make sure before you cut that it's glossy side down and it's mirrored in design space. That is very importante. And that's it. Okay. Now, if you're cutting glitter, there's a glitter iron-on setting.
Yes.
You're going to want to cut glitter shiny side down as well. And I do more pressure on glitter because the glitter is it's inconsistently deep. So like it's not going to be the same depth all the way through like a normal HTV would be because there's glitter all over it. So those are your cut settings. We already went ahead and cut everything out. And I've got my Learn. Now on the first shirt I did black, but this one I was like, you can see the silver so much better. And I'm gonna be cutting these letters apart and like making them a little bit wonky, just to like add a little touch. So we'll do those last, but I'm gonna go ahead and start on my pencil, and I'm just gonna work my way from this side all the way across. So I've got everything cut right here. Just gonna lay it out. Oh, my mini press turned off.
So Jackie asked if sublimation ink can bleed through. It actually can, depending on your material. So I put butcher's paper in between the shirt if I'm worried about it. But certain brands, you'll learn like what you can like skimp on, if you will.
Yeah.
And I don't believe StarCraft has a 16x24 heat press. I've never seen a 24-inch heat press.
That's amazing. I have not ever seen that. No.
So that's crazy.
Okay, so I've got this on the medium heat setting, and I'm just applying slight pressure on here. I'm just gonna do one section at a time. Okay. And we're using StarCraft HTV. Whoops, I didn't press that long enough.
We love the StarCraft HTV. And
it's the best.
Alicia's crazy. She doesn't have an easy press mat. She's just doing it, y'all. Like, I'm just letting y'all know she's doing it.
I really be wilding out here. I don't ever use the mat, and everyone's like, use the mat. And even
it's crazy.
The last project we did, I didn't use it, and I should have. And I'm feeling like I should have on this one too.
So one thing, I just want to let you know, the heat press mat, when it came out, I was like, why do we need a mat? The terry cloth towel worked great. So before the mat, I always recommended, and Cricut taught, that you need a terry cloth towel, fold it 3 times, and that's your mat. And you need to put it on a granite countertop or like a really firm surface. Yeah. So then they came out with these mats. And I'm like, y'all said I could use a towel. What's happening?
I don't need a mat. I got a towel.
Why do I need to buy a mat? But then they explain it, and Ashish, the CEO, explained that there's fiber in there that is going to take that heat, bring it down, and then send it right back up to firmly be able to press that, which is really insane. So we love it.
Yeah, and you should be using a mat, but I'm just out here.
You don't have to. The terry cloth fabric works great. But Alicia, I wish you could have seen our old studio. And I used a standing IKEA desk, which I love crafting on IKEA desk. But it was so wobbly. This table, Courtney designed it like
it's
herself.
amazing.
We love it. It's the perfect size. It's a standing table, and it's awesome.
This is ideal. Like if y'all are trying to redo your craft room, you need this type of situation just to craft on. Even what we've got out there is amazing because it's got a toolbox attached to the end. And it's just very handy. I'm gonna let that pink cool down because I think it needs to cool. If you're using different brands and different types of heat transfer vinyl, some of them are better when they cool before you remove the transfer tape. Some of them are better if you remove it while it's still hot. So the pink is wanting to cool down, so I'm letting it cool, and I'm going ahead and ironing on the silver glitter part. Can you guys see? I'm hoping I'm not out of view.
We love it.
Oh, I'm glad I did glitter on that one.
I love the glitter.
Ooh, I love it.
You're rocking it.
Okay, we're gonna keep going. We're on the yellow. Just line everything up. Just lining it up, people. Okay.
Look at this.
Ooh, so fun. I love it because it just adds it adds a pop. Like it makes it stand out, you know?
Look at that.
So cute. Good. Would you just look at it?
Would you look at it?
Someone said texture of towel sometimes stays on vinyl.
Okay, y'all, I'm cutting my letters apart because I want my outlines to be a little crooked. If you don't want that, you don't have to do this part, but I want to like put them like a little off, if that makes sense. Like I want them to be tilted a little bit. It just makes it fun, I feel like. So I'm cutting them apart so I can put them wherever I want, if that makes sense.
Our heat press is the Starcraft?
It's Starcraft for sure.
Yeah, I'm forgetting which one. Clamshell, this clamshell. Thank you, Sadie. Sadie's awesome. She's over here like doing it. Love it.
Okay.
Oh, yay.
Okay, now I'm just gonna iron these on.
Amazing.
And like low-key want...
Alicia, you're almost done. I feel like this has been a chatting hour, but we're getting crafts done, y'all.
Yeah, we're on it. I'm like really proud of me picking that silver glitter because...
The glitter and the pattern?
Yes, okay, so this is the old one. I did black glitter around the words and you can't hardly see it compared to the silver glitter. So like that just really takes it there, you guys.
So good. We love, love, love it here. That's amazing.
And I'm gonna also finish peroxiding that shirt after the live is over because it looks so good. Awesome. Yeah, so that's it. I hope you guys love this.
Love it. Oh my gosh, are you gonna bring it over here so I can see it?
Yeah, I can.
Let's look at it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Guys. Who are you going to give this to?
I don't know.
A teacher that wears a medium.
A teacher that wears a medium and likes the color pink.
And the glitter.
Yeah, the glitter was like definitely, like if y'all are wanting to experiment, just go ahead and do it with glitter HTV because you can see it so much better.
All right, how much would you sell it for? Boom.
$25.
Boom. Love it.
I mean, after I fix the bleach.
Yeah. Someone asked. I love it.
I feel like $20, $25, that's me. That's my market around here, I feel like. So, and your demographic may be different.
Maybe different. I love the sublimation pattern with the glitter. I mean, it brings all of the best things together. It really pops.
Yeah.
So it's awesome. But
yes,
oh my gosh,
fun.
You learned something today.
I know. I'm so
Everybody
glad.
learned something today.
I'm so glad. Yeah, I love to learn new things. So.
Oh, it's so good. Oh my gosh, everybody's having such a great time. A lot of people's crafting right now.
Okay.
So it's been a lot of fun.
Cool.
Do you use the fine point blade with glitter or deep cut? We use the regular fine point blade, but we use the glitter heat transfer vinyl setting.
Yes.
Are you picking up what I'm sitting down?
Yeah.
So good. So, all right, my friends, this has been awesome. Do y'all have any?
I'm loving it.
Yay.
So today we are really going to be focusing on sublimation. So what we are giving you all today is $70 off our Maker's Going to Sublimate course. If you are wanting to get into sublimation, this is definitely where you need to start. It is a great start. Even if you don't have your printer and you don't have the things that you need, getting that, if you know you're going to get into sublimation, getting that course and really learning and getting prepared. Tanner is actually going to be in the process starting next week, refilming some stuff to update our sublimation course.
We talked about files on the live yesterday, them adding files, because we weren't adding anymore. And
so Tanner said that they were thinking about adding files?
Well, they've been thinking about it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that's kind of a big deal.
That's a huge deal because Tanner was very adamant when this came out that they were not going to be adding files, which the good thing about it is you can still take the Maker's Gonna Learn cut files and
any PNG
that we
offer,
have, any print and cut is going to be sublimation ready.
Yeah.
But really and truly, you can take something of an SVG and flatten it in Cricut Design Space and turn it into, or really any software.
Yeah. As long as it's a flattened image and or a PNG, and you can print it, you're going to be able to sublimate with those files. So, and I think that the sublimation course goes over that, like what type of files you use and etc. Because those are things where I think a lot of people get held up. They're just like, do I use an SVG? Do I use a PNG? And they each mean different things. And so the sublimation course kind of lays it all out for you. It's like, okay, this is what you need to know for this. This is what, and it gives you a good solid foundation, especially if it's something you've invested in. Like, you don't want to just go in and buy all this stuff
and then start doing it and you're like, where do I even start? Because it can be overwhelming.
It's very
there's a
much
lot.
so overwhelming.
Yeah.
We did have a friend ask us, is this course already included in the Makers Gonna Learn membership? Unfortunately, this one is a separate course from the membership, and the reason is because we spent so much money going into creating this course. When I tell you, I was here when they put this course together, when they built this course. The amount of blanks that we went through is you are going to save yourself so much money strictly in the blanks that you're going to waste. Because when I say there was one day that I think we went through 15 coffee cups trying to get this right, that's no joke. 15 messed up coffee cups that we ended up just having to throw away.
I did 6 tumblers the first day that I sublimated because I didn't take the sublimation course. I was just here playing around, and it was my first tumbler experience, and I did 6, and it still wasn't perfect. And I was trying to learn on my own because I'm just stubborn like that. But I really, really think that the course is very helpful. Oh, we have it. Because I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you guys like all the supplies you need, and then we'll hop into Design Space. So if you didn't see the thumbnail, this is what we're going to be making. These are socks. Are these not the cutest things ever? Can y'all see these well? I mean, I am obsessed. This is Penny. This is Courtney and Tanner's little pepperoni. And I designed all of this in Design Space. You can do it in Canva as well. And then these were the first ones I ever did. I just kept one because I was like, I need to show the first one that I did. And you can see like I have a little seam here, but this is my baby. I made these for my husband for Father's Day, and they say, I love you, Dada. I'm like obsessed with those. I think they're so cute. So anyways, you're gonna need a pair of polyester socks. That's like the first ingredient in this project. So these are Dollar Tree socks. The brand is Juncture. And they just sell them individually. But the first ones I did were Walmart socks, and there were these long tube socks you can find in the men's section. And I want to say they come in like a pack of 15 or something crazy. Like there's a bunch. So I had those left over. We're not going to sublimate on these today, but this is the same sock right here. So you can tell that it works just fine. You just want to make sure that they're polyester. Like whatever socks you're buying, they need to be like 50, 60 plus % polyester.
I would say 60 plus for sure.
Yeah, 60 plus is going to get you a really pretty, like vibrant color. These are just Fruit of the Loom. These are more Walmart socks. I don't honestly know where these came from. Did you put these in here? Maybe Courtney did.
She must have, because I did not.
They were with all the stuff, and so I was like, I can feel that they're polyester. Like, you know how polyester socks feel?
Oh, yeah.
So anyways, I'm going to be sublimating on the Dollar Tree ones. And then also, we bought this off of Amazon. This looks weird, but it is a sock. What do I want to call it?
Form.
A sock form. Yes. So this is actually to put your sock on, like you would slide the sock on here. I'm going to show you all what I did the first time that I made these. I did not have that, and I didn't want to wait for it to come in from Amazon. So I just cut it out of a poster board. I don't know if that's allowed, but we're doing it.
I mean,
it worked. It did work. It did work. And I actually used foam board the first time, and it kind of like melted to my sock. So I used poster board, and it was like chef's kiss. It worked so perfectly. So you don't actually have to buy this. Like so far, all we're buying is $1 pair of socks, right? And if you've already got your sublimation stuff, like you're gravy. Like you're gonna have almost everything you need.
Yeah.
I've got a lint roller. This is just good to have on hand if you are a sublimation gal or guy. And then I've got heat gloves, a pair of scissors, butcher paper as always, heat tape, and then I've got my poster board right here. And that's it. Oh, and our heat press, obviously, this big old thing.
Big old honking beauty.
And honestly, like, I know that we don't recommend a easy press for this, but if you have sublimation stuff and you don't have a heat press yet, which usually if you're going to sublimate, you get one, these are not too big to do in an easy press.
No, those would work great. If you were going to do any, I would do the shorter ones like from Dollar Tree.
Yeah, like the ankle socks
even.
And you
could do it with the easy press.
Yeah. So anyways, let's go ahead and get into Design Space, and I'm going to show you all how I lay my design out. You can do this in Canva or in, Canva or Design Space. And I'm using a few different elements from Maker's Gonna Learn. So what I've got here is 2 different files. Oh, I flattened them. I was testing our printing earlier. So these are the 2 files I'm gonna be using today, and they should be linked below. And then I'm gonna pull in an actual photo of Penny, which is the little pepperoni that was on the socks. I'm gonna pull her in. Let's see, let's browse, recents. I like to grab all of, where did it go? I like to grab all my images first before I actually start my design process.
So someone asked us, while you're looking for that, someone asked us if they could do infusible ink with this. So this is, sublimation is the same thing as the Cricut infusible ink. The only thing is, with the infusible ink, you're not going to be able to print out a specific picture.
Yeah.
With the infusible ink, what you're going to have to do is take the already pre-cut or the pre-made sheets of infusible ink. Now, if you just wanted to use cut files with that, you could cut out the cut files and place them different places on the sock, and still infuse them into your polyester or polyblend socks.
Yeah.
That is possible. It does not have to be full sublimation if you don't have the stuff for sublimation.
Right, you can just piece it on there. I'm doing this in Design Space. I can show you all quickly how to do it in Canva, just how to set it up if you all want me to. If you guys do, just leave a comment and say, I want to see Canva, I want to see Canva, because I see a couple of people saying, I wish you all did more Canva tutorials. I want to see it in Canva. And it's just as easy.
Yeah.
But okay, we're going to start in Design Space. So I uploaded the image, and then right now it's going to have me select the image type. We almost always select complex. I've never really used the other settings for any other reason.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to remove the background. Now this is a big image, so it may take just a second. This is going to remove most of the background behind Penny. But what I'll do afterwards is manually go in and erase the body. So you can see here, this is just with the background removed, which is an amazing feature on Design Space. But what I'm going to do
Everybody's saying Canva. So just a little quick heads up. We've done Canva tutorials before. We've done quite a few Canva tutorials.
Yeah.
You may have to go back and watch them through a live. There's also a Canva tutorial in our sublimation course. If that's something that you're interested in, you can grab that sublimation course today for $70 off. But it's so easy in Canva. Honest to goodness, I sometimes feel like Canva is easier than Design Space.
It can be, especially for sublimation. It can be much easier. But I know that you all have Design Space, okay? Not everybody has full access to the background remover tool in Canva. You have to have the Pro Canva.
You also have to have access to do it here in Cricut too.
You do, but I know that everyone has a Cricut probably that's here. So we'll do Canva though. We'll just keep on trucking. But what I've done right here is I selected the erase tool and I just bumped it up to a little bit bigger. And what I'm gonna do is kind of go along this edge. And now listen, this is really far away from me right now, so I'm trying to get as much as I can. You can also use the select tool to select entire portions that you want to erase. But this is very fine detail, so I'm just gonna you can
Yeah.
you can see what's happening there. I'm just gonna keep using this manual erase. We're just gonna get all of this off of here. So, okay. Penny's little floating head is there. I'm gonna press apply and continue. And then I'm gonna need the print and cut image. If I select cut image, we're just getting the outline of Penny's head. I want to see her gorgeous little face, and I'm gonna upload this. And then what I'm gonna do is pull in the other elements that I want on my sock design. I just have 3 other files, and I bet y'all are thinking, you didn't use those on your socks. Well, I'm gonna break these files apart and use parts of them, which I do a lot. I like to pull in the SVG and then use the portion of the file that I need. So I'm gonna add to Canvas, add all 3 of those things to Canvas. Affinity.
Yeah, so
I haven't used that.
I've seen a couple people that have been using Affinity. That's not something that I'm familiar with, but I feel like a lot of people have started using it, and it might be something that we need to start looking into.
Yeah.
The possibility of it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. Okay, so I've got all 3 elements. What I'm going to do next is measure my socks. Okay, so what you'll do...
Oh, looky here.
They're laying everywhere, honestly. Thank you. Okay, so what I did, okay, and listen, I don't know if there's a right or wrong way to do any of this. This is just what I made up, okay? So I'm going to just line those up, and I'm going to measure. This is just so we know like how big we need to print it and how big we need our design to be. So I'm going to measure it. So it needs to be at least 7 by, and I'm going from the top of the sock to the toe of the sock by 11. So we'll probably print this on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper just because that's the format of our printer. And so what I'm going to do in Design Space is make a shape. I'm just going to make my shape 8.5 by 11, which is going to be the size of the paper that it's printing on. Let's see, 8.5 by 11. Uh-oh. 8.5 by 11. Here we go. Okay, and then if you didn't know, Design Space now has the operation to turn your like shapes into guides rather than cutting the shape out. It's just a guideline for you, and it'll be in red. So what I'm gonna do is start pulling all of these elements into my design. So I'm gonna go ahead and shrink Penny's face down. I'm gonna shrink it down just a little bit more. And I'm gonna go ahead and break apart these elements because I don't need all of it. So I'm gonna start with this You, Me, and the Dogs. I'll ungroup everything, and you can already see the text just kind of falls off. All I needed was this bone. And then for the little paw prints, I'm gonna contour this out. I'm gonna hide all contours, and then I'm just gonna select these little bean toes. Do y'all call them bean toes?
Bean toes.
I know me and Sadie both call them bean toes, but we're cat people, so maybe they only say that about cats. I don't know.
I mean, I have a cat. But
Do you call it bean toes?
No.
Oh my gosh, I had a cat and I literally his name was Pickles, but I called him bean toes because his toes look like beans. Beans. Okay, so these are all the elements. The other thing that I did was add in some text, and it says Dog Days. And I used our Saturday Night font, which is like one of my all-time favorite fonts. This font is so cute. I think I have it downloaded. If not, I'll show you guys where to download it.
We also have an issue we need to go to.
What?
No, I was just saying me and you have an issue with you overusing Saturday Night and
Groovy Moves. I know. It really is a problem, you guys. I can't control myself. I really can't. So these are my 4 elements. So you don't want to get too crazy when you're making a pattern. Like I don't want to go probably more than these 4 simple things. And these aren't super intricate either. So you need to think about, they're going to be very small. Like whenever you design things onto whatever you're putting it on, consider the size of what you're putting it on. So there's socks, and you want Penny's face to be the most noticeable thing out of everything. So her face will probably be the biggest item on the entire sock. So I'm going to send our guide to the back, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and lay her face out wherever I want it. So I'm just going to duplicate this and duplicate it, and you'll have to play around with where it is. If you want it to be exact, you can sit here and line all these up. That's just not who I am as a person.
Yeah.
But I respect it. That's your journey. I'm just not going to sit here and do that.
Alicia and I have also decided that I was saying something the other day. I can't remember what it was. And I was just like, you know what? That's not my journey. That's their journey. We have decided that that's the new, I guess,
bless your heart. Bless her heart.
Yeah. The new thing for, bless your heart.
Yeah. If you're from the South, you get it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Also, we had a lot of people saying that they love Groovy Moves and their different fonts. If you are a Maker's Gonna Learn member, I want you to drop your favorite font in the comments. Let's see those favorite fonts that you all have.
I'll tell y'all, my top 3. Well, Oh gosh, I got a lot of favorites. My top 3 though are probably Groovy Moves, Saturday Night, and oh shoot, it just led me. Oh, Vintage Jeans.
Yeah.
I love Vintage Jeans. I use that font for everything. Okay, so whoa, did you guys just see what happened? Why did it do that? Okay. I'm just playing around with my placement. I'm moving things around. You can tilt them and duplicate them and add them wherever you want. If you wanted to, you could just do the faces. If you feel like this is just, whoa, there's too many elements, I don't want all that, that's totally fine too. I just like a little zhuzh, you know?
Annie Carroll is another good one too.
Oh man, see, I got too many favorites. Because I love Annie Carroll. I'm going to turn all these just so they're like all facing different directions. And you can do whatever color scheme too. Maybe we'll do a different color scheme this time. I'm going to add another Doggy Days in here somewhere. Maybe here. Yeah. And I'm going to shrink it just a smidge. Okay, are y'all with me still? We're just designing now. We haven't done any sublimation yet. But the sublimation part is cake.
Yeah.
It doesn't take long. Now, I didn't move Penny's head. I kept her face forward, so I'm going to keep that the same one here as well. Let's see. I mean, I feel like, bless you.
Bless.
Okay, let's go ahead and change our colors. So all my Doggy Days, I'm going to make them the same color. Let's just do purple. I pick purple and orange every time. It's who I am. I can't help it. Okay, bones. Let's make those. A light. Let's make them like a yellow. Oh, I don't want to do that. Maybe let's do like a golden yellow, like a peachy. Perfect. Okay. And then our paw prints, we'll make those all the same color. If y'all do these, I really want to see what you come up with. I just love to see what people design. I'm like a design person. I like to see what you come up with and what you think looks good together and all that. So I'm going to make that a little bit darker. And then I'm also going to put a background on this. So I'm just pulling in a square. And I'm going to unlock it and make it 8.5 by 11. I guess I could have technically just changed the square that was set as a guide. I could have just changed that, but that's fine. Okay, I'm just like playing around with my placement here, y'all, because I want all these holes to be filled in. I feel like that looks good. What do y'all think? Do you feel like I need more? Less?
I feel like there's a couple Penny faces that could be separated.
Separated?
The one in the middle, right there, just pull it up. Just, yeah. That's it. That's all I needed. And actually the one down to the left. Nope, up, right, nope, down, right there.
That one?
Pull her down, right there. There
Good?
you go.
Okay, perfect. So what we're gonna do next is flatten everything. So if you were printing anything, you need to flatten it. If you're printing from Design Space, you need to flatten it. And you need to mirror it. So,
what happened to that?
I think the guide.
Did the guide flatten too?
I think it did.
Okay.
Because I ain't never done that one. Okay, let's flatten that up. Beautiful. Okay, and then what we need to do? What is going on? Did you see what's happening?
Okay, so what happened is that Dog Days, that black outline goes away when you flatten it unless you add that pen function.
We don't want that, but I'm going to make this a dark purple.
Make it darker, and then it won't do that.
Yeah, let's make these. What I was saying, though, is on that left side, it like shrunk my square for some reason. That's okay, though. This is cute. Love this. Okay, flatten. Perfect. That's cute.
Better.
Now, so what we're going to do, if you wanted to print this right now, you couldn't. Like, if I go make it, it's going to say project's incompatible. It's too small. Well, we have a hack for you because I print for sublimation from Design Space often. So if you click right here, it's going to say your image is too large. It needs to be between 6.75 by 9.25. So, okay, we'll do it. Let's shrink it. Let's see, that's 6 by 7. That's perfect. It doesn't have to be anything exact because we're going to stretch it back out anyways. We're going to go to make it. So we shrunk our image down to what would get us to this page, which is between 6.75 by 9.25. It needs to be within that range. What I'm going to do here is mirror my image. Always mirror your image. If you were sublimating, there's like very few exceptions that you wouldn't do that. And then we're going to send to our printer. We're using the Epson Workforce. I don't need a bleed. We're not cutting. I am going to use the system dialog. So let's just start. I'm going to show you guys what I did again because I feel like it's a lot. Okay, so it's going to come in unmirrored. You're going to be looking at it like this. We're going to mirror our image. We're going to continue. I'm going to send to the printer, turn off the bleed, use the system dialog, select print. It's going to look like it's loading for 100 years. If you stare at the screen for too long, like it's not going to pop up. It's just going to do this. So what we do is pull our screen down and there it is. I don't know why Cricut hasn't fixed that yet.
I mean, we're not going to get started on why Cricut hasn't fixed a lot of things yet.
Yeah, okay, we won't. So when you get here, you're still not going to be able to customize your print settings. The only thing you're going to be able to do is select best quality, which we are going to do that. You could select what tray it goes from, but we're not doing anything there. You do always want to select best quality, but what you'll do is come to this drop-down menu right here on the left side, and we are going to open it in preview. So it still looks like this. It's still mirrored. I'm going to go File, Print again. I know this is a lot, but like we do this so much, I could do it in my sleep. Don't you feel like that?
Yeah.
I feel like I do this print from Dialog Box every day. And so right now we are on 8.5 by 11 paper, but our image is not filling up the paper because we had to shrink it in Design Space. So what you can do is just zoom in. We're just going to play around with the numbers until we get a full page. Let's do like 150. I mean, we're getting there. What we could also do so that we don't lose all of our image, is like print two. Like we could do this one and then print another one, if that makes sense.
Yeah. We also had somebody ask us how we felt about, since we aren't cutting, how we felt about doing this in Canva. We love working in Canva. We love being able to, we print a lot of our sub stuff from Canva. You can upload Maker's Gonna Learn files, PNGs, into Canva and do it that way. Another way that you could possibly do that is take a screenshot of that specific area that you've designed in Design Space and then upload it to Canva and resize it.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's just another little tidbit.
There's Canva hacks also. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like when it prints. I'm going to go ahead and send this to the printer. I'm sending two because I want to use one for the front and one for the back of my socks because these are sublimated on both sides.
So Brad said, can you just use the scale to fit option? We had done that, but because Cricut does the black border, it really is like, it's still not, the black border is not 8.5 by 11. So scale to fit, the image is still not going to move around.
Yeah, we did not use scale to fit. We just used the scale up. So.
And we didn't use scale to fit. We did 110%.
175%.
175%.
But listen, it's going to be different for everybody because depending on your design, you might not want to like miss out parts of your design. And honestly, if you're working in Canva, it won't be like this as much. Like you won't have to do all this. So you know what? Let's just go to Canva. I'm going to show you guys because y'all want it. And I'm hoping Canva is logged in here. Let's see. Canva, where are you? Oh, yeah, it's in.
We also had the question, if your tank or printer has been used for regular printing, can you change it to sublimation? We do not recommend you taking an inkjet printer that has already been used with inkjet ink and changing it, what am I trying to say?
Like transforming or converting.
Converting it. Words are hard today. Words are hard. Converting it to a sublimation printer. Just the same as if you use it as a sublimation printer, then I would not go back to ink. You can't go back and forth between the two. The inks are completely different.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a little bit different because in Canva, it's not as easy to like ungroup your images and like cut out what you don't want. It's not the same.
Why don't you take a show them how to take the screenshot from Cricut Design Space and then add the image into Canva.
Oh, sure. Okay.
That would probably be the easiest. So we've gone over how to design it in Cricut, so that way you can contour out and flatten and all that stuff. So what you can do...
What is it? Control-Shift-4. Hello. Control-Shift-4.
Or try Command.
Command-Shift.
Command.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Okay, and we're just going to drag this over our image.
And so it takes a screenshot. It grabs that image.
Yep, and then we're going to go to Canva. Oh, I'm going to X out of that. And then upload. Where does it go? Recents? Yep, there it is. Okay, click and drag. Dang, girl. I ain't never done that before.
What?
I don't know why, but heck, I'm going to be using that all the time.
I do that all the time. And then it fits right on your 8.5 by 11.
That's gorgeous.
That's
beautiful.
gorgeous.
That's gorgeous. I love that. Okay. Yay. Okay, but what you need to do before you print anything, don't get crazy.
Don't get too crazy.
Flip it horizontal. It needs to be backwards.
This works really well because if you are designing in Canva, one thing that I've come across that you need to be aware of if you are designing in Canva for something with sublimation, you cannot flip your text. You can't mirror your text in Canva. So what I've had to do is if I'm designing in Canva, go download it as a PNG and then re-upload the same thing I just designed as an image, fit it to my size, and then flip it, which makes no sense. Or you could just mirror it on your printer.
Yeah, or you just, it's just a lot sometimes.
Yeah.
You find workarounds. That's why it's good to find a program that you like to design in and kind of marry it and learn it really good, and then you can just do whatever you want. You know what I mean? And which for us, we use both all the time, so.
Yeah, and this is a great thing about if you don't have the Canva Pro, because Canva Pro is, you can't do the background remover if you don't have Canva Pro, but if you have Cricut Access and you have the background remover, you can remove the background in Cricut and then put it on a white square and then just screenshot that with the background removed and then upload it and then edit that image in Canva.
Yeah. Okay, I need to go get the printouts. I'll be right back. Okay. So this is what it looks like once they're printed out. They're a little bit lighter sometimes whenever you print with sublimation ink, but they won't be like that whenever we actually sublimate. So before we do anything, I'm going to turn the heat press on. I thought it was on.
It was.
It must have just turned off, like went idle and turned off. I'm going to set it to 385. I need to stop clicking that pen. Let's do 385.
What is our giveaway today?
Sublimation printer.
Is it a sublimation printer?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's a big prize.
Yeah.
Like that's a bougie prize. Okay, 385. It's only at 73, but that's fine because I need to make sock templates to put inside of the socks before we actually press them on the heat press. So what you're gonna do is grab your socks. Let's just go ahead and open the ones that we are using today.
So we had a couple people, we were talking about the difference between the EcoTank and the Workforce. The only difference, we love our Workforce, but if you don't have the money to invest in a Workforce printer, yes, I would suggest you get the EcoTank or the Epson actual sublimation printer. Yeah, I did.
Okay, so before we don't want to just lay these on here and measure them out. We want to make them flat. So I want the heel of the sock to be at the back of the sock, if that makes sense. So I need the toes to be flat. Can y'all see what I'm doing? Am I off screen? Are we good? Okay. So we want it to be flat like this. If my heat press would hurry up, I could press these first. But you also want to make sure the heel is tucked in, okay? So we're just pushing the heel in just like that. And then so we'll lay it flat like so. And then same for this one. We want the heel to be in the back and the toes to be flat. I'm just sticking my whole hand in there to flatten it, and then you can tuck the heel in. And then what we're gonna do is lay these flat, and we're gonna literally, this is like very crafty. I feel like this is an old school craft, but we're sublimating, so it's not.
Oh yeah, but this part is taking it back old school.
This is like the resourceful crafter that I used to be whenever crafting wasn't so like such a huge thing.
Yeah.
So I just make one per sock because, I mean, you can reuse it if you want to, but I just get a poster board. This is also, you can get at the Dollar Tree. I'm just taking a pen, pencil, pen, whatever. And we're just going to draw all the way around the socks. This is going to go inside of our sock when we go to press it. Oopsie. And that way it just kind of stays firm. And when you press it, you're not going to be getting all these wrinkles. So I'm just cutting right inside the line.
Also, we had someone ask, is a wide format printer necessary or just a want? This is where you really have to think about what you want to do as a crafter or a business owner, or what you plan on making. If you plan on making stuff that is, now keep in mind, if you do not have a wide format printer, you can only print 8.5 by 14, which is the legal size paper. So just keep that in mind. We have had friends that have said, I wish I would have got the wide format, but if you are just a hobbyist and you are just doing this for fun, there are ways you can piece images together. They may not look as professional if you don't have the wide format printer, but it's still doable.
Yeah, gets the job done.
Yeah.
Okay, those are my they look like hot dogs or something. They're ready to go. And you also want to lint roll your socks before. So I'm just gonna get a new sheet of this. If you don't lint roll, it leaves these like little burnty blue situations, like fuzz, I guess it is.
So the socks that she's working on actually come from Dollar Tree, and we couldn't even find a link for them. But if you will just like search on Amazon, polyester socks.
And Walmart has these are all from Walmart. And this is one of these tube socks, sublimated. So this is a polyester Walmart sock. These Fruit of the Looms are from Walmart. So any polyester sock is gonna work. Okay, I'm gonna tuck the heels back in. You just wanna make sure, and I'm probably gonna end up having to tuck them again. I should have just waited until I put my sock templates in. Okay, so what I'm gonna do next is take my little sock form, and I'm just gonna slide it into my sock. Like I said, if you don't if you're planning on doing this a lot, you can get the actual metal sock form off of Amazon. But this has just worked for me because I was being impatient, and I thought, well, why not? Why wouldn't it work, you know? And so I'm not gonna pull this tight, but I'm gonna pull it all the way to the top of my cardboard. So like my cardboard is here, I'm just pulling it there. You don't need to like pull it really tight or anything. Just needs to be just like this, and make sure it's centered. Make sure that line is right down the center, and then tuck your heel in. And you can see on this one where you can't tell, but the heel was tucked in just like that. So what we'll do next is go ahead and put this one in. And wait, what time is it?
It's 12:45.
Okay. Let's see here.
Let's see. We did have somebody. So we did have somebody ask us if the giveaway was international or just for American members. That is something that we have been really expanding the last little bit. If I can find, a lot of times, our gift cards are for sure for everybody. Our Amazon gift cards, we do for our worldwide members. The actual giveaways, what we do is we normally go on Amazon or go somewhere and order them. If we can find them at a good price, then if we can find printers. I think right now Tanner is wanting to keep the giveaways for the gift cards international and everybody, and the actual stuff just for United States.
Okay, so what I'm running into, and I thought that these were the exact same pair of socks, but they're a little bit longer. Just a little bit. So in these, I just left the toe white because I thought that was cute anyways. But here, the toe is going to be like that wide, which is fine.
It would be cute to leave the toe and a little bit of the top white, though.
Like, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so.
that is cute. Okay, so I'm just going to leave this top edge like this. So when I go to lay this on the printer, I'm sorry, the heat press. When I lay this on the heat press, I'm going to lay these socks side by side just like this. And I am going to take this piece of paper and I'm going to line it up. I don't know if y'all can see it on the camera, but there is like a little edge right there. And then I'm going to leave some of the toe white as well. And we're just going to press it right down on there. I'm going to go ahead and put my butcher's paper on my heat press. I don't think that it's ready though. It is at 285. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and press these, y'all. So I've got my socks right here. I'm lining them up. My drink's probably right in the way. So I'm lining up the top edges to one another. Normally we are like heat tape people, and I brought it in here just in case I felt like I needed it. But you don't have to necessarily use that for this. Don't come for me. Okay. And then I'm going to just line this up just like so. And you want the sublimation paper to be on top. And then you're going to put butcher paper over top of it. If you don't, that ink is going to stick to your press. It's going to get on everything else that you press. Trust us on that. Are you kidding me? They're so cute. I'm obsessed with these. Is this not the cutest thing ever? Now, I saw a couple people saying, use your tape, use your tape. Y'all, this heat press is like, it is sandwiched. It is in there.
Well, the thing about it, if we were doing a design that we didn't want to move anywhere, but this is covering the whole thing.
Right, it's covering the entire thing, and it's pressing straight down. And all you do for the back is flip it over. And we're gonna do the same exact thing. So just get your new butcher's paper, and you can even see it sublimated onto my butcher's paper, which is hilarious. I'm gonna lay one down. This is gonna be my top sheet actually. Okay, these butcher paper rolls last forever, y'all. This is the same rolls since the first time they ever bought any, so if that tells you. Okay, I'm laying them in face down. I'm gonna take my other sheet, and I'm gonna line it up just like we did on the front, okay? I'm doing this for 40 seconds at 385 degrees. 40 seconds at 385. Here we go. Ooh. This is the Starcraft press, and they've been available on 143vinyl.com. So if you love this press, it is gorgeous, beautiful. I love it. Oh. This is the back. You can even see, you can see like where the heel was. But like, that's it, y'all. Is that not fresh? Okay, I'm gonna take the forms out. I will say, if you have foam board, like what I did the first time I ever made these was use foam board. The core of the foam board stuck to the inside of my socks, so don't do that. Yeah. This poster board little hack is amazing.
Yeah, I really love the poster board.
This is it. That's it, y'all. Done.
I love them.
Are y'all obsessed? I'm obsessed with these. Penny isn't even my dog, and I'm trying to wear these socks. You know?
So somebody asked, can you please tell me the size of the new Epson Sublimation printer? It's just the same. It's set up to only print 8.5 by 14 is the largest that it can print. Size-wise, about that big. About that big.
It's big. It's small.
I mean, it's smaller, yeah.
Okay, that's it. Oh, wait, y'all want to see the side of the sock? Yeah. I can show you the side. Are y'all trying to come after me? This is the side. It's not a seamless pattern. Now, you can do it seamless if you put your mind to it, because I was being a little anal. But you can, I mean, it does get a little scary, okay? I'm not gonna lie. If you don't get it right, it gets, like the one I did of Ruby's face. Ruby is my little girl. I'll show you guys, okay? But don't talk about my little baby, my little angel baby. It's a little spooky. I mean, her eyes ain't perfect.
That one is spooky.
If they're not perfectly lined up, like it looks sketch, okay? So don't feel like you need to have a seamless pattern all the way around because you're getting the gist. Like,
but what you could do is put all of your images more toward the middle
Yeah.
and make them smaller. That way the edges are all like the color, the solid color.
rather than a face.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, this is the side of that one. So you can see like Penny's ears like on the edges of them. But I mean, those are so cute, you guys. I love them. I'm very happy.
I know.
Okay.
Everybody loves them.
Yay, I'm so glad. What a Okay, anyways, well, we're going to be doing a beginner's sublimation project today. Lauren's going to be showing y'all.
So if y'all have any questions about starting sublimation, like this is going to be fairly basic.
Yeah.
I am going to do a little bit of a Canva tutorial. So it's going to be, I'm going to teach you how to download fonts into Canva using Maker's Gonna Learn Fonts. And we are going to be creating a license plate.
Very cute.
Because this is going to be one that if you are going to sell crafts, if you are a beginner to sublimation, this is a really good one to start with where you can get personalized, but it's still a rinse and repeat process.
Right.
It's not very hard. You can turn around and sell these $10, $15 a piece and make, what are they? I think like probably like 99 cents
You
a piece
buy them
to
in bulk, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you could make a really high profit margin on this type of thing.
Oh,
so.
yeah. Oh, yeah. If you missed it, the live last night, you can go back and rewatch it. Don't worry about that. You can go back and rewatch that. Someone said, I can't believe he's that close to Johnson City. Fun fact, I used to live in Johnson City.
Oh, yeah, you went to college there.
I loved Johnson City. Johnson City is one of my favorite places.
Yes, I've only been there a couple times, but like I've been holding out. I should have been going there a long time
You should have been
ago.
going to Johnson City a lot. Granted, Johnson City now versus Johnson City 7, 8, 10 years ago is completely different.
Like better?
So much better.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
they
much
have lots
better.
of cute little like restaurants and stuff.
Questions already. Can you sublimate on wood? Yes, you can.
You sure enough can.
You sure enough can. It's a little bit of a process. You can't just go straight from sublimation to wood. You have to put some type of either a polymer coating on there or a laminate sheet, something like that.
And we have tutorials on that on the channel too, so.
And then somebody asked, question already, can I make this without sublimation? You can. It's not going to be the exact same look, but it's possible. So it is very possible. You can put vinyl on these. It's just going to be a little bit different of a look, and we're actually going to be using a pattern today, so you probably won't get to use that pattern.
But you could do SVGs and do vinyl on it if you wanted to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so if you all are ready to jump in, we're gonna go ahead and head over here and we will jump into our project. So as you can see, we honestly have very minimal supplies today. My computer's on here just because I have to print from this computer or from this printer. This is our Epson SureColor printer. If you all have been here for a while, you know that we really enjoy this Epson SureColor printer. This is Epson's kind of like at-home printer that is specifically for sublimation. It is the SureColor F170. It's so easy and so simple to set up. I have not personally set it up on our computer that we have here in the studio because I'm going to be, we are actually updating. I'm in the process of updating our sublimation course. So I'm going to be teaching you how to set up this specific printer on this computer. So I don't want to set it up yet because I want to do it in the video. I understand if you can't purchase a sub printer right now, they can be very expensive. The Eco Tanks are probably your best bet. It's the cheapest way is with the Eco Tank, and then the StarCraft ink is great because they already have the nozzle with the key in it. Yeah. But anyway, this one, if you are going to invest, I think this one runs around $400, which is it is an investment. It's expensive, but it really can truly pay for itself very quickly.
It has a lot of good functionality for sublimation.
Absolutely.
And it prints so good, like the color matching.
Yes.
There's lots of good things about it. It automatically mirrors your image. So I really love that printer. I've just recently been using it a lot more, and I really, really like it.
And it's one of those things, like, the one thing about this printer that I'm not the biggest fan of is that the largest it will print is 8.5 by 14.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the only drawback. If they had this in a wide format, there is literally, like,
Sold.
I don't know what has kept them from, like, what is stopping you from doing this in a wide format?
Right. Because you know that people that are sublimating are printing wide format often.
Oh, all the
would
time.
Assume.
All the time.
So.
So, of course, we have our sub printer. Whichever one you have, it's great. We're just using this Epson SureColor today. We have the license plate blanks. Those should be linked down below. One thing about these license plates, if you order the ones that are linked, please make sure, let's go overhead. There is a plastic film over these, and a lot of times you cannot see them and you would not know it's there. Trust me, I have sublimated about 3 of these and forgot to take the plastic off.
I forget every time.
Every single time. Every single time.
Just when you get them, just take them all off.
Yep, just when you get them, take the plastic off of all of them. So definitely make sure you do that. I am also going to be using the Condi, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that, Dye Trans Pro Spray 2. I have become a full 100% believer in this sublimation adhesive spray. If you have tape, y'all use your tape. Don't go out and buy this just because I said to. Wait and use up all the heat resistant tape you have. So don't, I did bring this in here. You can take this down. I'm just letting you know if you are close to running out of tape, test this out.
Yeah.
I would highly suggest purchasing this. I will say one thing, we'll go back to one thing that I did with this spray. So we are currently, once again, if you all have been around our channel, seen us live the last couple days, or weeks actually, we have been trying to fix our Workforce printer, which is our wide format printer. It did the firmware update on the printer. We did not know that there was an issue with the new firmware. Now it is not recognizing our cartridges because they're not Epson cartridges. So once again, we are in the process of trying to fix that. So in the meantime, we are having to piece together our larger images. But I did a shirt where I pieced together 3 different prints. So I printed the image 3 different times. So I did a top, a middle, and a bottom. Used this, the Dye Trans Pro spray. So this is the sublimation adhesive spray. Sprayed it on the shirt. Hear me out. Flipped it over, lined all of that up. Y'all, it doesn't even look like, you cannot tell.
Yeah.
Doesn't even look like I pieced it together.
Yeah.
It worked perfectly. It did not move. I got no ghosting. It was absolutely amazing.
It looked good. We've got a couple questions about sublimation.
Okay.
Melody asked, can you change brands of sublimation ink when you have to refill a tank? Not recommended. If you use if you're using StarCraft ink, like just use StarCraft. If you're using Hippo, use Hippo. Like don't interchange your inks.
Yeah.
That's what we usually recommend.
Yeah. Or is the StarCraft not Hippo? Or is it different?
I think it's different.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
I have to look. I get confused because there's so many different ones. This one specifically came with Epson ink, and I have been very impressed with the Epson sub ink.
I didn't even realize Epson had sublimation ink.
They didn't.
Tells you how much
they didn't until they released this printer.
Oh, okay.
And then they released sub ink with this printer.
Oh.
So that's what you've been printing with is Epson ink. This does not have StarCraft in it.
Honestly, y'all, that's a good, if you're going to do sublimation, you're going to buy a printer.
If you're going to start somewhere,
yeah, because you don't have to
with
convert
ease
it.
of setup.
Right.
It's already ready to go for you. It comes with ink.
Yes.
I don't know that if you can see these ink levels. So I filled these ink levels up when we first got it. And how long ago has that been?
Like
a while.
2-3 months.
I
maybe.
printed all of those books that I made for, so I made like 80, 90 something books.
Yeah.
Everything I do anymore in the office, I print off of here. It's only used maybe a quarter, if that.
Yeah, it looks on the screen.
Yeah.
It looks pretty. I mean, it looks pretty full. Someone also mentioned, what printer do we recommend for DTF ink? Now we have like a DTF Sublimation ink.
I do want to be clear. So a Sublimation printer and a DTF printer are different.
Right.
A true DTF printer prints white ink. So that's where you create your DTF transfers so those transfers can go on dark color shirts. We do not have a true DTF printer.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have not tested a DTF printer. We don't have one. Don't really know which brands they have. I know there's a lot of different brands out there. I have researched, but we don't have anything. Now we have done sublimation with the DTF powder on DTF film, but that is still not true DTF. But we're just going to focus on sublimation today.
Yes.
So
any advice on brown heat resistant tape leaving marks on blanks? Do you have any solid advice for that?
I have only ever used, this is the heat transfer tape, and we'll go overhead, that we've ever used. It's like a yellowy brown on it, but I've never had any issues with it personally leaving marks on things. Have you?
No, but I've purchased shirts that have marks on it.
Really?
Like I have ordered a shirt like
From
probably a couple years ago though, and if I had to guess, they're using Cricut brand. If I had to guess, they're using Cricut brand heat transfer tape. I don't know what brand you're using. If it's Cricut brand, I'm gonna go ahead and suggest to get on the 143 Vinyls website and just order their heat resistant tape. We haven't had issues.
This came from Amazon, didn't it?
Did it? Oh, okay.
I've ordered some from Amazon.
Then let me say this, non-Cricut brand.
Yes.
Try a non-Cricut brand if that's what you're using.
Or just go with the spray.
Or try the spray.
Because honestly, my biggest concern with the spray was that it was going to leave a residue, like a sticky residue on everything that I did. It does not, because what happens is when it heats up, when the heat press heats it up, it's like it evaporates.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is crazy.
It's insane.
And it's sticky, y'all. It's like really sticky, so.
Lynn asked, can you sublimate on darker colors? I just recently heard that you could. Now, you can sublimate on, let's say, a darker color shirt only if you use black ink. So the black, because it is a darker color than the shirt you're using, but if you're wanting to sublimate on dark colors, like you can't sublimate yellow onto a black shirt, you're not going to be able to see it.
Right.
So you need to, Carolyn says Cricut heat tape is blue.
Oh, then it's not Cricut heat tape that she's using.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought they had a brown one for some reason in my brain, but we don't use it, so I guess I wouldn't really know.
Okay, so Kathy says, I have the Epson 170, which is the one that we have. I'm sort of new at this. I cannot get it to print larger than 3.5 by 3, and it mirrors automatically. Yes, okay. One thing about this specific printer, the Epson SureColor F170, it took me like 3 times printing through to realize that it does mirror automatically.
We were like, what is going on?
Because I was mirroring my image, and then I was printing, and it was coming out correct, and I was like, what am I doing wrong? Like, Alicia, will you please come check me? There is a setting when you go to your print settings. If you go to page layout, there is a button on the bottom that automatically stays checked for mirror image. And so if you already have a pre-mirrored image, you're gonna have to make sure you go in there and change that every time you print.
Let me go back on my Cricut heat tape. I feel bad. Carolyn said it's blue, and she's never had issues. So my other theory about the brown tape coloring is overheating.
Could be.
Too high of heat for too long could potentially cause your tape to leave brown marks. That's
or
my
too
other
much
theory.
pressure.
Or too much pressure. Yeah. Those are our theories on that. Lots of people love the blue tape.
So, anyway, so these are our materials. Of course, we have our butcher paper. I did forget to talk about our butcher paper. Always have butcher paper on hand. As you can see, we are starting to get low here in our office. So we are going to need more. And then, of course, we have our heat press. Now, this is something that you don't specifically have to have a large heat press for because our license plates are smaller. You could probably do this on let's go ahead and get a measurement on this and see, because I don't remember the measurement. So we're just going to...
Where did you get your sublimation spray, Lauren? It wasn't off Amazon, was it?
No. So this is a 12. So you could, I was just trying to think, if you have a Cricut press and you don't have a heat press yet, you could use the 12 by 12 press that Cricut has, not the 9 by 9. I got this. Let me just go ahead and pull this up. The parchment paper we just got from Amazon. If you will just, not parchment paper, butcher's paper. If you will just search butcher's paper on Amazon, I suggest using the white. They do have a pink butcher's paper. I wouldn't go there with it. I just wouldn't try it. They also have a brown butcher's paper. Once again, I would just, blah, 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 blah. Words are so hard today. I would specifically go with white. So I'm going to find where I got the spray because the spray is not linked down below. I do know that because I made this list.
I can find it for you
before I got the spray. But I want to, so the place that I got it from is, if you go to the Condi website, so if you go to this website, you can purchase it straight from here, but it's like the reason that I purchased it from somebody else is because it was, they were going to make me, like, charge me a freight fee, and, like, I had to be somewhere. Like, I only wanted one bottle. I didn't want a whole case of this stuff. And it was going to have to be, like, a freight pickup. It was just odd. So, I think you can get this. No, that's not the Condi brand. Where is the link that I purchased it from?
Was it 15?
BradshawBlanks.com.
Okay.
That is where I purchased it from. I decided to go with them because I'm pretty sure they are also a small business. They do sell other sublimation blanks. I'm the type of person, I really try to support other small businesses. So I'm sure they've probably bought a case of this. They have paid the freight fee, everything else. So I bought it from BradshawBlanks.com. I will link that after the video.
I'm going to comment the link right here, and it'll say Alicia Griffith. It'll just be me.
Yeah,
so y'all can have it.
You can comment the link. I don't know. Sometimes it lets you, sometimes it doesn't. But BradshawBlanks.com, they were great. They actually sent me a little keychain gift, which I thought was super cute touch. Love that. But I will link that below after the video. So definitely check them out if you are into sublimation and looking for blanks and things like that. We love supporting small businesses. Okay, so what we are going to do now, we are going to hop over to our share screen, and we are going to be working in Canva today, okay? We're going to be working in Canva today. So I'm going to go up here. I have already logged in. I'm going to go up here to the top right corner, and I'm going to create a design. Now, I want to create a custom design because I want the size of the design that I'm making to be the size, or maybe like a half of an inch larger. That way it covers everything. I know that it covers everything. So I'm going to click Custom Design. Now, back overhead, so to create this custom design, let me move my computer out of the way. We are going to measure, and I have already measured this way. Remember, it was 12 inches in length and then 6 inches in height. So we are going, our width was 12, so let's just go 12.25. So we're going to go 1/4 inch larger, and our height, we're going to change this to inches, 12.25, and then we're going to go with a 6.25 here, just because we are we just want it a little bit larger. So we're going to create this design. Here we go. Now what we're going to do, so I don't even have the finished product in here, do we? It's all good.
You want me to grab the finished one?
No, it's fine. Actually, yeah, if you want to go ahead and grab the finished product, and we're going to be working with 8.5 by 14 inch paper today. And the reason we're working with 8.5 by 14 is because the license plate is back there if you'll grab just the 8.5 by 14 paper.
Okay.
Thanks. So we are going, because we're working with 8.5 by 14 because our license plate is 12 inches. So I did tell you this is for beginners, so this is just going to be a very basic design. What we're going to do, we are going to upload a file from Maker's Gonna Learn. So we're gonna hop over here to Maker's Gonna Learn. We're gonna go to Cut Files, and then once that pulls up, I'm just going to go to our pattern section, which is down here. Sometimes it takes me a minute to figure out where it's at. So you can really use any pattern from this section that you would like. I would probably go with something like this. I don't know would work as well, but you can really pick what pattern you want. This one would be a really great one. That chevron pattern would be good for a license plate.
Melody is asking about that spray on tumblers, which you just did. I should have grabbed that one while I was out there, but it looked good.
Yeah, so I used the spray on tumblers the other day because, like I said, I'm updating the sublimation course, so I'm testing out all the new stuff. We even got a tumbler press in. You all know if you've been here at our channel that we have always used a convection oven, and convection ovens work great. We still love a good convection oven.
Yes.
But let me tell you, the spray with a mug press was, honest to goodness, probably the best seam we've got.
Yeah, I would say best seam for sure, and like much easier. Like it was just a little bit less foolproof. You know what I mean? Like, or it was foolproof. Like you were able to do it, and there was not a lot of room for mistake.
Yeah. But anyway, for this project, we are going to be using this floral design here in Maker's Gonna Learn. So what we are going to do, we are going to download that. That's going to be a zip file here. Then what we're going to do, we are going to go back to our over here to our design. We're going to upload a file. We are going to go to today. Why is that not?
Whenever you unzip it, click on the file again to all the way open it.
Okay.
And then it should be in your recents.
Downloads. Where did it go? Where did it go? It was literally just right there. There it is. Floral PNG. There we go. It's completely opened. So now we're going to go back, upload a file. It is still not doing it.
Is it in your recent folder?
There it is. Open. That's going to download. Then what we're going to do, we're going to select this. Then we'll go to elements here in a minute. We are going to place this, and we are just going to completely cover this whole thing. Okay?
Cute.
So we just want we want it to completely cover the size of the design we are working with. From there, we are going to grab a shape. Okay? So it automatically comes in with this color. You can come up here. We have different colors loaded. You can go to here. You can pre-select colors.
I love that airdropper tool. That's my favorite tool to match things. Like when you click the little dropper and then...
So if you click this dropper, let's say we wanted to, here we could do the pink. We've got this burgundy color, maroon, we have a yellow, we have a green, we have a blue. What do we think we want to go with?
Ooh, I like that peachy color.
You like this one down here?
Just
or
the
this
one
here?
Not that one, the other one.
This one.
Yeah, the peachy, orangey, yellow, whatever you want to call that.
This one?
Yeah.
That's yellow. That's not peach, is it?
It's very peachy orange to me, not yellow.
I see it more
But it
as
looks
like
way lighter up here than it does on my screen. My screen is very like peachy orange.
Huh.
What
But
you're looking at is like a pink mauve.
Okay, so it is more on the orange side.
Yeah.
Once you do the picker.
Yeah, because you can see it.
Oh no, what did I just do? We're gonna go back to the picker and we're gonna come over here.
Cute.
And boom, you can color match all of your stuff. So now that we have that color matched, we are gonna make it larger because I'm going to add a monogram. So this is where you can get like the personalized, and I want it centered. So the one thing I love about Canva is you can move it around and it shows you when it is centered that way, and now it is centered perfectly in our design. So we are going to leave it there. Megan says it looks orange. Maybe I'm colorblind.
No, it looks different on your screen right now.
Okay, so it looks different here than it does on your screen.
This screen that you're looking at is way lighter.
So it does look more yellow. I mean, I can see a yellow-orange
It's
for
like
sure.
the color of my shirt on your screen, and it's like orange on my screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, either way.
Either way,
you can choose. You can use this little eye. If you go here to the colors, you can use the eyedropper tool, and you can choose what color you want. So let's just say if we wanted it to be this green color.
Ooh, pretty.
Pop it there. Or let's see what the maroon looks like.
This is my favorite design hack, especially when you're making your own designs, because it really allows you to not get a close color, but get an exact
color.
And I love that dropper tool.
Nope, this is the one I'm going with.
That's
and
cute.
I will do the peachy letters.
Cute.
Because I feel like it being close to this peach right here.
It was like not right.
It was not doing it right. Okay. So now that we have chosen our color, now I'm going to teach you how to upload a font from Maker's Gonna Learn. So let's just go back to Maker's Gonna Learn. We're gonna go to our fonts. I honestly don't remember what font I used.
Let me see.
I think it's Conscience.
Conscience, maybe.
Conscience.
Yeah.
It should be linked down below, but so that I know that I'm uploading a new font, we will choose one. I think I want to go with Little Lovey. This is one of our new ones. Mm-hmm. Little Lovey is a new font, so I think I want to go with Little Lovey.
Someone had a question. You don't have to have a sublimation printer for this. We were talking earlier, you could just apply vinyl. The pattern would be hard to apply that way, but you could do like a printable vinyl situation, I feel like.
And maybe wrap it?
Yeah, or like a waterproof printable vinyl. Do they make that?
I don't know. What I would do if I was doing this, and I didn't have sublimation, obviously this pattern, it's not gonna work because I think we only have it in a PNG. Mm-hmm. So I would do something different on the back, or even buy a mirrored. You don't have to buy these specific
the white ones.
License plate. You don't have to buy a white license plate if you are doing it with vinyl. You could buy different colors. You could buy the mirrored, whatever. And then I would create a design I would create my design in Cricut Design Space, Silhouette Studio, whatever software you use, and cut all my vinyl on my Cricut.
Yeah.
Or your machine. So anyway, today we are specifically talking about sublimation because this is like the beginner. So if anybody has any questions. Did I choose a specific template in Canva? Maria, no. What I did was from home, I clicked create a design, and then if you go to create a design, I go down here to custom size, and then I measured my license plate, and I made it 1/4 of an inch wider and 1/4 of an inch taller. That way it's going to overhang just a little bit. So this is what I did. You can do HTV on a license plate if you didn't have that, and that would be a lot easier to layer HTV than layer permanent vinyl.
Oh yeah, for
that
sure.
would be great. Okay, back to our design. We're over here in Maker's Gonna Learn. We are going to download Little Lovey. We're going to open it up as a zip file. We are going to completely open it up, and we are going to install the font into our font book. So now it is on our computer.
Does that have glyphs? First of all, does this font have glyphs? I need to see them. I need to see if it does.
I'm obsessed with this font.
Oh, it has some.
No, your basic ones. I don't think it has.
Audibly gasps.
Audible gasp.
That, y'all.
These letters.
If you haven't watched our video on how to find glyphs, go watch it, and then, not right now, but later. I haven't used glyphs a lot, but I just knew that font would have glyphs because it looks like a glyphy font.
It does.
You know what I'm saying? Some fonts just look like they have lots of cute glyphs.
Yes. So, once we have uploaded that, do you have to be a Canva Pro member to upload fonts into Canva?
No. Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
But I've only ever worked in Canva Pro.
I've worked in Basic, but it's been a long time. I feel like I didn't have to have the Pro version. I need to look. I'm going to look and see if I can see.
Okay, so I'm going to teach you how to upload a font. Remember, we're uploading Little Lovey into Canva. So once you click on text here, you go to Untitled Brand Kit, go to Edit, and then you can upload a font.
You do have to have a Pro membership.
So you do have to have Canva Pro to upload. However, Canva has a lot of great
options with the basic access.
With
Correct.
basic, but this is just using Maker's Gonna Learn. So if you want to use the Maker's Gonna Learn fonts, you do have to have the Canva Pro. Honestly, if you are sublimating, if you are a beginner with sublimation, I would go ahead and make the purchase for Canva Pro.
Yeah.
Go ahead and grab that because
it's just a good resource to have.
It is a great resource. Not only if you are beginner in sublimation, but if I've seen a lot of our friends that are on here talked about the selling course starting to sell their crafts, having Canva Pro and being able to create different things in there,
like
whether
social
media posts, mock-ups. There's so many different things you can do with Canva Pro.
Yes.
If you are trying to sell your craft.
For sure.
But anyway, we're going to upload the font. We are going to go to...
Diana said that she's... listen, I just Googled it. I Googled, can you add fonts to Canva? Can you upload your own fonts? And it says, yes, you can add fonts to Canva, but the ability only comes with the Canva Pro. That was my Google search. So if you're not a pro and you're uploading fonts, let us know.
I'm not understanding why it's not allowing me
I did install
it. I did install it.
Go back and... Yeah, because we looked through it. That's weird. Try to do it again, maybe.
Little Lovey zip. We've opened it up.
Okay.
Don't know where it just went. We're just going to search it.
We have a basic Canva tutorial coming out. Also, I feel like everything I'm saying today is coming out wrong. Not meaning for it to.
Let's try to install it again. I did install it right there. It is.
You did. That's so weird.
I did.
I
did. Okay. We're just going to exit out of all this stuff. We have a lot of stuff open. We're going to cancel. We're going to try it again.
Okay, go recents.
There is no recents.
That's a lie.
What a lie.
Can you just search Lovey?
Well, right there it is.
Like for the unzipped portion.
Oh, there it is.
There she is.
Sometimes, y'all, it does. Please confirm the following. Yes, it is ours. If you are Maker's Gonna Learn member, you have access to use that. So there we go. Got it.
Bravo.
Bravo.
Diana said, I believe you, but I'm going to have to go try. Maybe I'm wrong. Let us know, Diana.
Okay. So we now have it. You see Little Lovey regular. So now what we're going to do, we're going to add a heading. We're going to go to here. We're going to search Little Lovey.
And you don't have to refresh Canva when you upload fonts.
No,
like you do in
you
Design
shouldn't have
Space.
to. So we are, did you say, do you want, no, you wanted one with your, I think Sadie needs a new license plate.
Sadie had a monogram license plate, but she took it out. She was like, no more. It was black and red. Oh yeah, this one's cute. This is a very cute little.
Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm just gonna like hand place my monogram. This is the easiest way that I have found to do it. So we are going to, I think I want it right there. The L may be a little large. We're gonna add an, again, little lovey, S for Sadie. We're gonna pull this over here. Now, if you all know with monograms, you, the last name goes in the middle, and we may have to move this L over just a smidgen. And then all I'm gonna do here is I'm going to Command C and V. Well, normally I can just do, I can copy and paste. Let's see if we can go here. Copy, and then we're just going to paste.
You can always just hit the duplicate button.
Okay, where's that at?
It just select the letter and then that little, it's like the two, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it duplicated
It
the
just
circle.
duplicated this one. Okay.
There.
There we go. Duplicate. And then bring this guy down. Still think this guy's a little bigger than our S.
And if you ever want like exact size, you can just select that S and see what the font is.
149. That's 124. But sometimes if you do the same, see, this says 149. This is 149.
Why? Can you duplicate the S and then see what it looks like? Like, and then and change it to an L and see if it does the same size. That is so weird. Why does it do that?
I don't know. It's a lot.
That's confusing.
Let me try this.
That bothers me. I want to like.
Okay, maybe that's it.
Okay.
My L was a capital L. My S was a lowercase s.
Oh.
That's it.
Okay. I was like, what?
Yeah. So anyway, basically what you're going to do is you're going to come in here. I think do we like it better with a lowercase L?
No.
It just looks like a 1 to me.
It don't look good.
Okay. We're going to make this a little smaller.
The second
So we're
L is the middle
133.
initial, yes.
The second, so Sadie's name is Sadie Lee Lewis. That's why, so the last name goes in the middle name here, first name here. So we went down to 133. Is the same size as this one. I think I want this down, and then we're gonna, I think I like that. Yes, no, maybe?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm
So
like at a
now
weird
we're
angle.
gonna change the colors. So I'm gonna once again come up here. We're gonna go to our picker. I don't know.
Ooh,
That's
cute.
pretty. That maroon is very pretty. And then once you have selected and changed that one color, you can select them all. Do we want to try it in the peach?
I don't think the peach is going to look as contrasty, but try it.
No.
You can't see it.
Green?
No.
Sadie, you like the maroon the best? So what we're going to do now, I'm going to download this. I am going to... I'm trying to think of how I can download it and then get to it from my computer. So what you would do is you're going to download it. Then from there, it's going to open up. Here you go.
Airdrop it.
Airdrop it. I'm going to airdrop it to my computer because I'm going to have to print it from my computer. I have not printed it yet. If you were, I'm going to pop it over to yours.
Okay.
And then you can print
send it? Okay.
Yeah, you can send it since it's already on there. So once you have done that, once you have downloaded it, what you would do from there is you would hit, you would go to File, and then you would print it, okay? I'm just going to go Command P. Okay, So from there, what you're gonna do is you're gonna change your settings. I'm just gonna act like we're doing it on our workforce right now. We're not gonna print it from our workforce. I'm just going to show you how you would do this. You are going to want to put it not US letter. We are actually gonna be doing this on 8.5 by 14. So you want to go to your custom size.
Do I need to scale it up at all? When I print it from here, just print it on 8.5 by 14
print
and
it
it'll be
on
fine.
8.5 by 14. And let me go ahead and change this out real quick.
Okay.
Because I do have the A sub paper. I am using A sub paper for this. So one thing I do want to address is that you can use copy paper. That did not work. You can use copy paper to sublimate with. However, I have discovered that using copy paper on rigid surfaces doesn't give the best result. It works very well with textiles. Love it with textiles.
Yeah.
I have done it on rigid surfaces and it did not give me the same results as a sub copy paper. Okay, so paper size, we're doing 8.5 by 14. Okay, we have 8.5 by 14. You are going to want to always make sure that you have it on best quality. Feed from, normally I would say feed from rear tray, but this one just has main tray. You can put it to photo matte paper and then you would print it.
I sent it to printer, but it's saying error. It's on, right? Okay,
Yeah.
let me try again. Let me try one more time.
So
There it
while
goes.
she is working on that, does anyone have any questions? We did get, where do you buy your blanks like this license plate? So we personally bought these license plates off of Amazon. Amazon has some great blanks that you can find. We talked about the place that we got the spray earlier, which was bradshawblanks.com. They are a smaller, like a small business. You can get them from there. Coastal blanks, we have got from Coastal Blanks before. There are so many different places that you can get blanks. But anyway, Diana said, Alicia, you are correct. You have to have the Pro. Maybe they had the font that she had.
Oh, yeah, that's
Like
very
I
possible.
said, Canva has a very wide range of fonts that you can use. So if you want to get your feet wet with Canva first, you can do that. But to be able to upload our Makers Gonna Learn fonts, you do have to have the Pro version. Yes.
But you can upload images still. So
Yes.
like you can use any of our images in Canva Basic
Yes.
still. You just can't use the fonts there.
One other thing that I want to make sure you guys know, we did not, now let's go back here. So let's talk about mirroring real quick. If you are doing a sublimation project, you are going to have to mirror your image. If you by chance have the Epson SureColor printer, then it automatically mirrors it for you. However, if you do not, what you are going to do, you can click here, have this set up, have your photo that you've created. You're going to go to, is it edit or is it view?
I always can't remember. Tools even? And it says flip horizontal.
Okay, so you're going to go to tools. You are going to flip horizontally and that is going to mirror it for you. And then from there, if your printer does not automatically mirror your image, if it's not a sublimation printer, you will have to mirror. So make sure you mirror your image before you print, okay? Now that we have that done, we are going to move all of this out of the way. Shut my computer, move it over here. We're gonna move our paper out of the way. And I'm going to show you guys how we're going to use our spray, our adhesive spray. So as you can see, our design is, like I said, 1/4 inch wider and taller than our license plate because I just wanted to make sure that it covered everything. So what I'm going to do now, this is just an old piece of butcher's paper. Obviously, it is very burnt. Very
Crusty and
burnt.
dusty.
Crusty and dusty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my adhesive spray. I'm going to give it a good shake.
Shake it, shake it, shake it.
Shake it, shake. And then I'm just going to do a very light coat. That's it.
That's all?
That's it. And it's already tacky.
Daggum.
That's it.
It's sticky, y'all. It's so sticky.
It takes very little. I put the butcher's paper down kind of as a protective because I will say it gets your surfaces pretty sticky too. Like you can rub up the adhesive. So
it'll come off if you just rub it.
It will come off if you wash it. But we're going to let that dry, and then from there, I'm going to come here. I'm going to lay my blank down, press it on, and that's it.
That's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote. It's stuck.
I
Look
need
at
to
that.
make a new license plate too.
Look at that.
Dang, that is on there.
I'm
Wow.
telling y'all, this adhesive spray is where it's at.
That's cool.
So I'm going to put my crusty dusty butcher's paper back over here. I'll bring this more in view. We are pressing at a heat of 385. So I'm going to place my license plate with the sublimation printed up toward the plate. Tear us off another piece of butcher's paper. Place it down, and we're going to press this for 60 seconds.
And generally speaking, you're going to want to put your printed image up like Lauren did. There's like very, very few exceptions to that. The one Lauren's been testing out ceramic tiles.
Yeah, so what I just did, just so you guys know, can they see this in the shot? So this, for this heat press, this adjusts my pressure here and here. I have been working with tile, so it was up, it didn't have as much pressure. So I adjusted my pressure down so it had more pressure. That way it really gets on there, and that's a little too much pressure. We're gonna come up off of it just a little bit.
You can feel it when you try to like push down. It's so hard to push down.
Still a little too much, if you ask me. There we go.
There she goes.
Perfect. Perfect. So we're going to let that go for 60 seconds. I'm going to have to watch this because I have it set for 330 seconds right now.
What were we doing? The tiles at
The tile ornaments.
Yeah.
Takes it a while. Yeah.
Okay. She's smoky. What?
I don't think I have a heat glove, but we'll figure it out.
Oh, there's one right under. Look.
Oh, I see it.
I see it. Also, we've only had one for like weeks now. I don't know.
Okay, so we're going to bring this over here.
A lot of our blanks are from Amazon. We get a lot.
Yes, we get a ton of blanks from Amazon.
The link for the spray is not in the description, but we did have it above. It's from bradshawblanks.com.
Yes.
We're going to add it to the description here shortly so you guys can get
Dye
access to
Trends Pro Spray, Bradshaw Blanks, small business, definitely support them.
that. I'm really curious how this comes off. Oh, it just comes right off.
Just comes right off. Yep.
That is a fun time.
Now, one thing, it's already cooled down. One thing, and this goes for all blanks, you may get some like, I did not, and that's a lot darker than.
We printed it from a different printer.
Oh yeah, I do. We did, didn't
use
we?
the Workforce for the first one.
We did.
And also, did we not leave the plastic on the first one on accident?
We did leave the plastic on the first one.
And it sublimated all the way through still. So it will sublimate, but it's not going to give you
So
as
it does,
consistent.
this is not from the spray, this is from just the paper. All you have to do, this is just a little bit of alcohol. I'm just spraying this down and then wiping it off.
That looks good. I'm just seeing it on my screen. That's beauty. Y'all, you can sell these. You could sell the crap out of these.
Literally keep the same concept. Let me pick it up. Keep the same concept. You already have this. It will be in your Canva. All you have to do is rinse and repeat and go in there and change the letters.
Literally.
Do you realize how easy this is?
Literally so.
Literally so easy.
Honestly, Lauren, you could sublimate without the letters and have your blanks ready. And then when people order them, you can apply permanent vinyl to the monogram area.
You could go ahead and pre-make all of your blanks and have them ready if you wanted to.
If you wanted to. That's just another option.
Yeah.
I personally wouldn't because I don't like to pre-make things. I like to make to order.
Yeah.
But just an option, just a thought. But
I
you
mean,
can
it
sell
is.
those. Those are very, very cute.
I'm obsessed with it.
I'm obsessed.
I mean, I'm even more obsessed with it than I was the very first one.
Sadie can't have that. I want to have it.
Sadie can't have it.
Even though it's got
her
Sadie's
name
initials on it. That's so cute. Everyone loves it. Megan says, oh my word, that's gorge. Really like it. Love it. Adore
Yeah.
I love it.
And these
Let
are...
me see. That looks so...
I mean, they're like just...
Wow.
Wow.
It's so cute. Like, the colors look good. I mean, I'm obsessed.
I know. Training today. I am so excited to get started with you all. I hope you are ready to learn more about sublimation, especially for our friends here who are on the fence about should I start sublimating, should I not. I really hope that through the training today, we're going to answer and bust all of these myths that are surrounding sublimation so that you can truly feel confident in making the decision to jump into sublimation today. So we're going to, like I said, we're going to answer the question, is sublimation right for me? Now, are you here because you've heard about sublimation within the crafting community, but you're not sure if it's right for you? If this is you, then you are definitely in the right place, because today we're going to look at all of the myths that surround it and the steps that you need to take to make sure that you are set up for success. And let's go understand the ins and outs of how it works. So by the end of this training, we're going to be able to fully understand the fundamentals of how sublimation works, learn how to select and prepare designs for sublimation printing, gain knowledge about heat sources and pressing techniques, and of course, discover all of the creative ways that we can use sublimation. So, who is ready to learn the 3 biggest myths people have when it comes to holding them back from mastering sublimation? What I want you to do is drop a comment, drop yes in the comments if you're ready to learn the 3 biggest myths, because a lot of times I have discovered that we hold ourselves back from trying or learning new things because we don't fully understand it, or we don't think we have the capacity to learn. I don't know about you guys, but I am so bad. If there is something new going on, I feel like I can't do that. I have too much on my plate. I don't have the bandwidth to really, truly get into it and research and do all of these things. But that's what we are here for. So I'm going to tell you that you do have the capacity, especially with help from us. So I would love to break it down for you. Myth number 1, sublimation is not really permanent. Now, if any of these resonate with you, do a hand raise, drop me an emoji, let me know in the comments, because a lot of us here have probably been in the crafting world for quite some time now. And you've probably worked with both adhesive and heat transfer vinyl. While both of these materials are great materials to work with, y'all, they're so good, we love them here, we've all ran into issues of neither one of them having the lifetime that we've truly expected, right? So when someone comes along and tells me that there is some type of new crafting technique that is completely permanent, I personally am gonna be very skeptical about it. I don't know about you guys, but if somebody says, yeah, it's completely permanent, I'm like, I don't know that I trust it yet. I'll be completely honest, I didn't believe it at first, but we're gonna crush that myth today. So that's myth number 1. Myth number 2, you can only sublimate on white shirts. I'm gonna take a guess here, and I'm gonna say that the first time you probably ever heard or saw sublimation in person, it was more than likely on a white t-shirt. If that's you, let me pop off in the comments, because when I first heard about sublimation, I was like, oh, you can only do that on white shirts. Like, it's cool, but if I'm limited to that, I don't know about it. So, but let me tell you that that is not the case. and I truly cannot wait to show you guys all of the different things that you can sublimate on, okay? Now, myth number 3 is sublimation is too expensive for me. Now, because there are a lot of bigger purchases on the front end, give me just a second, guys. Let me fix my mic because I definitely don't want to have mic issues today. That's better. Okay. Anyway, because there are a lot of big purchases at first, it's hard for people to wrap their head around it that it's, maybe not super expensive. However, what if I told you you don't have to have the most expensive equipment or really any equipment at all to get started on your sublimation journey? What if I told you that you being here with me today is the actual first success? This is going to be the start of your successful sublimation journey, okay? Today, you being here, this is the start. So, I want to look at what Sherry says. Sherry says, y'all, I'm so excited. All of my sublimation equipment arrived yesterday and today. Here is my very first sublimation tumbler. Learning curve involved here. Next time I will increase the size and image, even up the seams a little bit better, but overall very proud. Now I can start working on items for my Etsy shop. Thank you, Tanner and MGL team, for Maker's Gonna Sublimate course. It's more than worth the cost. So Sherry here was able to get started with her sublimation journey before any of her equipment arrived. That in and of itself, the fact that her equipment arrived the same day she did this tumbler and she already knew exactly what to do, that right there is what I call a success. She was successfully able to complete this project the same day she got her stuff. Our other friend here says sublimation is very addicting, and y'all, we tend to agree with her. So, if you're ready to get started learning these 5 steps to sublimation success, I would love for you to get your notebooks out, focus in, drop me a ready in the comments. Y'all, I'm super excited to give you the 5 steps to sublimation success. We're gonna talk about all of the materials that you're gonna need. We're gonna talk about everything to get you set up for success. And I can't wait. So ready in the comments to let me know you're ready. You've got your notebooks, you've got your pencils. We're ready to get started. Mary, Donnell, Kathy, everybody is so ready. Cassandra, Cheryl, Deborah, Lynn, we're ready. We're here and ready. We're taking notes. So let's go ahead and start learning our 5 steps. Step number 1. Step number 1 is determining the supplies that you need. In my opinion, this can be honestly the most overwhelming step. And the reason I say that is because I'm the type of person that if I want to start something, I feel like I have to purchase everything at one time. Y'all, just stay with me because you don't have to, I promise. I'm here to help walk you through the decision-making process so that we're gonna make it as easy and seamless as possible, okay? So, determining supplies you need. Let's start with the basics, okay? There are 5 things that you really need to get started. And the first thing is to have a what? A printer. Specifically, a sublimation printer. This can be either a printer that is designed for sublimation, but it doesn't have to be, okay? Just know it doesn't have to be one that is designed for sublimation. We love to take printers here at MGL and convert them into sublimation printers. It is honestly a pretty simple process and one that can be done with the proper instructions. The biggest difference that we have found between purchasing a sublimation ready printer versus a conversion printer is going to be the price point, honestly. With a printer that you plan on converting, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna see that they are cheaper. The only drawback is if you do convert these printers,
You are going to void your factory warranty, so please be aware of that when you are purchasing, okay? So just know that you can convert these Epson Eco tanks. We actually suggest that you do convert an Epson Eco tank. The two printers that we have, the two main printers that we have are going to be converted Epson Eco tank printers that we use. We also have the Epson SureColor F170, which is a Sublimation designated printer. So we're going to help you decide and determine which one you need based on your budget and the price point you're at. If you are looking to get started sublimating fairly cheap, you might want to look into a smaller Epson Eco tank. Now, I know we're gonna have a lot of questions about printers, so please hold those until the end. And like I said, at the very end, I'm gonna drop a link, or I'm gonna drop a PDF that we have put together that has all of our favorite sublimation supplies, including links to printers for you guys. So make sure you stick around. Now, the next thing that you're gonna need is sublimation ink. The ink is honestly one of the most important components, because without this special dye ink, the sublimation is not achievable. I don't know if you all understand that, but the ink is very, very special for sublimation. What happens in this process is, and this is why the ink is so important, is because once you add heat and pressure to the ink turns into a gas and then adheres to the polymers or synthetic fibers in your blank. So that's why ink is so important. You do have to have special sublimation dye ink for this process to be achievable. And it is, once you choose a brand of ink, you need to marry that brand of ink, because not all ink is created equal. I have used all three of these types of inks that you see on the screen. And y'all, I love them all for different reasons. They're all very, very good inks. Honestly, you're not gonna go wrong with any of these. Now, the third thing that you're going to need is sublimation paper. This paper is specialized paper that allows you to get the best color payout when sublimating. There is one thing I would like to be transparent about though, okay? So, you all know us, we love transparency here at MGL. We have successfully sublimated on things with regular copy paper. So it is doable. You can do it with regular copy paper. However, I'm still stand by the fact that I truly believe that to achieve the best results, you still have to have sublimation paper. So what happens with sublimation paper is it's going to be able to hold a larger deposit of ink, meaning you're going to get a richer color payout in the end, okay? So that is why I highly suggest you all using sublimation paper. But like I said, if you're in a pinch and if you don't have any, you can use copy paper. Now, there are lots of different brands that you can use for both sublimation paper and ink, like I said a while ago. And it's okay to go back and forth between different brands of paper. It's not a problem to switch back and forth, especially depending on what is on sale. The reason that you can go back and forth, however, although we can go back and forth with paper, we cannot go back and forth with ink, like I said earlier, okay? So that's why I highly suggest picking an ink, staying with it. Now, the fourth thing that you're going to need is some type of heat source. There are so many different types of heat sources out there that you can use for sublimation. So what I want you to do at this very moment, what I want you to do at this very moment is take some time, start brainstorming, and ask yourself, what would you create the most if you were starting your sublimation journey? Now, this may sound silly, but I promise you there is a reason behind it. Would you want to create shirts, tumblers, license plates, mugs, whatever? I just want you to keep brainstorming, and I'm gonna circle back to heat sources and help you decide which heat source might be better for you later on in the training. So once again, I just want you to sit down with yourself, think about if you were to start sublimating today, what would you want to sublimate? Because like I said, there's lots of different heat sources and we're trying to get down to the brass tacks and really find which heat source would be best for you, okay? Finally, the last thing that you're going to need are what we like to call blanks that you're going to be sublimating on. The reason we call them blanks is, of course, yes, because they come completely blank, most of them white, with nothing on them. This could be shirts, mugs, tumblers, coasters, lanyards, literally whatever your heart desires. However, it can't just be any blank, okay? You can't just do any blank white something, because sublimation needs a synthetic material to adhere to, meaning that your textiles need to have at least 60% or higher polyester count, and other materials you sublimate on need to have some type of polymer coating on them as well. So the possibilities really are endless. Now, if you're ready for step number 2, this completes step number 1, knowing all of the supplies that we need. So if you're ready for step number 2, drop me an emoji in the comments. Let me know you're ready for step number 2, because this one is a biggie. So, step number 2 in your successful sublimation journey is going to be choosing proper files for your designs. This is a really fun step where we get to let our creativity show, but it's super, super crucial to ensuring that we get the absolute best results possible, okay? So, let's look at this slide as an example. You can see that the image on the left is extremely pixelated and grainy, while the picture on the right is crisp and clear. Now, I completely understand that this is an absolutely exaggerated comparison. I know, I put it on there. It is very exaggerated. However, even an image that has the tiniest bit of pixelation will not give you the best results when you're sublimating, okay? It's not gonna give you the best results. If you find that an image does not have the best quality, 9 times out of 10, when you press that image onto your blank, you're gonna see that the graininess of the image, it's going to show itself in, it's gonna look blurry, it's gonna be blown out, it's going to show that pixelation. So you always want to make sure that you have the best quality image possible. So you might be asking, but Lauren, where can I find those high quality images you're talking about? Most people are gonna tell you, oh, you can just go to the internet and grab a screenshot. No, you can't, unfortunately, because a lot of times when we grab those screenshots, they are very pixelated. So there are a few different places that you can go, or routes that you can take to get these high quality images. The first and most used method, in my opinion, is going to be Etsy or other websites to purchase images from artists and creators. So this is a great way to find files. However, purchasing files over time, it's gonna start adding up. Like, it doesn't seem like a lot of money now, but trust me, over time, that is going to start adding up. You also need to be aware of the details of the files that you're purchasing from sellers if you're planning on making things to sell, okay? Some files that you purchase will come with a commercial license. Not sure if you all knew that. Some will come with a commercial license, while others will just come with a personal use license. So you always need to read the descriptions of the files that you plan on purchasing. If I had to guess, all of these files that I have on here are probably gonna be personal use because they are so cheap. A commercial use file is probably gonna be $20+. So keep that in mind, please. Another option for custom files is going to be hiring an artist to create these files specifically for you based on what you want. The problem is, for most people, this is definitely not gonna be cost effective. If you're hiring an artist, a digital artist to create these for you, digital artists are going to be quite in demand, number one, but it's also going to be pretty expensive if you do decide to go with a digital artist to create very personal files, unless you can create them yourself. So the last option is creating and drawing, which, you know, that was coming there. The last option is creating and drawing files yourself with either Adobe Illustrator or Procreate. Y'all, this is an absolutely amazing way to make sure that all of the files are exactly what you want. But I'm telling you, it can also lead to a lot of frustration and confusion because this takes a very specific level of skills to not only know how to operate the applications that you'll be working in, but also requires some level of drawing ability as well, not to mention the time that it's going to take. Now, I don't know if any of you all have tried to mess around with Procreate or Adobe Illustrator, but even as a seasoned crafter myself, when I was in there trying to play around with both of these applications, it was confusing to the point that I ended up putting it down. So, if you know how to do this, I applause to you because you know more than I do. And if you do know how to do this, you can really create your own custom files. However, if you want to learn more, stick around because I'm going to show you how you can get access to over 500 plus amazing Sublimation ready files that you are going to have commercial use license for, y'all. That in and of itself, the fact that and plus we continue to add. I actually just talked to Courtney earlier this week and I said, hey, I think it's time to add some more files, like just Sublimation files just for our Sublimation stuff. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're always adding new stuff. And this is just a very small look at some of the things that you're going to be getting. So after you have your equipment and choose your design, the third step in successful sublimation is going to be sizing and printing your design. Now, I feel like a lot of us really get hung up on this step, so let me break it down for you. In this step to sublimation success, the first thing that you need to do before you upload any of your designs is measure your blank. We have to measure our blank. You're going to measure each blank according to where you want to put your sublimation design. For example, if you want a full wrap tumbler, you're going to need to measure all the way around, which is going to be your length. So you're going to take that tape measure, you're going to start on one side, wrap it around your cup. That's going to be the length of your file. So, and then after you've done that, you're going to measure from top to bottom, which will then be your height. Or if you just want the image in a very specific spot, you just need to measure for that spot. Super easy. Once you have your blank measured, you're going to know the exact dimensions that you want your sublimation image. You will then upload your image into the design software that you are the most comfortable in. Now, let me ask you this. How many of us have felt intimidated to sublimate because you feel like you don't have the capacity to learn a new design software? But what if I offered to you that you don't even have to learn a new design software to be successful? You can use the knowledge you already have to get your first sublimation win under your belt. There are so many different softwares that you can use to print your sublimation designs from, such as Canva, Cricut, or Silhouette. Our personal favorite to use, of course, is going to be Canva when it comes to sublimation. Y'all know we talk about Canva here on our channel so often. It is a free software. It's internet-based. You can upload design and resize images in. However, I feel like most of us should be pretty Canva. We know what Canva is. We may not be a pro at Canva, but we can navigate Canva pretty well. But don't fear, if you still don't know how to navigate Canva, I highly suggest that you stick with the software that you know. That way, then you can learn the new software, or you can learn Canva or whatever as you get more confident in your sublimation journey. So if you know Cricut, y'all use Cricut. You don't have to use Canva for sublimation. It's easier to use Canva for sublimation, but you don't have to. I want you guys to stick with what you know. The last and most important thing, though, that you need to remember before printing your image, no matter what software you use, is to always mirror your design. Sublimation, you always have to mirror your design. There may be a few very small instances where we don't, but this is gonna be very project specific. So I'm just gonna say, always go ahead and get used to mirroring your design. This is because you're gonna flip your paper upside down to press it back onto your blank. So we have to mirror to print and then flip the paper upside down. That way it is going to be right side after you press. So after you've resized and mirrored, you're ready to print. Printing your design though can seem like a daunting task, but friend, let me tell you, it's probably the easiest part of this whole process. Truly it is. Once your design is ready, all you have to do is send your image to your Sublimation printer. From this point, the most important thing to do is make sure you are printing on, quote, best quality. This can be found on a couple different places depending on what type of printer you're working with, but making sure that your print is at best quality is going to ensure that you have the most vibrant colors, okay, and sharpest images. Now that you've printed, or after you've printed, you may look at your print and think, Lauren, I've messed up, because your colors look dull and it's not what you're expecting. But friend, don't fear, because this is exactly what it is supposed to look like. Once heat and pressure is added to the print, those colors are going to come to life. Remember, sublimation ink is a very special ink that requires heat and pressure to activate. So when you look at it before, after it comes out of your printer, you're gonna think, oh my gosh, this isn't right. This looks nothing like what was on my screen. Don't worry, because once you add heat and pressure, it's like it blooms like a flower. It's beautiful. I love it. Okay, now speaking of heat, let's go ahead and move on to the fourth step in successful sublimation, and that's choosing the best heat source for you and your project. I know that we all worry about making sure we get the best heat source for our journey, and that can add up, but what if I told you you don't even have to go out and buy anything? If you have this, use it. Y'all, there may be some of us here that already have some type of heat source, possibly even a Cricut Easy Press. What if I told you that you can use this to create your first project? You can. Now, is it our favorite? Once again, transparency here. It's not gonna be our favorite for it, but when we first started sublimation, the Easy Press was all that we used, actually. It's totally possible to sublimate with it. You just have to hold it down for the pressure yourself where you don't on a clamshell heat press. Yes, you can use this for sublimation. I will say this, one big advantage of an Easy Press is that you may not have with other presses is that you can manipulate the Easy Press where you want it to go. And other heat presses are pretty stationary, so you just have to adjust your blank around. But the only other thing is you have to be very careful with not moving your heat press. Now, the Cricut Easy Presses are pretty heavy in and of themselves. So the pressure, sometimes you need to add a little bit more pressure, but if you add more pressure using an Easy Press, you just have to make sure you tape your blank, or you tape your design down really well so it doesn't move around on your blank and you don't get ghosting. But yes, y'all, if you have this, use it, absolutely. Now, speaking of different heat presses, let's talk about the different types and what they can and cannot be used for, because this is where I feel like a lot of people get hung up on. So for heat presses, you have kind of three main types. You have a clamshell, which you see in the bottom left corner, the blue one, that's a clamshell. A swing away, which is in the bottom right, or an auto press, which is the one on top. On a clamshell heat press, the heat plate is raised up and down, much like the shell of a clam, hence why it has the name clamshell heat press. The swing away press works a lot like the clamshell, except the heat press the heat plate raises straight up and then swings to either the left or the right, okay? With both of these, you can adjust the pressure manually, and you can manually close them with the arm. Now, the third press is going to be your auto press. This type of press has a mechanism that automatically raises and lowers the heat plate itself. And all of these types of presses are great for sublimation projects that have a flat surface and can be sandwiched between two plates like shirts, hoodies, plates, tote bags, so much more. Mouse pads, lanyards, everything that you all have seen, socks, all of this, anything that can lay flat, you can use a heat press for, okay? Now, the other two types of heat sources that you're gonna see here are used for items that do not have a flat surface, like tumblers and mugs. So I know I had a lot of friends say, I wanna do t-shirts and tumblers. So this is where you're gonna get kind of held up with your heat source, because you can't sublimate a tumbler in a clamshell heat press, or any heat press to be exact. You have to have either a convection oven or a tumbler press, because it cannot be laid flat. So the first one that I want to talk about is the convection oven. We adore our convection oven for so many different reasons. Number one, it's a very budget-friendly option if you're wanting to create tumblers and mugs. The second reason we love the heat source is because you can put multiple tumblers or mugs in the oven and sublimate more than one at a time. The biggest downfall about this type of heat source is if you don't get the image really snug on your blank, there's a chance that you're gonna get some ghosting or like a fuzz effect from pressing, or from heating this up. So there are some steps where you do have to make sure your design is wrapped really well around your tumbler. It is adhered down. You have some type of pressure, because with sublimation, you have to have heat plus pressure, but it is definitely achievable in a convection oven still with a silicone wrap or with shrink wrap. So just know that it is definitely doable. We can add the pressure to that convection oven, and plus the convection oven is going to be a little bit cheaper as well. Finally, you do have the tumbler press. Now, we do have one of these and we do love it very, very much. However, I really feel like this is going to be specifically for those that plan on creating sublimation tumblers only to sell. And the reason that I say that is because this tumbler press is going to be a little bit of an investment for sure. But it gives you an extremely professional look on tumblers almost every single time. This is because the press hugs the design against your blank, allowing for little to no ghosting at all. Now, I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret, okay? I use the tumbler press. You can put multiple mugs in the tumbler press at one time. You can do it much like the convection oven. Now, the convection oven could hold 3, 4, 5 at a time, but I did like the pressure that the tumbler press gave. So you can do more than one mug. You can do more than one glass can in there as well. So just keep that in mind. Now, I understand that this has also been a whole lot of information, but I want to make sure that you know and are aware that you do not have to go out and purchase everything that we've talked about today, okay? Like I said earlier, you can get started with sublimation right where you're at. You may not even have anything. You may not have a single thing, but you may know this is the year that I'm going to get started. This is the year I'm going to learn sublimation. This is the year I'm going to learn this new craft technique. And all you have to do being here today, like I said earlier, is you're started. You're getting there. You're learning. So let's go ahead and go back, and we're going to talk about step number 5. So finally, the last step in ensuring that you become successful with sublimation is preparing and pressing your blank. Now, this seems like a step that may be a little bit irrelevant, but in truth, it's honestly just as important as the others. Now, before you press your design onto your blank, it is insanely important that you lint roll your blank And I'm gonna say, do as I say, not as I do, because you may see me on the channel a lot forgetting, but the reason for this is to prevent foreign fibers from emitting a dye onto your blank once it's pressed. Y'all, I have ruined way too many blanks forgetting to lint roll than I have, it's crazy. So lint rolling is a big part of making sure that you get the perfect press every time. So once you've lint rolled, you're then gonna take your design, you're gonna place it on your blank where it belongs, adhere it down with either heat resistant tape or sublimation adhesive spray. Both of these are gonna work great, and it's just a matter of your personal opinion on which one to use. But like I said, you're gonna have to have some type of adhesive to adhere your design onto your blank. So finally, and probably the very most important part is you're gonna need to place a piece of butcher's paper both on top and under your design. What this is gonna do is make sure that it absorbs any moisture that may be trapped in your blank, but it's also gonna catch any sublimation ink that may escape as well, preventing the ink from sticking to your heat plate and being transferred to your next project. So I was just talking to Holly earlier about this because she was learning, I was teaching her how to sublimate earlier today. She was like, do I need to do butcher's paper? Do I need to do this? Where do I need to do it? And I said, yes, absolutely. I was telling her, explaining the process of how to do it. And then after she pressed, she got a beautiful result. But she was like, oh, yeah, I see where it transferred onto the butcher's paper. So that is a very important step. Now, but the one thing that I want to make sure you guys know and understand is that practice makes perfect. If you follow these tried and true steps, you're going to be successful, but it doesn't have to be perfect the first time. But if you stick around with us, it's going to be pretty darn close, okay? So make sure you stick around. Here you can see some of the amazing things that we were able to create with sublimation, and this truly just scratches the surface. So now that you've gotten a glimpse of what you can create and accomplish, let's take a look back on the myths surrounding sublimation and why they are holding you back. So myth number one is sublimation can't be permanent. Y'all, this myth, crushed, gone. We learned that through the process of sublimation, the sublimation ink is a permanent solution, which in turn makes it an insanely sellable option when it comes to crafting. I mean, it's one of those things, it's not gonna go anywhere. Once it's pressed, it's pressed. It's there, it's done. So, myth number one, crushed. Myth number two, you can only sublimate on white shirts. If you've been around our channel, you know that myth is also crushed. There are really so many different things that you can sublimate on. While it is true, now, this is something that I want you to listen to, okay? It is true that sublimation does not have white ink. And it has the most vibrant colors when it's pressed on a white surface. That does not mean that white shirts are the only thing that you can sublimate on, okay? So, like I said earlier, you all gave me some options: tote bags, tumblers, lanyards, coasters, license plates. Did you know you could sublimate on wood? Wood, metal. Oh my gosh, the possibilities are endless. Canvases. You can add laminate sheets to notebooks and sublimate on the front of notebooks. Y'all, there are so many things that you can do with sublimation that I don't want you to feel like you have to be put in a box and that white shirts are the only thing you can do. Possibilities truly are endless. So let's go back and let's look at myth number three. So myth number three is sublimation is too expensive for me. Like I said, it is going to be a little bit of an investment on the front end. In all reality, sublimation does not have to be it does not have nearly as many maintenance costs as you think. You're not having to constantly purchase new colors of vinyl, new mats, or anything like that. Plus, there's a good chance that you probably already have some of the materials that you need, okay? So that one is also crushed. And plus, you can get started. You're getting started on your sublimation journey right now, already learning all of the things, not paying a dime. So here are some, I just want to read these because I think these are great. I was clueless when I got my Cricut and found you all on YouTube, and I've been rocking with y'all ever since. Sublimation, making stickers, so grateful for this channel. Honestly, grateful for you too, Jerniqua. Kim says, sublimation is definitely an easy process. It's the setup and calibration that can be tricky if you don't have a little help. Luckily, I had Makers Gonna Learn to guide me. After a week of procrastination due to fear, I purchased some test materials and hit the ground running. Thank you, MGL, for helping me to find the answer to every question I had surrounding sublimation in your course and YouTube videos. I present to you the evolution of sublimation. You all can see in these pictures, at first she was getting some ghosting, it's something with her heat source wasn't heated all the way across, but y'all look at those other ones, how good they are. Look how good they are. Gabrielle, please hold, if you keep that is a great question. I would love to answer that question. Keep that question till the end and I'll answer it so that we can answer it together because I love that question. Also, these are some really, really good questions, y'all. We're gonna have an open Q&A, so let's hold those super good questions so that I can address everybody at one time. I'm so excited to address those questions. So, would you like for me to help you master sublimation without any confusion, overwhelm, or costly mistakes? I want to know, would you? Because, as I see it, you have two options. Option number one is figure this out on your own and end up frustrated and exhausted, okay? Option number two, follow a tried and tested path from stressful to successful. Now, which one would you rather have? Do it by yourself and probably end up so frustrated that you're like, nope, not doing it, don't have the bandwidth, can't do this. Or just let us do it for you.